November 16th, 2016, meeting of the City Council is called to order.
We're listening.
This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 or closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, you may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002, and customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV program, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If the alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, please assemble in the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we do have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk staff up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Rabbi Yitzwine Young Israel Aish of Las Vegas, and remain standing for the pledge. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me again. So there's a fantastic story in the Bible about Abraham. It is the third day after his circumcision. It is the heat of the day. He's sitting at the entrance of his tent, and God comes and speaks with Abraham. And, of course, telling us the message that we should always endeavor to visit the sick. Right? But while Abraham and God are speaking, out in the distance, Abraham notices there's three strangers. And Abraham says, God, hold that thought. He picks up, he runs out, greets the strangers and says, please come into my tent. I'll give you a morsel of bread, a little bit of water, you'll wash your feet. And the three consent. They show up, they come to the tent, and Abraham prepares a magnificent feast for them. Thanksgiving feast, so to speak, right? So that's the story. The interesting thing about it is that Abraham is speaking with God. He's talking with the Almighty. And we would imagine, even for someone who did it perhaps on a regular basis, although this is only the second time in the Bible that it's recorded that Abraham was speaking with God, that would be amazing. Why is he stopping the conversation and going to greet strangers who he had never met? And so our Jewish tradition teaches us that the one thing that is better than speaking with God is being like God. Talking is great. Action is much, much better. And many times the reason people speak and they don't act is because maybe they don't see the opportunity to act, maybe they don't understand exactly how to act. But here we understand that the reason it was such a hot day was because God said Abraham should be recovering from a surgery. So God made it hot. But when God saw that Abraham was more bothered by the fact there were no strangers to help than he was by the physical pain of the surgery, then the Almighty created the opportunity that Abraham could perform acts of kindness to others. And whereupon that teaches us that sometimes it's what bothers us that counts. A person has to really want to do good things for other people, and even if they don't see the opportunity presents themselves right now, we have faith that God will present the opportunity in the future, and a person's desires will come to fruition, and they will have the opportunity to act more like God rather than just speak about godly things. So with that, we're all standing together, and the Almighty should bless in prayer. God should bless this city council and its staff and the people that are trying to do good things for the city of Las Vegas. And together we should have the right opportunities presented in front of us so we don't just talk about doing great things, but that together we actually do very godly things and together make our city even better than it is today. Thank you.
And of course, now we will go into our ceremonials.
Rabbi, teach me, why wasn't Abraham circumcised when he was an infant?
He had to find God before he got together. That family when he's 9 years old. Right? So he had to have a relationship with the Almighty before God said, "Hey, you're not circumcised."
So he was told he needed to be circumcised.
Yeah, by the Almighty. Like later.
That's very clean.
Yeah.
I would just like to live in my house myself.
I was 8 days old. I was so
Are you learning from our rabbi? Are you learning something? I know you're Catholic.
I'm curious about why not an infant circumcision instead of
Because the parent decided to wait.
teach him for all the bad things he knows.
In many hospitals, it's automatic.
Good morning, Council.
Okay, we're all here. Handsome staff. Lovely. How's your foot?
I'm wearing a real shoe.
Oh my gosh. Next year, the marathon. Okay. Okay, well, if you haven't guessed it, this is a ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first item, I'd like to ask our great communications director, David Riggleman, to join us at the podium. And he looks wonderful, too. Boy, does he do a good job. Our employees, as you know, strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership. Now, they build our community to make life better. And I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Nancy Byrne. Yay, Nancy. Come on down. Wow.
I know.
She's the best of the best.
I am going to cry.
Everybody loves to hug Nancy, including her husband, Jim, who's here. Okay. Duh, we love Nancy. She's the senior producer writer at KCLV Channel 2, our Emmy Award-winning government access station. Nancy has been with the city for 12 years and has become a staple at KCLV. She helped the city win an Emmy for her special on gangs several years ago. And her new special on bullying has already had a huge impact on our community. The special has aired to rave reviews and highlights the issues of bullying and what the community and city are doing to combat problems. After the special aired, Nancy was contacted by the school district and invited to speak to students about the impact of bullying. She has since received a number of letters from the students thanking her for helping them deal with this critical issue. Nancy also produces public service announcements. social media videos, and helps departments with the request for training videos and other needs. But of course, she is so well known as the producer and beautiful host of our City Beat, Las Vegas's news magazine program that helps spread the word about all the important issues that are going on in our programs in the city. Nancy is the kind of person everyone enjoys working with, and she brings the warmest, most positive attitude to everything that she does in a most professional manner. She works hard, and I know David will tell you what a benefit she has been to his team and to our city. I understand Jim, I see Jim is here today, Jim Wise, her husband, who is a musician, but I understand I didn't know this. Oscar didn't tell me this. No wonder he loves Jim more than you, Nancy. He was a Major League Baseball player in a former life. So is that a real life? Many teams or one team? St. Louis. Oh, wow. My husband, here it is. My husband had the pleasure of marrying these two, and he was right when he told Jim he may have thrown 98 miles per hour, but on the catching end, she's your best. So, I want to give you the microphone first, never at a loss for words, our wonderful leader of our PIO, about this beautiful and wonderful lady, and talented lady.
Thank you so much, Mayor and council members. Our core purpose here at the City of Las Vegas, Nancy well knows this, is building community to make life better. And it's no secret that bullying across the country has been a big concern. In fact, right here in Las Vegas, a number of teens have taken their own lives because of bullying. And unlike our generation, Mayor, where bullying was maybe more of a physical confrontation, today bullying takes place in cyberspace too. And so those who are bullied often are bullied relentlessly, virtually all the time, different from anything we ever experienced. So Nancy asked, what could we do to have an impact on that? How in our own way could we help that situation? So she led the effort to create a special report with the team at KCLV devoted to combating bullying. And I guess I could tell you how wonderful this piece is, but I thought rather than that, we'd show a 1-minute clip, with your permission, that gives you a real sense of how powerful and how well done this piece really was. So gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind rolling that for us.
He bullied me so bad that I was shaking and I couldn't go to school for 6 weeks. It scared me and it scared everybody in my family.
It's just not cool because other kids don't get to be bullied. I'm the only one that gets to be bullied because I'm different. It felt kind of awful.
You know, she was just such a good person. She didn't deserve that. I don't want any other family to experience loss like my family has.
However you feel right now, your life is meaningful, and you have to really believe that. You owe it to society and the world to talk to somebody and to share with them your feelings.
You get the sense, Mayor, as to why the school district and so many of the students embraced that special and wanted to be a part of Nancy herself because of what she'd put together. So I'm very proud of that piece, but more than that, Nancy, I'm proud of the fact that that's the kind of work that you bring to the job every single day. You bring your A game every day, and you've been doing this 12 years. It's hard to keep bringing the A game every day, but you do it, and you outdo yourself each time. So I thank you for that kind of work. I thank the KCLV team that collaborates with you, the social media team that works with you as well. And I want to thank Sue Levitt for nominating you. Sue gets it because not only did you do a great report there, but you do great work every day and make the city shine. So
Could you have your team stand up, please?
Please, if all of you communications folks would please stand. I got some over here and some over here. And yes, please, please. Thanks, you guys. Of course, we have Shane and Natasha taking pictures too here. So, So should I pass the microphone?
Absolutely. Time for Nancy. I'm sorry. City Beat, let it go.
All right. So thanks for making me cry before I have to do this. And everyone who knows me knows that I don't mind looking into a camera and speaking, but I have a hard time speaking to faces. So in case you were wondering who was the Employee of the Month, I want to thank Jace and Eric Sorensen for reserving our seats with my face. I don't want to see those crumbled up outside when I leave. First and foremost, thank you, Mayor. You know that you and your wonderful husband mean the world to me, and this city would be, without the Goodmans, I don't know where we would be right now. We wouldn't be standing in this building. And thanks to the council, and I want to start off by thanking my director, David Riggleman. It's such an honor to work for you, and I'm going to try not to cry. You have the uncanny ability of walking what is probably a difficult and delicate line between being our director and so highly respected by all of us and being a friend. Your steadfast friendship over the years has meant the world to me. You were with me when I lost my mother, when I married my beautiful husband, when he had a health scare, and recently when I lost my father a couple of months ago. And you've always been there, and in spite of what was going on in your life at the time. So thank you for that. Thank you, Sue Levitt. You know, Sue, a lot of people don't realize she is not like the Levitt. She's part of a legendary family, but she's so humble. She still calls Myron Justice J.C. Park, because that's what she said she grew up knowing it as J.C. Park. So, but on your own, you're so beautiful and talented, aside from being part of an iconic family. Words from you that were written in the nomination mean even more. And I just want to thank everybody I work with, Mark Rosenberg, Melissa, Eric, even though we put my face on chairs, Tyler, Eric and Tyler, we call them Romper Room. I couldn't do anything without these people. And Sue and Melissa are not new, but they are producers with us, and they have made my life a lot easier. The whole crew is wonderful, so thank you for that. And my husband, you want to come up here with me? Come on, come on. You know, we all have good and bad times, and good things that happen to us and bad things that happen to us. I'm blessed that I haven't had many bad things happen to me, but I can tell you that one of the best things that's ever happened to me is you. So thank you for being my husband.
And with that, let me give this to you. That is so beautiful. Wow. I mean, and now how many years you married? Boy, does time go by beautifully, isn't it? We are so proud and grateful to you, Nancy. I mean, really, you are so professional and so good at what you do and always so pleasant. And no matter which council member you're working with doing something, it's always a joy for us. You're a bright light coming through sometimes in very difficult times, even though you've had yours. So we congratulate you. Who's cooking Thanksgiving? Oh, out of the way. Could I have you, please? Let me tell you, Oscar doesn't do anything. And I know you always used to spray his hair in place for him. I mean, did things. I mean, when I came into office 6 years ago, we were in the old city hall, and I went to that little awful studio that used to be what you had. And she said, all right, now, where do you buy your makeup and what do you use? I said, Smith's Food King. And what you get is what you see. Don't bother. But you always took care of Oscar, and I appreciate it. So let's go to get a picture taken with council. Anybody? I know Lois always would love to say something.
I would like to say something because this bullying problem is so serious and so many people have tried to help. And what you did was magnificent and a great representation for the city. But you know, the bullying is still continuing. The district is not handling it. And I'm saying that today, having been part of the district previously. I get a call from a single mother, and she's in tears because she's reported it to the teacher. Well, there's two sides to the story. She's reported it to the principal, but it still continues. And if I can just say something, she had an email that came from one of the bulliers, and the email comes, and so she reports it to the principal, and the mother says, oh, no, she didn't send that. Well, who sent it? I have a copy of it. Oh, I sent it, the mother says. The mother says that. This is happening today. I talked with that person yesterday. We've got to pull up even more, follow your lead in what you did here, and just do something and bang that district on the head or whatever is necessary. I'm serious, absolutely serious.
You know, there is a Haley's Law that the school district is required to follow. It was named after Haley Lamberth, who took her life after being cyberbullied.
And his dad was
Yes, Jason Lamberth was part of the. Can I just, real quick, I'm sorry, I knew I was going to forget somebody. My beautiful sister-in-law, married to my brother Steve, is here. She's decided to take an hour away from the Bern Lytle empire to be here today. So thank you. My brother Steve is traveling.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. So let's get a picture taken, and I couldn't agree with you more. You know, for anybody who's watching this, there's a pack mentality in bullying, and you're frightened that if you don't join in that pack mentality, you are going to be bullied as well. It's time to stand up and stop that. And you have just realized this will continue to grow and develop. And so step 2 for the next one, we really need to go further. And knowing Mr. Lamberth and knowing about Haley, there's a loneliness in your teenage years that we've all can remember. And you're coming away from your parents in those elementary school years where you just did what you were told, for most of us. And then all of a sudden you think, oh my God, I have my own brain. I can do what I want. But you're isolated from the closeness that you had when you were little. And that's where it really happens.
These youngsters corner this girl in the restroom, you know, and say, you ought to stay here because you're just a bunch of whatever. But they're 8 and 9 years old. 8 and 9 years old and doing that, and then having a mother cover for the child. I just think this is one of the things I hope the city, as we work more with the educational establishment, I hope we help more.
Well, and 2, I think it is about teaching children what do you do in the instance of bullying. That you really do make sure you're sharing it with your family or someone who's close to you to let them know that you're experiencing it, but you really have to think about what are the tools that I possess? What are the things that I can do? Because bullying's been here, and when David talked about it in our day before there was any of this cyber, you can't. Right. But you don't have to turn on your computer.
That's right.
Jim, right next. Good, good, good. Right here, or staying way out there.
All right, very nice.
We love you, Nance.
Thank
I need a new picture. I think it's a pretty pretty face. It's a pretty pretty face. Okay, for our next item, my pleasure to recognize National Adoption Day. Oh, it's back there. And I'd like to ask Manisha Sandhu, the director of the programs for the Adoption Exchange, to join us, please. Nice to see you. Thank you. How are you? How are you? Nice to see you. And behind? How are you? The Adoption Exchange is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that was founded in 1983 to help establish safety and permanency in the lives of foster children. The goal of the organization is to ensure that every child has a forever or permanent family. And we have a proclamation recognizing November 19th as National Adoption Day in the city of Las Vegas that I want to present to you. Thank you. And I'd like to give you a chance to tell us a little bit more about the Adoption Exchange, and know for foster families that Mayor Pro Tem, when you have those big parties out in Ward 6, it's always part of foster care and finding adopting homes. So your turn first.
All right, thank you. The Adoption Exchange believes that every child deserves a family, and there are over 4,000 foster children in the state of Nevada right now, and 500 of them are legally free and are waiting for adoptive placements. So it's so important that we raise awareness about this issue here in the state of Nevada. We have so many children that need safe, loving families. And the Adoption Exchange really, they work with local child placing agencies to help find homes for these foster children. The Adoption Exchange focuses on harder to place children, children that are older, teens, have special medical conditions, larger sibling groups, the ones that really need extra help that the county or the state just can't provide to them. So they serve the bridge between children that wait in foster care and adoptive families for them. So it's really...
How does the family get involved to find out about matching with a child? What's the process?
Well, you do have to be a licensed foster parent or parents to do that. So you go to your local county or state, depending on if you're in the rural counties, it's the state. If you're in Washoe or Clark County, it's the county to get licensed. And there's education programs, background checks. We want to make sure we're placing children in safe homes because they've already been abused and neglected once. So it's very important to go through that process. And then they have recruiters, they have social workers that can help try to find the right match. And it's amazing how a good placement can really change a foster child's life. Children that are developmentally behind, that have emotional issues, when they get into a stable, loving home, it makes all the difference. So that's why we really need to raise awareness of the need for adoptive placements and foster families, and get those children placed.
So, speaking to your video watchers, where do they call? What do they do to get into the process?
Well, you can either go to the Adoption Exchange website, and they can help you through the process and get the contacts with your county or the whatever county licensing agency, or you can go on to Clark County website. They also have links there to get the classes started.
And who do you have with you today?
We have Manisha, who is from our National Adoption Exchange office, and she supports the Nevada program here. And we have Jessica, who's our boots on the ground here in Nevada.
Wonderful. So let's take a look. You've got it. So today here in the city, National Adoption Day, and we're very proud of it. Having 4 adopted children myself, but not through foster care, this is really a fabulous, fabulous program. So we are so grateful to you for all that you do. And if I might add, the courts are very involved in this, and we now have been working through Supreme Court Justice Nancy Seda with the Blue Ribbon Panel for Kids to make sure that each family, as they go through the system of placement and children who are placed in foster care, that it's one judge and one family, because before it was a real mess. And we are so proud of that one step. We've done some other things on that Blue Ribbon Panel, but it really has been an answer for so many children and young adults who've been caught up in the court system and sent out to different schools and no coordination of anything. So we're very thrilled and we're very proud of today. So thank you. The 19th, congratulations, and thank you for coming by. Thank you. And for the final item this morning, I understand, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem, you have something to say here, please.
I always have something to say, Mayor. Thank you. And Mayor, you were referring to our spring celebration we do at Tule Springs every year in April, where we partner with the Clark County Family Services. Our last spring celebration at Tule Springs, we had over 10,000 people that were exposed to the adoption process and being foster families. And I think, Christine, we placed about, what, 52 kids, I think, last year. So big success, Mayor. Thanks for bringing that up. So we're doing our part as well out in Centennial Hills in Ward 6. Well, I want to introduce a young lady, but before I do, I need to bring her amazing parents up here first with me because I've known them before she was born. Dee Moody, would you come up here, please? Would you bring your charming husband, the chairman of the Las Vegas Planning Commission, and Ward 6 Planning Commissioner Todd Moody? Come on up here. If you guys would come up here, please, I'd appreciate it. Give them a round of applause. Now I'm going to introduce their daughter, who happens to be an amazing young lady. Oh, Emily, come up here now, too. Come on. Emily Moody, give her a round of applause, and then you'll understand why, but you got to give her some love first. This is Emily Moody. Now, Emily, you got to stand over here, because you're going to be doing the majority of talking up here, so I just put the pressure on you, okay? Emily started an organization called Generation On, a student-driven service group of Shadow Ridge High School with a mission to inspire, equip, and mobilize youth to take action that changes the world and themselves through service. Since the group formed last year, they have achieved several things. They've written thank you letters to our local police officers. They've hosted 3 parties for students to become acquainted with special education students. They've run a sock drive for homeless teens. They've gathered and sent packages to soldiers. They've sold friendship bracelets to fight hunger. They've made pet adoption bandanas. What haven't you done? They've made activity folders for preschool and kindergarten students at high-risk schools. They made superhero capes for some special needs children. I'd like a hero cape. Oh, sorry. Currently, Generation On, which Emily still chairs, is holding a book drive for the Louisiana flood victims and will donate proceeds from the carnival booth they will host this Friday during homecoming. Am I correct? They have a combined 190-plus service hours. Generation On received a $250 grant from the Meredith Foundation for Capes for Kids and a $500 community grant from Walmart. Emily also serves as a Shadow Ridge High School student representative on the Clark County School District Student Advisory Committee. That's why we're recognizing this young lady today. Give her a great big round of applause. She did, and I'm going to hand this over to her, and she's going to demonstrate her leadership skills. So, Emily, in recognition of your amazing accomplishments, the mayor, the entire city council of the city of Las Vegas want to thank you for your hard work in this community and wish you the best in all your endeavors. That's for you. And I'm going to take it back, and I'm going to hand you the microphone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council for recognizing my club and I with this award. If I could invite them to come up with me. These are my original officers. So we started this club in early 2015 and with us 5, and since then it's grown to about 35 active members. This is my vice president, Shelby Walters, John Liu, treasurer, sorry, Brendan Henry, secretary, and Jada Barney's our historian. Yeah, we all go to Shadow Ridge. And as you said, Generation On is a student-driven service club that focuses on service projects within our community and within our school. And over the past couple of years, we've really focused on homeless teens in our valley and the special education program in our school, along with other things, but that especially. And it's just been a wonderful opportunity to serve our community. And I think we've all grown, and it's been a very rewarding experience. So. Thank you guys for recognizing us.
What are you working on now?
We're working with Project 150 with homeless teens. We're involved in that. We have some things that we need to get scheduled for this year. But yeah, we've got a busy year ahead of us.
So are you guys all seniors? Yes? Okay. College bound, no doubt? Oh, tell us where you're going.
BYU.
Okay.
Hopefully BYU Provo.
UNR. Hopefully UC Davis.
Wow.
Texas A&M.
Right on. All right, great. I have to say this. It is your example, all of you, that will make a huge difference in this community. You're touching the lives of our young people every single day. Before the meeting started, we talked about the amount of homeless students out there that are struggling to get through high school. And I think it's important that we recognize that your efforts and of Project 150. We've had them here before and recognize them as well. So, Emily, thank you all for all you do. Did you want to add anything to that? You sure? You sure? Because, we've known each other before she was born. You know that, right? So,
we have known each other a long time.
We have. So,
well, I'm actually the advisor for this club at Shadow Ridge, and it just amazes me that, when kids are given the opportunity to serve, they completely step up to the plate. A lot of times they just need to be asked. They need to be directed because I think this just inherited in them that they want to serve. They want to help their communities. And I think one of our favorite activities that I've been involved in with them is the parties that we host with the special ed students. And it's just amazing to watch them interact with the children who they don't get to see often on campus, but they just love them, and they get these relationships going with them, and it carries throughout the years. And so I'm just so proud of them. They're just great kids, all of them.
You're going to make me cry. Well, when I found out everything she was doing, I had to bring her down here and recognize her for her efforts, because I know all of you are going to be moving on, but don't stop what you're doing. Commissioner, did you want to add anything to that? All right, give them another great big round of applause. Emily, congratulations. Thank you all very much.
One more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are they passing the gauntlet on to? Can't
That's a good
stop
question.
this.
Emily, what's the game plan for the succession plan?
Oh.
Where are your seniors and your sophomores? You need to look
Yeah,
to
we
the
have-
future. You've done such good things.
Yeah, probably about half of our group is lower classmen, so there'll be an election later on this year. Yep.
There is a succession plan.
There is, yes.
All right, congratulations, girl.
Thank you.
Thank you all for what you do. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, that concludes our ceremonials this morning, so we're going to take a quick 10-minute recess here, and we'll be right back. Yes, thank you so much. No, that's beautiful. Okay, I believe we're on agenda item 9.
Yeah, I'm pulling forward.
Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time at 1 minute for this first public comment period, and we also have Dorothy Barnes here among others. So please come forward. And anyone else who would like to make comment, please come forward. Dorothy's here. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council.
Good
I guess I
morning.
always make a mistake and fill that card out, mostly for the end of the meeting, the citizen participation.
And you're welcome back at that time as well.
But I
you
do
get an extra
right,
minute.
want you to save it, and I do like that issue on bullying, because I've been bullied by some people, and I've been over on, to the new police station at the building number 3, because I have not been able to get an appointment with Sheriff Lombardo since he took office. And the secretary, I said, well, go back to building 3. I'm continually over there writing up things. I don't mean to be a complainer, but there's nothing done, and I could do something if they let me on that military base and to get the instructions. I'm
I
understanding.
would recommend that you speak with Officer Sasha Larkin, who is the community area representative.
Does she work over there?
Sasha Larkin.
At building 3?
I'm not sure which of the buildings, but
How would I
she
get
is
in
over
touch
there.
with her?
Just ask anyone there for the community relations officer, and that is Sasha.
Sasha Larkin.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
Anyone else?
Here's our guy from RTC.
Oh, yes. Oh, I don't know. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you. My name is Alita Dupree, A-L-E-T-A D-U-P-R-E-E of the City of Las Vegas. I'm speaking specifically concerning item number 34 about Las Vegas Free Ride. I come to you as a user of public transit services in this city, such as RTC and Bike Share, which I rode the bike today.
Good.
This free ride is very important to me, and not because it's free. I was very impressed with the presentation last 2 weeks ago, especially that this is a disability-friendly service, me being a service-connected, disabled U.S. Army veteran. This is not a luxury or an icing on the cake thing for me. This is essential, another option for me to be able to get downtown. So in short, given my minute today, I'm asking for action and notice to proceed so that hopefully this winter I will be able to use the free ride to get around downtown and spend time and money here. As a taxpayer, I'm very comfortable with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and you will hear momentarily as we go through the process of the morning agenda that item has been stricken for 90 days, and there's more dialogue and commentary on that particular item. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Okay, we will move on to agenda item 10. For possible action, any items the council, staff, or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future item, a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff has requested we strike agenda item 21 for possible action to approve a tavern license, LIG Centennial LLC DBA Distill at 6430 North Durango Drive. Staff is also requesting that we strike agenda item 34, abeyance item contract number 160174TF, shuttle services contract for operation of downtown circulator bounded by Stewart Avenue, Las Vegas Boulevard, Charleston Boulevard, and Main Street, Las Vegas Free Ride LLC. And staff has requested we obey agenda item 37, that's bill number 2016-64, and that is my motion.
Thank you very much. As a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 11 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the October 19th, 2016 regular City Council meeting. May I have a motion to approve?
I would approve those minutes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda items 12 through 31. Whoops, excuse me. 32. Okay. With the exception of 21, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments may be acted in one motion. Are there any items council wishes to bring forward?
I'd like to pull forward agenda item 32, Your Honor.
32. And Councilman Coffin, Barlow, and Councilwoman, any items? No? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem has asked that we pull forward agenda item 32.
Then I make a motion, Your Honor, to approve of consent agenda items 12 through 31 with the exception of 21. That's my motion.
Thank you very much. Well, 34 is not inclusive here. That's after.
And 32.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. And we will now hear, thank you, that carries. We'll hear agenda item 32. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
That'd be Mr.
Oh, let
Olivas.
me read it.
Okay.
But I'm clipped, so hold on, sorry. Too efficient here. This is agenda item 32, R462016, for possible action to approve a resolution supporting the transfer of fossils collected at what is now the Tule Springs Fossil Beds National Monument from the Bureau of Land Management to the National Park Services. This is all wards. Councilman.
If Mr. Olivas can talk.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. As the Mayor referenced there, that this item is a resolution supporting the transfer of fossils that were found out at the Tule Springs National Monument. They were actually transferred down to San Bernardino County. What this resolution asks is that we get those back. Now that the monument has been created, now they can transfer them back so that we can display them for our community. There are a number of jurisdictions that are passing a similar resolution, and we would ask for your favorable consideration of this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may, to invite, with your permission, Sandy Croto from the Protectors of Tule Springs to the microphone as she's working her way down here. I think the important significance of this is all jurisdictions are doing this with our work with the Natural History Museum, the National Park Service, and especially with them moving across the street to the old library. This is the right time. Our partnership with UNLV and Professor Bondi out there as well. So with that, Your Honor, Mrs. Croto.
Is this where I talk?
And if you'll announce your name just for the record, even though Mayor Pro Tem said it.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem Ross, and City Council members. My name is Sandy Croto, and I'm one of the 5 founding members and Vice President of the Protectors of Tule Springs, the Friends group that helped establish the Tule Springs Fossil Beds National Monument under the National Park Service. Our national monument with 22,650 acres in the north was one of the few bills that passed by the U.S. Congress, U.S. Senate, then signed by President Barack Obama on December 19, 2014 into law. In 2003 and to 2013, the San Bernardino County Museum removed thousands of fossils on the land, then BLM land, under the contract by the Bureau of Land Management, and taken back to San Bernardino and placed in the San Bernardino repository in their basement. Here's a picture of that basement, and in June 2015, I was part of the small team led by our interim National Park Superintendent, Vincent Santucci, to go to the San Bernardino Museum and transfer those 10,000 fossils back to Nevada into the hands of the National Park Service. These fossils were taken back to the Nevada State Museum, and some were immediately put on display in the rotunda of the museum, and the others were placed into the federal repository in the basement. This room has laboratories for the study of specimens and to provide the expanded educational opportunities for the students of Nevada. And here's a picture of us bringing them. As we brought those back, there's the display the national parks immediately had ready for some of those specimens. Here's the, can you see this?
Yes.
And here's some of the drawers at the Nevada State Museum, and here's the display in the rotunda. As protectors of Tule Springs, we are asking that the remaining fossils, and some of those fossils, when we went to get them, there was 2 11-foot tusks, heads, teeth, that were taken out of the super quarry. Those just didn't happen to be there. As protectors of Tule Springs, we're asking that the remaining fossils be transferred to the National Park Service for the opportunity for all to study the specimens from the Tule Springs beds. This also will provide a wonderful educational opportunity for the students of Nevada, UNLV, under Professor Steve Rowland and Josh Bondi.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful what you have done. It amazes me. And what about the Natural History Museum? They get it, some of these remains as well, or just the Nevada State Museum?
I'm not sure where they'll all be going, but we've been bringing out some now that are at the Natural History Museum, and Josh Bondi's bringing those out. And they also have the repository there. I was just at that repository in the new building. It's wonderful. So all of these fossils are going to be here in Nevada. Either place is wonderful. And plus, Josh Bondi's got that new lab at the Natural History Museum. That's wonderful.
They're opening. It's
Yes.
very exciting for
We're excited.
students to see that. And what about the missing pieces? How are you going about, and how is the group going about locating where those?
I think they know where they are. I think it's already been decided they're coming to Nevada. But instead of being under the BLM hands, we want them to be transferred into the hands of the National Park Service so they all can be together.
Together. Wonderful.
All
Thank you
those
for your
fossils can
work.
be together.
I mean, it's awesome.
Thank you,
To
Your
go
Honor.
and initiate this, and 22,000 acres is a mind blower.
I know. And a lot of cleanups, and thanks to Las Vegas. I don't know if you realize, but Las Vegas cleanup through Councilman Ross has come out there, and your team has just cleaned up so much at the end of Jones. You've helped us so much to make this park available for students. We're taking out Boy Scouts. I'm taking out school kids in a couple of weeks, and to some of the fossil sites.
Wonderful.
It's pretty cool
Wonderful.
stuff. And you remember, Your Honor, when you and I went out there with Professor Rowland and Professor Bondi and the National Park Service. Remember you were with us too, weren't you?
Yes.
Sandy? We took the mayor
I
out.
led that, yes.
I needed her to see it, and I needed her to feel it, so she understood the importance of it. So.
And you're all welcome to come out. I do tours. We do tours all the time between the protectors of Tule Springs and the national parks.
Awesome.
So it is wonderful.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Your Honor. I
So
would
can we
move.
have a motion to approve?
I would.
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for coming. Thank you, Mayor. The issue has been in front of my eyes for 20 years, I would say, at the legislature through who I call Jungle Jim and Jane, Helen and Harry Mortensen. When
Absolutely.
Harry served with me, I was privileged to be his colleague, and frankly, I didn't know what the heck they were talking about. I just couldn't conceive of what it was that and then I went out there and I thought, you're right, there is stuff here. And then when I found out that so much of it was in San Bernardino, I think under the auspices of the University of California, is that?
No, I think it was just under the BLM contracted the San Bernardino Museum,
Okay,
and they
so San
took it back to
Bernardino.
the
And
San Bernardino
I'm
Museum.
thrilled that we have no trouble getting it back, and that we should really thank San Bernardino
Oh, they did a
officially
wonderful
for
job.
their custodianship, their stewardship of these old bones. I personally will donate my own. However, I hope they stay here. In any event, congratulations to all of you.
And thank you, because if it wasn't for Helen Mortensen, listen, her Hummer and my Jeep taking out people from day one out there since we discovered this, that this is an important place to save. I'm a real estate agent. This land was important. It was important for Vegas. It was important for our country and the world.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And future generations for sure. Thank
And
you
Mayor,
so
if
much.
I just
Yes.
might, we need to let more people within the city be more aware of what's out there. And when we built the new Garside pool, we based the theme on that. and Helen came out, and we were trying to spread the information, and I think she's still doing that in the schools, right?
Yes, and she's the president of the Ice Age Park Foundation, which I'm a
Yes.
board member too.
Yes, yes. It's just tremendous what all of you have done. It's just really great.
Well, the school kids, you know, in Las Vegas are doing the Mammoth Penny Push. And that's for every bit of that money. It was like $36,000. All the students brought in little buckets of pennies, and that all went to our monument. And through the Protectors of Tule Springs, 100% went. We've already gotten a trailer, and that trailer is full of items for cleaning up trash. Two of the those monument, you know, when you go to the monument, you see their little pictures and stuff. What are those called when you walk up to a trailhead and you see the signs?
The kiosks.
Kiosks. I'm sorry, I could slip my mind. 2 of them will are provided by that money too. From the schools, the kids.
It's an exciting time in the city of Las Vegas, and with that, I will robustly move to approve agenda item 32.
Thank you very
Sandy.
much, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you so much. Please vote and please post. And of course, unanimously carried.
Your Honor, before we move
Yes,
on, if I could
please.
interrupt. On that item. Oh, I'm sorry. The city attorney wants to speak.
Yeah. If I could just speak for one moment, Your Honor. When we held items in abeyance earlier, there was an omission on the request to hold item number 37 in abeyance. That's bill number 2016-64. I think the record should reflect that it's not until the next meeting. That is to December 21st. If anybody has any objection, we need to recall it, but if you don't...
No, I'm sorry, that's my fault, Mr. Jervik. Your Honor, if I may recall agenda item 37, that's my motion.
Yes, please. There's a motion for recall. Please vote. Agenda item 37.
You can't do, or can I just fix it for the record?
Okay.
Your Honor, on agenda item 37, bill number 2016-64, staff has requested that be obeyed till the December 21st, 2016 meeting. That should have been put on the record. Thank you, Mr. Jervik.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, please.
What I was going to say, I'm sorry the lady left, was the protagonist for this thing. I just want to say I really believe that the first investment they need to make probably has to be privately done, or you'd never get it done by the government in time, is to establish a system of monitoring cameras at a lot of places out there. They could be solar powered and monitored through applications that send it right to people's homes or phones, because as the publicity of this gets larger, I think damage will result and theft will result. There will be the usual bums who will go out there and drink, and they've been doing it for a couple of generations, but now they'll do damage because they know there's something there. And also, people steal things. They just love to have them at home. So I really want to make sure that we encourage people to begin to set up monitoring systems. They have to protect it.
Very important point.
They can't hire 100 cops to do it.
So how do we communicate that?
Thank you, Councilman. And through you, Mayor, I think the Park Service is certainly gearing up. They do have some money appropriated, I think, in this next budget. They did get an extra officer. As Mrs. Croto alluded to, the city of Las Vegas has really gone the extra mile. Jerry Walker and his crews doing the cleanups out there, and they've picked up tons and tons of trash. I think we're going to have to rely on the public as well, the people who live out in that area, to keep their eyes open. I say that a lot to constituents in Ward 6. They need their eyes on things so we can, stop things from going on or fix things. But that would be a costly endeavor. I know that's
Well,
probably...
we should invite North Las Vegas to participate as well.
Certainly, because the park goes into North Las Vegas across the border, and I know Mayor Lee was adamant about that
Yes.
occurring. Because,
Well, it's almost 20 miles long,
Yeah.
Steve, and yet it's so narrow. You can monitor the egress and ingress, the typical stuff, with cameras, and you may not be able to stop somebody at that moment, but you will know who it was. You'll have a visual, maybe even a license plate. I just think that kind of stuff can be done cheaply, and it has to be done by thinking free people, instead of those hampered by governmental regulations and budgets.
Yes, absolutely. And through you again, Your Honor. Councilman, I do sit on the Secretary of the Interior's steering committee on Tule Springs National Monument. So that being said, that will probably be a huge topic of discussion on how we monitor and continue to protect the assets out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very good point. Yes, Councilwoman.
I was just going to say, Steve, that, you know, we have the park ambassadors who sometimes organize watching, and you might just have your own park ambassadors for Tule Springs. You were talking about getting the public,
Yeah, that's
people, the
brilliant.
people that live near there,
Yeah.
they could form together and maybe set up times they can go make the check-throughs.
Absolutely.
That might be a good idea.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 33. Discussion for possible action regarding activating and operating a temporary program by which fines for qualifying parking infractions may be paid by means of a donation of children's toys in lieu of payment of money pursuant to LVMC 1110.150, all wards. Ms. Strong, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. With me today is Parking Services Manager Brandy Stanley. I'm going to turn it over to Brandy, but in the spirit of economic development, I may have found sitting in our audience our first customer for this new pilot program who may be incurring a citation as a result of parking for today's meeting. So should you proceed, we may have our first customer. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Stanley.
Thank you, Bill. For the record, Brandy Stanley, Parking Services Manager for the City of Las Vegas. This council back in July of 2016 did pass a municipal code that allows the city to activate a program no more than twice a year, which will allow donations in lieu of parking fines. So that ordinance also requires that we come back to council every time that program is activated and seek permission. So that's what we're here to do today. And we are looking to ask you guys to approve a program to take toy donations in lieu of parking ticket fines. And those donations will go to a local organization called Safe Nest, who provides domestic violence services in the Las Vegas area. They've been around for a very long time. If the council would indulge us, Hannah Brooke, who is the Director of Community and Donor Relations for Safe Nest, would very much like to come up and say just a few words about the organization.
Yes, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Hannah Brooke. I am Director of Community and Donor Relations for Safe Nest, a domestic violence shelter here in Las Vegas. We've been around since 1977. Last year alone, we helped over 50,000 victims of domestic violence through our hotline, advocacy, and counseling services. Currently, our shelter houses 81 victims, and that is of women and children. We have anywhere from 20 to 30 children on any given month, and many times it is the very first time that they feel safe in their lifetime. And so we do ask everyone to consider passing this, because even though it's just a short span of time, it can make a lifetime of difference for all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for what you do. I know this is a very significant endeavor that you're involved in, and knowing it's been there since '77, I remember its early years. So
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Any comments? I'm going to ask Councilman Anthony or Beer, since you were the promoters.
Let's try it. Move approval.
Okay. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
And what is the process through which you are parking for applicants for future contributions? What's the process to let the public know that if they want to be recipients of this benevolent act?
We're sort of working that out, but what we did in this particular case is we we solicited interest from a number of local firms, and Safe Nest called us back and was very, very excited about the opportunity. For the next one, probably next year sometime, we anticipate doing the same thing, depending on what we're going to take, whether it's food or school supplies or toys. Again, we will make contact with any local charities that might be interested in being the recipient and see who responds. and we'll make a decision from there.
And will that be posted, that process, on our internet website?
We can certainly do that, yes.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Okay.
How much did you collect so far? How much has been collected so far?
We haven't collected anything because we needed this decision to move forward with the program. So hopefully we'll get some donations very soon.
And you're going to put signage out front on your parking
We are.
facility?
Yes, we are, and we're also going to put little flyers inside the tickets that we issue between now and the end of the month to let people know that they're able to resolve the ticket by a donation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, agenda item 34 has been stricken, so we are on to agenda item 35, which is boards and commissions. So for possible action, City of Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee, the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, R. Brandon Sprague, Category C, term expiration December 3rd, 2017, has resigned. Mr. Sprague has served in Category C development business community, architect, developer, or contractor, active in building or developing projects in the RDA, has resigned. The council must appoint a new representative to fill the unexpired term of the Category C member, therefore meaning they must have the education skills of the architect, developer, or contractor. Councilman Barlow, I understand you have a recommendation.
I do, Mayor, and thank you so very much. My recommendation would be for the appointment of Mr. Stephen Clark, who is an architect and also a professor at UNLV for the UNLV Design Center, who helped the City of Las Vegas in my office with the 100 plan that has been implemented and merged with the 2035 plan for the downtown Centennial in the City of Las Vegas. And I believe his service to this community and this board would be paramount to the movement of the future movement of where we're trying to go as a city, and his breadth of knowledge that he brings to the table would be something that I'm pretty sure we all will be very proud of. And so that would be my recommendation at this time.
And I'm assuming you have gone ahead, Councilman, and contacted him, and he accepted that.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Clark is here. If you come forward, Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, if you can just spend a few seconds sharing with the mayor and council your background.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Stephen Clark. Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephen Clark. I am a registered landscape architect in Canada, and I've been at UNLV now, School of Architecture, for 5 years. I've been serving as a director of the UNLV Downtown Design Center, located at your most beautiful historic 5th Street School. I always say I have the best office in the city.
Yes.
And I've been there since 2014. And it's been my pleasure to work with Councilman and his staff in the historic West Side. It's been an incredible experience meeting the residents and getting to know the stakeholders of the neighborhood, and listening to what they have to or what they liked in their community. So, and again, being located in the historic West Side School, it's where I work downtown, and revitalization for the downtown is absolutely important. So I feel it's an honor and privilege to be able to stand in front of you and be nominated for this position.
Wonderful. Well, we're very excited that you've accepted. I am assuming you have accepted this nomination.
Graciously.
Wonderful. So your motion?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you
for the future. Appreciate it. Okay, agenda item 36 for possible action, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Angela Eliason, term expiration April 15th, 2018, has resigned. Ms. Eliason, as a representative of Ward 2, and has recently resigned, Ward 2 then must appoint a new member to fulfill that unexpired term. And Councilman Beers, I understand you have a recommendation.
I do, Your Honor. I don't see Mike Henley in the audience. I see Mike about every other weekend because he runs one of the cash registers at the PetSmart in Ward 2, as well as lives in Ward 2. as well as a former director of the Parks and Recreation Department for the city of North Las Vegas, and of course, for about a gazillion years prior to that, a esteemed sports writer for the local newspaper. And that is who I would like to appoint to our Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission.
And I gather he has accepted your nomination?
Yeah.
That's enthusiastic.
He argued with me a little bit, but I told him it was important.
Good.
You know, Your Honor,
Yes, please.
I'd like to second that nomination. I've known Mike Kinley for at least 30, 35 years, since he was a young sports writer at the Review-Journal. He did a lot of fun. This guy will really light up the commission. He's an idea-a-minute guy, so it will definitely shake up the place some. So I think
Well,
he's
that
a good
sounds
nomination.
All right, there's a motion and
Well,
a
wait a
second.
minute,
Please
Mayor.
vote.
If he's going to do that, then I'm going to third it, because I know Mike very well. And he is sharp, and he does move well, and he'll be great.
Okay, anybody want a fourth or fifth it?
We're all in.
Everybody's all in? I do not know the gentleman, so I cannot make it a unanimity here on
I'm trusting
being
the
the
judgment
sixth
of
and
Councilman.
I will also. All right, there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Yeah, it's the trust of our council members, Your Honor.
Yes. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. He will be notified as well. Agenda item 37 has been obeyed to the 21st of December. Agenda item 38, recommending bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-66. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Number 2016-66, an order to extend the boundaries of the city, to line be annexed, and to make it happen with laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 38. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 39, bill number 2016-67. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill 2016-67, an order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make it happen with the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 39. Please vote and please post. The motion carries. Agenda item 40, bill number 2016-68. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2016-68, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to describe the land to be annexed, to make it happen with laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 40. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. On the final one in this, wrong. Yes. 41, bill number 2016-69. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you,
Please.
Councilman. Bill 2016-69, an ordinance providing for the issuance of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, of its general obligation, limited tax, medium term, various purpose bonds, Series 2016D, and the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $40 million for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, improving, and equipping recreational projects, and refunding certain outstanding obligations, providing details concerning the bonds, the project, and general tax proceeds, and providing other matters relating thereto.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 41. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 42, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Bills number 42 to 44, bills number 2016-57, 2016-58, and 2016-70 will be heard at a later meeting. There are no new bills. This morning's session of the City Council is in recess, and we will restart at 1 p.m. And our city manager, you make it just go right back out. We're in recess. Okay, everyone, it is not high noon, it is 1 o'clock. And so we are ready to move on. We are starting with agenda item 45. We are. For possible action, any items that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
There are none, Your Honor.
And we have an announcement regarding items 101 through 104. We have received a request by the applicant to withdraw these items without prejudice, but because the items were noticed as not to be heard before 3 p.m., we will wait to vote on that request after 3 p.m. It will not be acted upon at this time. So Mayor Pro Tem said we have nothing, and we will move on to 46. Public hearing and discussion for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and reduction of fees totaling $6,647.41 in out-of-pocket costs and $39,150 in civil penalties for a total of $45,797.41 recorded against the property located at 1800 Birch Street. Property owner PODOSAHO LLC in Ward 1, and with Councilwoman Tarkanian. So public hearing I declare open, and time is to Zuna.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Code Enforcement Supervisor Vicky Ozuna. The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by the property owner PODOSAHO LLC. The property is located at 1800 Birch Street, which is located in the area of Rancho and Sahara, zip code 89102. The current property owner purchased the property from foreclosure auction on May 5th, 2016 for approximately $111,000. This property has had 3 code enforcement cases that have outstanding fees and penalties that were assessed against the property's prior owner, Robert Eddy. The cases occurred from June 2013 through September 2015. 2 of these cases were abatements that were completed to secure and remove all refuse and waste from the property. The total out-of-pocket costs outstanding are $6,647.41, and outstanding civil penalties are $39,150 for a total of $45,797.41. The current valuation of this property on Zillow.com is $200,000, and the property is currently up for sale for $240,000. Staff recommends denial of this waiver request.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, welcome, and if you would announce who you are.
Sure, thank you. Brent Ellison and Robert Beckett appearing on behalf of applicant Podoseo LLC. I also have the managing member of Podoseo, Daniel Reynolds, present with me. We've requested a waiver, reduction in the fines and fees that have been assessed against this property. Mr. Reynolds, or I should say Podoseo LLC, purchased this property in May of this year. The fines and assessments that were levied against the property were levied against the property prior to the acquisition date. They were levied against the property based upon issues concerning the condition that the property was in prior to the time of purchase. My client went in, invested substantial time, effort, and expense in refurbishing the property, addressed each of the issues that the fines were assessed for, removed vagrants that were sleeping in the property at the time of acquisition, and has brought the property up where it's in a good condition. And he's in a position currently where he's wanting to sell this property. However, the one aspect or issue that's holding up that sale is the fines that have been levied against the property. My client was not aware of the fact that there was such substantial liens that were recorded against the property prior to acquisition, and unless we can hopefully get a waiver or at least a substantial reduction of those fine amounts, the sale will not be permitted to go through.
Thank you very much. Anything, Mr. Perigo, to add here? It's all Ms. Ozuna.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That would be Mrs. Ozuna.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this property, please come forward, state your name, and gentlemen, you can just have a seat in the front row or stand by. Please come to the microphone, state your name.
Go ahead, Dan.
I really don't know where to begin. Obviously, I'm the
name.
owner of the property.
And name?
Podoseo LLC, Dan Reynolds.
I can let the council know that I'm going to stand next to Dan. He's working by way of a cochlear implant, so if he doesn't hear, I was going to just help him a little bit.
Thank you very much.
What we do is we buy these old properties, and then we fix them up, and then we sell them. That's what we do. I'm born and raised in Las Vegas, and I specifically like the greater Las Vegas area. We grew up in Twin Lakes. So I target these homes. I find them, and I want to keep them original and as best as possible and rehab them. And this, that amount of money actually takes me out of working. I don't know how to say it other than that, meaning I can't sell this house and move on to buy another property. That's basically what I do for a living. So I just wanted to make sure that, and it was, I put $62,000 into that property. I just want to make sure that you know that. That's what I have to say. I hope.
Okay, thank you. What high school?
What high school did you go to?
Western.
Okay, wonderful, thank you very much. Okay, Twin Lakes. Okay.
Good.
Okay. Please, public comment, and do state your name as you address this property.
I'm Lisa Weatherman, and I'm Thomas Mueller's realtor. I represent him. I'm really here for moral support, and I should just say that this house was a mess, and my buyer wants to buy the house. That corner, pardon me, this is Thomas Mueller. That corner was in complete disrepair, and now it looks fantastic. And the neighborhood is great, and it's where my buyer wants to live. And we've been dealing with this for many months, and it just makes sense to release a lot of the liens and move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Thomas Mueller. I have recently moved back to Las Vegas to work in my family business. I grew up here. I went to Bishop Gorman, and a lot of my friends and family live in many of the adjacent neighborhoods around that area. I would love the opportunity to be able to purchase this house from Dan and move forward and start my family and live a very happy life.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
And you have with you?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, Shelley Walters, President of the Glen Heather Neighborhood Association. And I just would really like to see somebody in that house. It's been vacant for 3 years because of a death. I sent a letter to Councilwoman Tarkanian explaining the whole history of the house. I probably don't need to do that right now, but he died without a will. The house was empty for 3 years. We as a neighborhood tried to clean it up. We got out there with weed whackers. We tried to keep it clean. We tried to keep the people from breaking in. And, we got to a point where we couldn't do it anymore. So we asked for your help to come in and take care of some of those problems for us. And the civil penalties obviously were assessed to the homeowner who was deceased. And so, I don't know, we would just love to see that house because it was a third-generation property. We would love to see a new family move in and become part of our wonderful neighborhood. And if you could reduce any of those penalties, we would really appreciate it.
Nicely said.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sir?
Hello, I'm Nicholas Bennett. I live at 2116 Kirkland, 4 houses from Dan's property, and I've known Thomas for over 20 years. Both went to Gorman, and I've lived in the neighborhood since 2009, and the property before was not taken care of because the owner was very old and his family didn't help him out. So the neighborhood would come and help him, and if we can get the penalties reduced or eliminated, that'll help Thomas to move into the neighborhood, and I've seen the plans, what he wants to do with the house. It's going to look great, but hopefully that can happen, so thank you.
Thank you for your support. Anyone else on this particular property?
I have nothing further to say. I'm just stepping back up here.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin, you must be thrilled.
Well, I have questions.
Two
Not mine,
alumni
no,
right there.
this is in Ward 2, so, or Ward 1, I'm sorry.
Ward 1, but I know they're Gorman grads, so therefore.
Well,
says
it might be
something to
closer
you.
than that. Mr. Mueller, get back up here.
Please.
I just want to know something. Was your grandfather George Mueller, the dentist?
No, my family's from Kansas.
You have to be at the microphone.
Oh, sorry. No, my family's from Kansas, and we've been in Las Vegas for about 30 years now.
So Tom Mueller's not your father?
No, but Dorothy with her red shoes is a relative.
Just wanted to know. I'm just curious because George Mueller was a dentist with the slowest and hottest drill there ever was. And it was like out of a W.C. Fields skit. I'm glad you aren't the grandson. Thank
I'd
you.
rather have Dorothy.
Okay.
There is another Tom Mueller in town, but that's...
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're forgiven.
Gorman,
You are
1961.
Gorman guys. The
Did you hear
Gales
that?
go.
Gorman, 1961.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He wasn't even a breath of air at that time. Okay, thank you very much for coming forward. So I have closed public hearing, and Councilwoman, please.
First of all, Vicki, I don't understand why, and I know it's not your fault, but did they not know the liens on the property?
They should have known. They were recorded against the property. They may not have done their due diligence and investigated what liens were recorded against the property before they purchased it.
As you're purchasing these properties that you want to improve upon and then sell, are you not getting the experience to be sure to look at where there are
Half those liens that.
monies and liens and all that? Because at one time, I was very concerned. I was afraid that it was not there for the buyer to see, which would be extremely unfair. But then, Vicki, do you want me to speak more slowly?
Yeah, because if I need to help him. He's got a cochlear.
He has a cochlear implant.
Yeah,
Has
we
he
just
had his
probably-
lessons yet in using the cochlear implant?
He's still progressing through the program. It takes a while.
I get my surgery next Monday for my second one, so right now everybody sounds like an android. And so I got this one done in March, and then I get the other one done on the 21st of this month, so.
Okay, I understand the cochlear implants, so I understand the situation you're in. So I'm going to talk to you in case you have to share.
Okay.
I was very concerned that buyers would not have the information as to liens, because that was extremely unfair to the buyers. I am now told by Vicki, however, that the buyers have the information available when they purchase. So then I'm wondering why you didn't know that you had all those liens on it.
Some of those liens were recorded in July of this year. I own the property on April 24th, and so there was like $25,000 worth of liens that all of a sudden hit that in July. And
Councilwoman, if I can explain, the first abatement we completed in 2014 of October, the liens were recorded for the out-of-pocket costs on March 21st, 2015, and the civil penalties, unfortunately, due to NRS, we have to wait until the notice and order has been recorded for a year before we can assess or record the civil penalties against the property. So the civil penalties for the first case were recorded in May of 2012, 2015. On the second case that was completed in September 2015, the lien for the out-of-pocket costs was recorded in November 2nd, 2015, and he is correct, the $19,500 was recorded in November 5th, 2016, but the first lien on the out-of-pocket costs refers back to and it states on there that the $19,500 will be recorded and what day it's going to be recorded on as an additional amount to the out-of-pocket costs. So there is notification, It's already recorded when the first lien is recorded on the property.
Well, my concern is not just for him, but for everybody who comes before us, that they do see it before they're, charged it, that before they buy into it?
The information is out there. They should be.
Well, is it out there on what they get when they buy?
Yes.
How about if we say, we have to have the hard costs covered? The hard costs have to be covered, and we have the liens. We cut in half the amount of the liens.
What did she say?
I think you mean the civil penalties?
I meant the civil penalties, I apologize. I meant the civil penalties.
So 50% of the civil penalties would be $19,500, which is basically one civil penalty for one of the liens.
So we would then be eliminating almost $20,000 of liens.
And just for the sake of clarity too, this house was purchased at an auction sale prior to the acquisition date. He went through and reviewed any recordations against the property to see if there were any active liens. Obviously, he was only aware, or the entity, I should say, was only aware of the liens which had been recorded at that time against the property.
Okay.
And again, on that lien that is filed for the out-of-pocket costs, and I could show council a copy of it, the civil penalties are spelled out in that lien and what date they're going to be recorded. The amounts still apply. So there's a copy. Sorry, they're going to put that on the overhead.
Oh, yeah. Brent.
I know.
She's got it right there.
So I put it on the overhead. It's on this bottom line right here. It says, note, the code enforcement hearing officer ordered the above civil penalties in the amount of $19,500 to be assessed against the property by recording the lien of assessment on or after June 20th, 2016. And again, that's because the NRS requires us to hold off the recording of the civil penalties for a year. I don't know what the reasoning behind that was, but it's one of the things we're going to ask to be addressed at the upcoming legislation.
So let me just get this in my mind straight. You paid $111,000 for the home.
And I put $62,000 in
And you
it.
put $62,000 into it. You're selling it for $240,000? No, you're not.
I'm in escrow for $220,000.
$220,000.
7% fees on the $220,000 to close escrow is $15,000, so that really means $205,000. I have $173,000 in it, which means, yes, that's $32,000 that I'm making, and less whatever comes from here. Do you follow me, ma'am?
I followed you a little bit, not all the way. Could you just repeat that, please?
I'm in it $173,000. It's in escrow for $220,000. There's $15,000 worth of closing costs that I'll be paying. That brings it down to $205,000. $205,000 minus the $173,000 is $32,000. And then, so there'll be $32,000 potential profit if I didn't have any liens at all. We have liens, so that's where we're at.
This wasn't too good a buy for you.
What?
She said this wasn't too good.
I'm going to back up on you here, Vicki. I think you're saying you're only going to make $32,000 profit? What did you say?
It would
Yes,
be $32,000 if I had no liens.
If you have no liens, well, you have to pay some of those liens, and those are the hard costs. There's no way out of that. And so that leaves how much? You have to pay the $6,647.41.
Okay.
And I was going to make the motion to take away 50% of the other part, not the hard costs. The civil penalties, yes. And that's still $18,000 that he owes. You don't like that, do you? I could see everybody like that. I'm looking up to the right, except for Beers. He's into Badlands. Okay. I'm going to do it. I'll just fold like the rest do here. because we have hearts up here. That's what it is. But 90% of the liens. I'm sorry, civil penalties. It's in my mind, liens, and it won't leave it. It's
Your Honor.
because I've been in the Badlands all lunch hour.
So the hard costs, through the mayor, of course, to you, Councilwoman, the hard costs and only 10% of the civil penalties. Is that what you
Yes.
mean? So you're waiving 90% of the civil penalties?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think I just need that clarification.
Can we do that, Vicki?
So that would break down to $6,647.41 for the out-of-pocket costs, $3,915 for the civil penalties.
Which
for a
added
total
together.
For a total of $10,562.41.
Which is almost eliminating the civil penalties. Okay? I think that's a good deal.
We greatly appreciate that. I mean, as we communicated earlier, I mean, we think that the efforts that he's put in, not even factoring the monetary costs or benefit to the neighborhood, have addressed the issues that the prior civil fines were imposed for. So we appreciate that.
Well, he wasn't involved in the problems that caused the civil penalties. That's number one. Number two, I've been by that house twice to look at it, and it does look 1,000% better than it did before. But I would ask you, please, the next time you're going to do this with the house, please be sure that you look up all types of civil penalties that might be on it.
I've learned a great deal.
Good, good, that's it. As long as we learn, that's the key thing. So that's my motion, and that
And
is...
how about the payment time? You're going to give them how
Can we
long
ask
to
that
pay it
it's
off?
paid within 30 days?
Yes, it would need to be paid within 30 days. I believe you're selling the house quickly, aren't you?
They want it paid within 30 days.
I can pay it right now.
Good, good. I'm sure somebody's out there from the city that will take a check quickly.
I've
That
got a
would
check
be-
with me.
Okay, good. If you would pay that today.
Pay it today.
Yeah.
Okay. And so after I make my motion, if you just stay a second longer, I want to ask a question. But my motion would be that 10% of the civil penalties and the full cost of our hard costs.
Okay. Thank you.
The mayor says, because she has a kind heart, and I hope I have a kind heart too. And I look down here, other than Bob Beers, who's still looking at Badlands, and I look down the other way, we all have such kind hearts up here. If Vicki's going to have a heart attack, however, I will take off another 1,000 because it's almost Thanksgiving. Now, let me tell you, also this young man that is buying the house, vouched for by the staunch neighborhoods of McNeil and Glen Heather, he deserves a Thanksgiving part of that too. So I just want to say it's not just your Thanksgiving gift, it's his Thanksgiving gift too. Okay?
Okay, thank
So
you.
if we could- there's a motion.
If we could, for the record, Mayor, if Vicki could just announce that new number?
So the new numbers are $6,647.41 for the out-of-pocket costs, and the civil penalties are being reduced down to $2,915 for a total of $9,562.41 to be paid within 30 days.
For a total of, your total, you announced how much?
The total?
Yes.
$9,562.41.
Okay, and that's your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay,
And you
there's a
have a
motion.
check you're paying quickly, so that usually gets some compensation.
As long as it doesn't bounce.
So that is my motion. Yes, don't
Okay.
let it bounce. Okay.
There's a motion, please vote. Our city manager's ready to crawl under the table. But
Well, it's Vicki that I'm worried about because she does such hard work collecting all these figures. And it's just that I feel this was not your fault, and I know the difficulty you have in doing some things. With the cochlear implant, all I want to tell you is be sure you have a good speech pathologist that's working with you on the use of that cochlear implant.
They're mapping me, you know, they do the
Yes.
mappings every 2 weeks, so I get a tune-up every 2 weeks on this one, and then Well, I'm just happy to hear, I have to say something, that it was pretty, I was losing my speech before last February when they did the surgery, you know? So I'm really, things are really different now because of that cochlear.
And soon it's going to be so wonderful for you. And I just might mention for the audience that at one time when I entered the field and I was working with individuals with severe hearing losses, they had to wear a very heavy piece of equipment. And now look, it's, you can't see a hearing aid, and you see, yeah, you can just see that little part in the back. And that, all of that came from our mission into space. All of that making the materials so tiny that we could use them in aids, and then moving to the cochlear implant came because of that. So from everything we do, we learn. And I hope you feel good about what you've done with the house. I hope the new owner is very happy there. In that whole neighborhood, you know, we love second and third, fourth, fifth generations. Okay. So thank you very much. Did we calculate the vote on my motion? It passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mrs. Zuna. Okay. She works hard. All right, so agenda items 47 through 54 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So, are you laughing so hard,
I am.
Brian?
I'm laughing so hard, I'm crying.
So I will read these, and hopefully, council, if you have anything to pull, let me know. Agenda item 47 EOT 66936, applicant owner 1205 East Sahara Avenue LLC, on a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 1243 East Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. 48 RQR 65190, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Meckelhose Survivors Trust, on a required review of an approved special use permit U 0006-90 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1535 Northeastern Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, also Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 49 RQR 65192, applicant owner LWH Properties LLC, on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0029-87 for 75-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2421 Stewart Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, also Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 50, RQR 65194, applicant CBS Outdoor, owner Sahara Rancho Office Center LLC, and a required review of an approved variance V0154-94, which allowed a 90-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2320 South Rancho. This is C1 Limited Commercial in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Then number 51, VAC 66477, applicant owner 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC, and a request for a petition to vacate portions of two 20-foot wide public alleys generally located north of Fremont between Main and 1st Street, Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. And agenda item number 52, VAC 66109, applicant owner Pacific Healthcare 123, or Roman numeral 3 LLC, and a request for a petition to vacate the excess public right-of-way commonly known as East Side Riley Street, approximately 550 feet south of Rome Boulevard, Ward 6 with Councilman Coffin. And 53 VAC 66478, applicant owner South Segiv Hotel Co., Inc., on a request for a petition to vacate a portion of a 20-foot wide public alley generally located south of Fremont Street, east of Main and Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And number 54, VAC 664 8589, applicant owner MS Northwest Land Company, LLC, on a request for a petition to vacate the west half of Doble Brook Trail south of Durrell Lane, Ward 6, with Councilman Councilman Ross, Ward 6. All items are recommended for approval by staff. Items 51 through 54 are recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. All items are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on items 47 through 54? Okay, seeing none, close public hearings and turn. Is there any commentary from our planning department?
Everything's in order.
Way to go, Mayor Pro Tem.
Your Honor, I move to approve agenda items 47 through 54.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda items 47 through 54. Please vote.
And Madam
And
Mayor,
please
if I
vote
might say
yes.
something, I didn't want to pull it, it doesn't take any attention, but on number 50, so individuals will understand, this is not a new sign. I had a lot of calls come in. I just want those who live in the area who had concern. This is not a new sign. It's just being moved further back. That's all.
Oh, that's nice. Good. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes,
Same,
Councilman Coffin.
same request, and that is that nothing to do with, no objections. I voted for this, but on 53, I want to congratulate the owners of the Salsaggy because essentially that's not Salsaggy anymore, Golden Gate, but it's important to know that this is a portion of our work that we're doing to try to encourage owners of the property downtown to increase the size of their footprints so that downtown Las Vegas can have larger establishments, and that hopefully it will allow for creation of more resort-like conditions to make downtown a better place to visit for longer terms. And I think that it's just not gambling and grind joints down there, but a place to spend some time. So that's what we're doing, and 51 also the same thing. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Now we'll move on to agenda item 55, SUP 63568, a public hearing. Applicant owner Mei Ling Chen Pan. Possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 492-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 2105 Bonnie Bray Avenue. This is APN 16204-310-018 R1 single family residential zone. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission and staff represent denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? I am going to turn to planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposed short-term rental, residential rental use will not be compatible within the surrounding uses due to the existing similar uses that are currently licensed within 660 feet from the proposed subject property. Therefore, staff recommends denial.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to speak from the public, please come forward, state your name for the record. I'm going to close public hearing. Councilwoman.
This relates to the short-term rental, which I think we're going to change. I hope we get it on the agenda soon, because one of the problems is that there's well, as it says, the distance, but these people can't come in with an SUP, and we have told them that they can come in and seek this at a later date when perhaps the problem of having about 4 or 5 of these close together in that area will be gone. If I deny this now, though, I can deny it without prejudice, and then can they come back as soon as that other ordinance is finished?
Yes.
So then I deny without prejudice so that they can come back after the other ordinance
I'm
is
sorry.
heard by this.
If you deny it, they can't come back for a year. It's only withdrawal without prejudice. So if you deny it, it can't come back for a
So
year.
they have to withdraw it.
They'd have to withdraw it, or you could strike it.
Yeah.
Maybe the director could give us some direction with regard to that.
So if I strike it, can they come back then in less than a year?
If you strike it, they could file a new application and come back at any time.
But then they have to pay the money over
They'd have to pay the
again.
money again.
So what's the best way for them without having to pay the money? They've been very
You'd have to
patient.
table it for a date certain, if you'd like to do that, and it would come back.
Yeah, well, they didn't come because we told them what we were going to do. We probably should have had them come so they could have asked for the withdrawal. When is that ordinance going to be heard? Come on,
Councilwoman,
legal.
could I make a suggestion? Maybe we just obey this item for 2 weeks. All we need is a letter from the applicant withdrawing. Then you guys could accept the withdrawal at the next meeting while we're working on the text amendment, and then when the text amendment's complete, they could come back in and reapply. Could we do that?
I would do that. I will obey this item for 2 weeks. Will that work okay? I noticed the
That's fine.
legal.
Just need a letter from them. They'll still need to pay the fee when they come back, though. Once they withdraw, they'll have to fill in a new application and pay a new fee.
They still have to do a new fee?
Yeah.
If Councilwoman obeys it for a month, and we deal with this that time, meanwhile, you have everything in place, maybe Councilwoman might be in a position to move forward on the application.
I think if what we're trying to do is keep their application alive until council considers the ordinance that the councilwoman is discussing, which isn't currently on your agenda, right? So we've got at least a month. So if we want to do that, then I would suggest we take Mr. Scott's suggestion, which is table the item, which keeps it alive, and then Councilwoman, once the text amendment is complete, there's some final conclusion from council, you can ask that it be brought back for council consideration. Then we're not on a time certain. It basically is in your hands to come back. You just put it on the table today, and then you can bring it back once the ordinance is complete.
Thank you.
Will that work?
And let's go to Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to add one point of clarification. As Ms. Fretwell said, that will work just fine. If at the end of 6 months it's not brought off the table, then it would have to come back as a new application. They would pay the entire fee. When it's brought off the table, there will be a $500 notification fee, but that's probably still the cleanest way to accomplish what it sounds like you'd like to do.
I just want to hear this after the ordinance that's proposed is heard, yes or no, then I'll know the direction. These are good people, and I want to help them, but I don't want to do it at the expense of having so many short-term rentals there, and some are there that are significantly a problem. And then they'll have to come for the SUP, and then maybe we can work it better.
So, Councilwoman, with that being said, you have two options. Either you can table it now, and then it'll be brought back when the ordinance is approved by you, or you can table it, or you can.
You could obey it to a date certain, but
I'm sorry.
if
You
you
can
obey
obey
it
it to a date certain. Sorry.
If you obey it to a date certain, you may or may not be done.
Correct.
And you couldn't bring it back earlier. So if you table it, you can bring it back as soon as the ordinance is complete.
All right. That's what I'm going to do. My motion is to table it, and then I intend to bring it back once the ordinance is finished.
And you're going to write a letter in support to move the ordinance forward or brought to council.
Well, we will work with the city attorney's office to ensure that the request that the councilwoman made a month or more ago.
I think more.
Like 3 maybe.
3 months.
To find out where that is in the process, to try and get that on a council agenda prior to the 6-month timeout on the table motion, okay? So that'll be our goal, to get this done within 6 months.
And one last thing, listening to Mr. Perigo, there will be a $500 fee to the applicant when it comes back after being tabled.
A notification fee, and the text amendment is drafted. It's going through final review, and it should be ready pretty quickly.
So that you can tell them there's that.
All right. And then we'll give that information to them.
Okay. So there was a motion made to table, and if you'll please vote once you're able to, and then please post. And that motion passes. Thank you very much. Agenda items 56 and 57. SUP 65287, a request for a special use permit for a 14-story mixed-use development including 33,396 square feet of commercial space and 458 residential units. Number 57, SDR 65288, on a request for a site development plan to review for a 14-story mixed-use development including 33,396 square feet of commercial space, 458 residential units, with waivers of downtown Centennial Plan architectural standards. The applicant owner is 900-932 Casino Center, LLC, 1.25 acres at the southwest corner, Casino Center Boulevard and Hoover Avenue, R4 high-density residential and C2 general commercial zones. Proposed C1 limited commercial zone. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on both items. These are in Ward 3 of the Councilman Coffin, are public hearing items, which I declare open as the applicant or representatives present. Gentlemen?
Before we start, I'm wearing pink in honor of the Real Men Wear Pink Breast Awareness Cancer. They're holding a function tomorrow at the MGM. Cocktails starting at 6 p.m.
Thank you.
So all aware.
And your name with your pink.
Kevin Plensner. We're with the development company that's building this, and I'm a real man.
Thank you. And the gentleman with you?
Pete Peterson, architect of record and also president of New Horizons Nevada, a nonprofit organization to develop and provide affordable housing for our senior community.
Wonderful. Okay, do you want to describe this to us?
Yes, we were working with planning. We were making some changes. He had to go out of town on family business. Things got delayed, but then we looked at it. We would consider a condition, I guess we did submit the renderings, the changes that were discussed with planning, suggested. We did change them, put it to their standards that were acceptable for the reasons for denial. So we feel we've performed. There was delays in getting it to them. But we feel we've met all their conditions. We are willing to set a condition that we add another floor of parking. And also if we change some of the parking spaces to the compact car, that will add additional spaces. So that with all that, if we add an extra floor, we'll have 508 spaces. There's 458 units. With the compact spaces, that should add more. I think there's more than compensates for the need for parking. And I understand there is a need for parking, because I see a lot of commercial stuff being built there, but I don't see any parking for them. And once everything gets built, this could be an income revenue source for us, so we don't mind adding the extra parking.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. The applicant has worked with staff to alleviate prior concerns regarding the proposed building, as he just mentioned, elevations and resident parking. The revised plans now incorporate pedestrian-level awnings as required by the Downtown Centennial Plan, and the overall building glazing has been significantly reduced. Colored architectural features have been incorporated into the building facade to add visual interest and be more consistent with the recommended aesthetic qualities of the Las Vegas Arts District. The project will now be built in one phase, eliminating the concerns with the phased parking plan and providing the proposed residential and commercial units with sufficient parking. The proposed site, floor, and landscape plans remain the same as what was presented to the Planning Commission. If approved, staff would like to delete condition number 4 and to amend condition number 3 to read as follows. All development shall be in conformance with the site, landscape plan, and floor plans date stamped June 21st, 2016, and building elevations date stamped November 15th, 2016, except as amended by conditions herein. The comments regarding adding or changing the site plan per condition isn't something we do. If there's a desire to change the site plan, I would recommend obeying it and having the applicant bring in a new site plan that indicates all the things they're talking about. But as it is, staff believes that the adjustments that were made cover the parking. So that would be our report.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask anybody from the public who wishes to speak on these two items, please come forward. In a closed public hearing, and Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm troubled by the problems that have occurred that have traced through the beginning to this date on this project. I know it's gone on a long time. It is not our staff's fault, Kevin.
No, I never said it was.
It has been an incoherent approach to our people that's confused them and confused me, and I suppose that is, sometimes that just happens.
So no
One of
one's
the things
confused now,
that
though, right?
they are concerned about is the design. Pete, is it? Is that your first
Yes.
name, Pete?
Yes.
Are you the architect of this project?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now then, okay, other than the fact that I think that the staff was uncomfortable with the design and that it was boring.
Not this one, the previous.
Yeah, well, and what we have now is the current submittal, correct?
It's what the staff.
What's
I gave
being
them
on the
two-
screen
two,
now?
Yeah, I gave
What am
them
I
two
seeing on the
concepts.
screen now? This looks different.
Yeah, that is the old elevation.
But why are we seeing the old one then, staff?
The newer elevations were prior to...
Put the new one under the
submittal,
camera.
But you should have it in your backup materials.
Put it on the camera there. All right, that's better. Okay, because we
That's
can't
one.
make judgments here if we don't see what it is we're,
We have all four elevations shown.
is that typical? Is that the casino center elevation?
Yeah, this is the elevation facing Casino Center Boulevard. The other three elevations are very similar. And the concept was that this is the entrance to the art district.
Yeah.
And we want to, and also if you're driving I-15, this will be a very visual aspect of the entrance to the art district. We chose the primary and tertiary colors of the awnings, and oversized. It's hard to explain in these little pictures, but these things are like 6 feet tall and some 40 feet long, each of these awnings. So they're very impressive and very visual from a distance. And I think keeping with the attitude of Las Vegas is bigger is better.
Okay, originally there were no awnings or arcades on the ground level for shade. Are they now in the design?
Yes, they are.
All right.
The awnings are in the design.
That looks like they're there. Okay. So I can see why the Planning Commission was not happy with what they saw. We rarely overturn Planning Commission, but what you have done is you have meet what our staff would like to say is minimally the requirements, but we can't deny you because you've minimally met them. That means you met them. But we definitely are keeping an eye on it. We want you to try to perform the bargain that you've indicated you will on the parking, because that is important.
Yes.
It is, in my mind, because we just don't have enough parking downtown.
Well, and one of the aspects of this design, the overall design, both the senior housing on the north and the market rate housing on the south, is that they coordinate with the parking deck so that if you live on floor 8, you can park on floor 8 of the deck and walk directly through the complex to your apartment. You don't have to go all the way down to the ground floor and then change elevators and go back up. There's direct access between the parking garage and the living units that we think is vital for, if I had 6 bags of groceries in my car, I wouldn't want to have to tote them all the way down and go across 30 feet and back up again.
I'm glad that you took over this design and remade it, and so therefore I think now we can have something we can be proud of. So I think that unless there are other members who have questions, I will move for approval with the conditions as stated
Thank you.
by our
The only-
staff
if
and
I
agreed to
might add,
by the
I'm
members.
just curious, in the 458 apartments, are they a studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom? What are the sizes of the smallest? That's the only thing I'm
We
asking.
do have studios and 1-bedrooms and 2-bedrooms. The smallest studio is around 500 square feet, and the 1-bedroom is around 650, and it goes up to a 2-bedroom, about 950 square feet.
And does the 2-bedroom have 2 bath?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, we're so desperate for living space for people who want to live downtown. It's wonderful. So
And-
there's a motion?
Yes, I made the
A
motion,
motion to
Your Honor.
approve. Please vote and please post. Good luck. When are you going to start?
When are we going to start?
Oh, as soon as we can. Fast track it, that's the key, fast track.
Just costs
She
you more
said
money,
when.
that's all.
She said when, Kevin? Dan, what is your answer to her direct question?
The answer is that now we can go to HUD. We've got all our ducks in a row. We're pushing. I'd like to get it started in summer.
All right.
Thank
I'm
you.
tired of the property. I want to get something on there, get out of here.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel.
Good luck. Okay, we're on to agenda items 58, 59, and 60. Wrong, we didn't do 57. So sorry. Thank heavens for my mayor pro tem. I cheat and you don't let me. That was agenda item 56. Councilman, on agenda item 57.
I move for approval of item 57, Your Honor, with the conditions that have been attached by our staff and agreed to prior and now at this council meeting.
Thank you. Motion to approve on agenda item 57. And I think Councilwoman will come back and tell you the affirmative. Thank you. The motion carries. How did you know that? Even Councilman lost that.
I follow you.
And you're checking like a hawk. I love it.
Plus I have these two wonderful ladies in front of me.
They keep saying she forgets. Good. I'm glad I can't see you behind the monitor. Okay, now, agenda items 58, 59, and 60. 58, GPA 66241, a request for a general plan amendment from MLA, medium-low attached density residential, MXU mixed use to PF, public facilities at 950 West Lake Mead Boulevard. 59 is ZON 66245, a request for a rezoning from R2 medium-low density residential to C-V Civic. And agenda item 60, SDR 65797, a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review SDR 3132 to redesign the parking lot and to add a 36,874 square foot building with 9 classrooms to an existing private school. Primary use with waivers to allow a 3-foot wide landscape buffer along the south property line, a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the north property line, and a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the west property line where 15 feet is required. R2, medium-low density residential zone, proposed CV Civic. The applicant is Rainbow Dreams Educational Foundation and the owner is Rainbow Dreams LLC et al. On 3.50 acres at 950 West Lake Mead Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow, or public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or applicants present?
We are here.
Yes, you are. Nice to see you both.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and members of the City Council. My name is Melvin Green, KME Architects, 5588 South Fort Apache Road, Suite 110. I'm here representing the applicant, and I would like to introduce to you Diane Pollard. She's going to give you some information about the wonderful vision of adding the middle school to the existing property.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilman. Thank you so much for allowing us to come and speak with you today about our wonderful project, Rainbow Dreams Academy. We're a K-8 public charter school.
And you are?
And I'm Diane Pollard. I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry. Diane Pollard, the founder. It's a wonderful place of learning. And we're hoping that we get approval for the expansion. We're K-7. We're now in modular village is what we call it, our middle school students. We have 2 classes of 6th and 7th grade, and we'll be adding 8th grade next year.
Wonderful.
With that said, we concur with staff's recommendation and we respectfully request your approval.
Wonderful.
And we're open to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Perico?
Thank you, Your Honor. This proposal will expand the existing school campus west of Concord Street, thereby encompassing the remainder of the block. Staff is supportive of the proposed development and associated waivers as they result in an overall consistent design of the campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward. I'm going to close the public hearing, and lucky you, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Pollard, Diane, and Dr. Pollard, for that matter, for a wonderful job you've done in the community in regards to Rainbow Dreams. I mean, we have some of the best and the brightest kids attending your academy, and I couldn't be more proud to have an opportunity to be the representative of this area where kids have an opportunity to really go and be educated by such caring faculty and staff, in which what you have there at Rainbow Dreams. And so I know this has been a long time coming, and we've been working on this for years for this expansion. And so I'm just really elated to have this opportunity today to have this development before us. I do have a question in regards to the perimeter fencing and walls, and maybe Mel, you can speak to that as far as to walk us through what the perimeter walls will what will they be, fencing or
Actually, it's
block?
a combination. The existing, we have a combination of block, which is about approximately 2'8" high, and then we have wrought iron on top. Then we have 2 foot by 2 foot pillars along the way, so it'll match the existing school around the entire property.
Okay. And speak to lighting, uplighting, as well as security lighting, because I know specifically on the to the north of the property line, which is Hart Street, what effects, if any, will the neighbors be impacted by, to include sound?
One of the design, if you notice on the site plan, that we've have all the parking off of Lake Mead. We're not including any more entrances off of 8 Mead. We're using the existing entrance. All of the parking is also facing Lake Mead. We have the actual playground, the gymnasium, the school facing on the back of close to Hart Street. So we'll have lighting on the building that would have shields, so it would be pointing directly down and not interfering with glare into the neighborhood. And there's only 2 small entrances on the back. One is for garbage and one is for drop-off.
Okay, so from a traffic standpoint, what impacts, are you speaking to the impacts as far
Yes.
as residential impacts?
Correct. For traffic impact, all the traffic will come off of Lake Mead, which is a major street.
Okay, well, good deal. And is there anything else?
Question?
Ms. Pollard, you would like to share, Mayor?
Curious, how are you funding this? Are you in a big capital campaign, or?
Yes, we have started our 2020 campaign. We are actively looking for funding. We're working with the city, with New Market. We're working with the State Department of Education with QZAB funding. And there are quite a few charter school financial companies that are out there, but we're trying to find the best possible way to fund it for the betterment of the foundation.
And what is your student capacity at this point? What are you expecting then once this is complete?
We are at just at 400 students, K through 7, and building the middle school will be able to accommodate 400 to 500 students in the middle school. And our parents are actively soliciting and asking for it, and we're doing our best to accomplish the goal.
And your number of staff, your faculty, how many faculty and how many in staff?
Okay, right now we probably have around 30, which include licensed teachers, administrators, clerks, custodial staff, and I would think that would double to close to maybe 40, maybe that's not double, but staff members. So we are, actively trying to employ individuals in the community and
Wonderful.
educate children to the best of our ability.
Wonderful. You're doing a great job.
Thank
So
you.
let's do it one by one, Councilman. Let's start with number 58, please.
Yes, on item 58, GPA 66241, I will move to follow staff and planning commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 58. Please vote and please post. Thank you. Motion carries. Agenda item 59, please, Councilman Barlow.
And on agenda item 59, zoning 66245, I would like to follow staff and planning's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's motion to approve on 59. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And finally, on agenda item 60,
On agenda item 60, SDR 65797, move to follow staff's and planning's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
thank you very much. A motion on agenda item 60. Please vote and please post.
It's like that game show.
And that carries. Good luck.
Congratulations.
And are you going to start construction as soon as you've got the funding, or are you?
Absolutely, we won't start until we receive the funding. We would like to try to get the funding so that we can demo some of those houses, because we have people that go in there that are not supposed to be.
Wonderful. Wish you the best.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
congratulations. All right.
Okay, we're on to now agenda items 61 through 68. Agenda item 61, GPA 64834, and a request for a general plan amendment from R rural density to O office. Agenda item 62, pardon? Oh, one vote. Yes. Agenda item 62 and related item ZON 64833. On a request for a rezoning from U undeveloped R rural density residential general plan designation to O office on .50 acres at the southwest corner of Asher Drive and Starlight Drive. Number 60 through VAR 66511. On a request for a variance to allow a 10-foot residential adjacency setback where 69 feet is required for proposed convalescent care facility nursing home. Agenda item 64 and related item VAR 66512. On a request for a variance of complete street standards to provide no off-site improvements along Starlight Drive for proposed convalescent care facility nursing home. Number 65 and related item 66974 on a request for a variance to allow 35% lot coverage where 30% is the maximum allowed. Agenda item 66 and related item WVR 66675 and a request for a waiver to allow no street lights where such are required for proposed convalescent care facility nursing home on 1.05 acres at the southeast corner of Asher Drive and Tenaya Way. Agenda item 67 SUP 66509 on a request for a special use permit for a proposed convalescent care facility nursing home the southeast corner of Asher Drive and Tenaya Way. And finally, number 68, SDR 66510, on a request for a site development plan review for proposed 15,750 square foot convalescent care facility nursing home with a waiver to not orient the buildings to the corner where such is required on 1.05 acres at the southeast corner of Asher Drive and Tenaya Way. The applicant owner is FF Series Holdings, LLC. Staff recommends denial and Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Coffin. They're public hearing items which I declare open, and I see two gentlemen. You are either the owners or representatives, or both.
We are both.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and good afternoon, Pro Tem Mayor as well, and council members. My name is Faris Fermanelli, 9992 Catalina Canyon, Las Vegas, and with me is my brother Tony Fermanelli.
Nice to see you.
Today, Mayor and Councilman, we have two projects, but this project, items 61 through 68, is for the nursing care facility. My brother currently has two memory care facilities, one in the southwest side of the valley and the other one in the southeast part of the town. And what I really would like to do is have my brother give you some presentation as to what he's doing and what we are planning to do with her projects here on Tenaya and Azure.
Wonderful. And as you introduce yourself, your name, please, again, what are the names of the facility that you have in the Southwest and the other facility? What are the names of the units?
Hi, Tony Forminelli, 2299 Montessori Street, 89117. Our memory care, the first one is located on 2299 Montessori Street.
Okay. Nevada Memory Care.
Yeah. This was a pilot project we did about 6 years ago.
Have you been there, Councilwoman?
Well, I just hear Councilwoman was saying it's magnificent,
Thank
the
you.
one you already have.
Thank you. So the reason we did this project to find out what is the next wave of how people with Alzheimer's and dementia would be living in. As you already know, these numbers are becoming bigger and bigger. And what we found out with this project, as well as the experience that we received from this one, is that these patients, or residents we call them, really need a home-like setting. They cannot be institutionalized in big corridors and long walkways. So this residential model is, I think, the ideal for that population. Residential look, ed feel, and in a residential area. Because the caregiver sometimes gets confused how to get there on bigger streets and who's behind them and how fast they're coming. So we did all of that and we realized that, okay, let's create a model that is part of the neighborhood so the neighbors can come and stay there. I don't have to travel that much. Second thing is that this disease has clinically 4 stages, very high functioning to very low functioning, and it behooves us not to move them again and again and again. Usually they end up in a nursing care where they really don't belong. They belong in a home-like setting where they're loved and cared for. So our model is really based on what we call as a person-centered model, and it has 3 elements: love, dignity, and care. The patient-centered is in a different place. We don't usually go there. Just as an example, if they are very high functioning and we find out a year or 2 later that they are becoming low functioning in their day-to-day ADLs, then ideally what you want to do is move them to another similar looking place without changing their surroundings. Because that is the most, I think I've seen that when they move, it really creates a big problem because, you know, the lighting, how their food and their caregiver. So what we did is basically on this campus, we created 4 pods there. And each pod is between 20 to 24 units. So what happens is that suppose a person comes in the first pod, which is very high functioning, and then because there's no way to project how fast or how slow this progression is going to take place, and we realize that they belong in actually pod 3, which is, you know, very high, low functioning. So we'll almost try to put them in a similar setting, so when they are moved on a wheelchair, they don't see any difference. The other thing that we found out, which was really affecting these residents, was when the family members come and take them out, it's very taxing on everyone because in summertime it's so hot. They take them out, dehydration issues, incontinence issues, standing in line, and all that stuff is so taxing. So what we did is we created a support building that has an actual restaurant, a cafe, a movie theater, and a beauty parlor, and 1 suite for family to stay overnight. So the idea is that, you know, if there is a need, we can have a real outing for them and be close enough if there's an emergency that they need to be moved back into their room. So this is a this is a depiction of how the lobby is going to look like. As we all know, the decision makers are baby boomers and millennials. So what we wanted to do is marry the two in a way that, have a residential look for the resident, and when they're going out, they're really going out, to a nice place to eat and enjoy their time with the family.
But stay on the campus.
Exactly.
How many components, or how many, you have 4 components, how many residents do you expect in this particular unit, this whole complex, to be at capacity?
Total of 84.
84?
84, but in 4 pods.
Right.
So 24, 24, 2020.
And staffing?
Staffing, the current state regulations are 6 to 1.
And so nurse and then physicians on call coming in on a regular basis?
Yeah. So the idea is that right now what we are facing is that the family members have to take them out for doctor's visits. In this scenario, the doctors are going to come and visit them, the podiatrist, the dentist. So all these amenities that the idea is for the family to really spend quality time with them rather than bussing them around in different places.
Brilliant. It's brilliant.
And it really, if you look at the inside of the building, it is very much a residential look to it. You walk into a living room, your dining, your bedroom. So they only have to walk about less than 20 feet to go to a dining room. And the only thing that they will smell there is food. Because that is one of those things that is heightens because you are compromising on other issues. So this is really like, I have researched this thing for 6 years. European model, Canadian model, and American model. This doesn't exist anywhere else right now. And what we are trying to do is bring that to our city. We have a great brain center here. And that will be a good marriage to, collaborate with them on the care side for us and clinical side for them.
Are your other units that you have of this magnitude or just smaller and more residential?
Much smaller, because, that's where we found that it's better to create pods on a campus and not to create this havoc that, where are we going to go now? Because what's the next level of care?
My father was stricken with Alzheimer's, watching everything that you've talked about from his high functioning. He was a physician, and to go from just beginning to slip to what was terminal in the end for him. But he could have remained here, and it would have been very, very positive. It's fabulous. I think it's phenomenal. I mean, I don't know what the reports from our planning and everywhere else are going to be, but from the point of view of a daughter of someone who suffered deeply from it, it's beautiful, and you're so right, because the merest change in surroundings just set him off.
Exactly.
He was totally lost. I mean, it could have been just moving from a room to a room.
Exactly.
And I was going to say, Mayor, if you notice on this plan, they have the outdoor areas, so they can go outdoors. They have the little patios, so they don't have to go very far to be able to have that natural light and feeling too. And then they don't have to go to the hospital, because on the left, if I'm doing this correctly, they have rooms where the physicians can come in, because quite honestly, you go to the hospital now and you might end up getting an infection that causes worse problems. So this is the first time I've seen this model, and of course, that's why I was saying yours is better, because yours is more up to date, Ross. So, but it's wonderful, just wonderful that it's going that way, yeah.
Mayor, also, if I may add that, these patients, as you know, when they get to the very, the last level where, just the issues are just really swallowing and stuff like that, rather than sending them to a hospital and then another traumatic event, this is the reason we have this skilled nursing almost next door. So if they need that kind of clinical attention, we can provide them and bring them back here. No longer hospital ER visits that are, taxing our system right now anyway. So this way, it is just really a neat project where the campus is so close that we can provide all these services.
Well, hopefully the model that you're creating here is something that you will replicate around this country and the success of it. I gather it's supported by Medicare.
Unfortunately, the memory care part is not supported by Medicare or Medicaid.
No, it's too expensive and better. Sorry to say it, but that's it. It's a better level than you would get with Medicare. I mean, they even have a speech pathologist that comes in and works with the swallowing problems. It's just a higher level than Medicare pays.
Wonderful.
The Medicare starts paying when they end up in a nursing care or hospital.
This seems backwards.
Yeah.
But if
Good morning, America.
If I may
Mrs.
also
Evans,
say, Mayor,
please.
just, if there's somebody who is in need and don't have the resources, we have provided service on no-fee basis as well.
It's remarkable. Let me open this to the public. This is a public hearing. If anybody wishes to come and make comment on this. Good afternoon. If you'll be sure to state your name, please, for our records.
My name is Boyd Bullock, 821 East Lone Mountain Road, North Las Vegas. I find myself here after sitting in chairs like this for 25 years as a councilman in North Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Valley Water District, and building the community college and half a dozen other things. But I'm here because I have a beautiful wife that I need Tony, and I find his facility the best. I need help, and I'm here to share my help. I've studied this thing, I've looked at it, and I can't find anything better. So he's got my total support. I don't own anything, but I gotta have help, and I'm getting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any
for your
questions you'd
support.
like?
Thank you.
Yes, you bet. I worry about this one guy sitting over here, though, just a little bit. This Mayor Pro Tem Ross, he I don't know whether he's a good guy or a bad guy.
We're still having issues here. I mean, how can you be expected to know if we don't know?
Well, I have to, he beats my son out for the city council, then he gets a big stick and he comes and he says, now look, don't you ever do that again. So all 130 of us, we're scared of him. We wouldn't dare do anything. And my 95th grandchild that came this week, I had to say, hey, you have to support Mayor Ross.
Congratulations.
What a Thanksgiving
Councilman.
dinner you're going to
Crazy.
have. Wow.
I'm happiest guy on the planet except for the problem that I got. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving. Sir?
Hello, my name is Usman Malik, 3937 Redwood Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here in support of this project, obviously. I couldn't say it any better. Just wanted to mention for the last year, my mother-in-law has been taken care of at Tony's facility, and after doing all of her research, it's absolutely the best my wife and I were able to find. Obviously, I'm not going to stand here and tell you about the need we have for such projects because that would be preaching to the choir, so just here in support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Mr. Parago.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The applicant is proposing a project that requires variances for residential adjacency, no off-site improvements along Starlight Drive, and for increased lot coverage. The waivers required to eliminate streetlights along Starlight Drive. Staff does not support the requested variances and waiver as the applicant is proposing a project that shows no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstance. The requested general plan amendment and rezoning would allow commercial uses to encroach into the residential subdivision east of Tenay Way, and staff is recommending denial of all applications.
Okay. I did not close the public hearing, which I am going to do now, and we are now going to hear from you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Councilman Bullock, thank you for those kind words. You know it from my heart to yours. Gentlemen, you are probably the best applicants I've had the privilege of working with.
Thank you very much.
And I'm going to try not to cry because it's one of those tear-jerking moments because of how important this is. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, you've been to their facility, I'm guessing, correct? Kelly and I went to see it, and I cried there too because of the level of care you give the individuals that are in your facilities is phenomenal. From medications to treatment to dinner to the patio, that whole experience for these patients, your clients, your residents, it is a thrill that this is going to happen in Centennial Hills and Ward 6. It's been challenging because it's right next to some rural areas, thus the waivers necessary and staff not being able to support those. And the gentleman, Mr. Millick, I think said, we all know the level of urgency for these kind of facilities, but theirs are so unique and different. They have also, I must commend you on bending over backwards for those neighbors. I know you've met with them several times. I just read a letter from Lynn Fenstermaker, who was in the last meeting you just had last week. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've never asked an applicant to work as hard with the neighborhood as I've asked you guys, and you've really gone the extra mile for me. So thank you for doing that. I'm looking forward to this becoming a reality. You have my full support, and I think this council's support all the way. And I know you're planning on more stuff down the road and looking forward to that as well. So I'm ready to make some motions, Your Honor.
Please, let's take them one at a time.
On agenda item 61, follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 61.
It's broken.
Should we do it orally?
Is this a slow motion?
Can we do it orally?
Stacy's not working.
We'll just do it orally.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to call for an oral vote, please. All in? Okay, here we go. Agenda item 61, and please post. Okay, oral? Oral motion, please. Councilman Coffin? Okay, down here to the right, please. Councilman?
Yes.
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 Okay, that carries unanimously. Agenda item 62.
Would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 62.
Okay, let's just try it in unison. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Fine. Motion carries on 2. Let's do 63.
Follow Planning Commission's motion, make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 63.
All in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Carries unanimously. 64.
Would follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval on 64.
All in favor, signify by aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 65.
Follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of 65.
All in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 66.
I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of 66.
All in favor, signify by aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That carries. 67.
Would follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 67.
All in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 67 carries. And finally, agenda item 68.
It has been a pleasure again, gentlemen, to work with you, and I look forward to it
Thank you
as
very
long
much.
as I'm here. So congratulations. I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 68 as well.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 68. Please signify by aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. When are you going to start this project?
We're hoping by end of next fall, by the time we get our construction drawings and construction in place. So we're hoping definitely.
Sooner is better.
Yes.
Thank
yes.
you. We wish, I know it's a
We-
template that's going to be copied everywhere.
We are
And
also,
hopefully-
I'm sorry.
Somebody said something?
Mr. Pergo, you good?
I just mentioned that there is another set of applications related to this that's coming next.
Oh, yeah, we do. There's a whole nother set. But she's got to read
Okay.
those in. Your Honor, we're going to need to take a 5-minute break here while the city clerk resets.
Okay, we're a 5-minute, you can have a walkabout or sit, whatever. We'll take a 5-minute
Thank you very
recess
much.
here.
Stick around, we got to do the others.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you. At least on your first set, congratulations. Whoa.
I was, because I only had half of this open, so, sorry. One.
Oh, yeah, it is. I like California.
He's good at saying it. I like it. I heard it when I can.
We're on a break. We're on a break.
You need IT or you got? Now I do.
We don't have to. What?
Councilman Coppin voted yes.
I did. I got my vote in before it failed. Again. That's why I was startled when somebody asked me to vote orally. I had already voted.
So, Councilman Anthony, so we're starting to just need to reboot. I have a lot of items to go through, ladies and gentlemen. Very arduous with my voice. No, you took the play. Something crunchy, munchy, salty. You're going to be on 69. We did voice vote on all up to 69. Okay. I'll let the mayor know that. Who do you guys call him? That's bad.
Are you ready? You're ready? I'm ready. We're getting revived. Okay. We are back and working. Everything's functioning. We all had a little snack.
All right.
Revived.
Then, Your Honor-
Okay.
Your Honor, I think you need to read in 69 through 76, and we'll just keep on going with the same applicant.
Here we go. Agenda item 69, GPA 64835, on a request for a general plan amendment from R, rural density residential, to O, office. Number 70, and related item ZON 64836, on a request for rezoning from U, undeveloped, R, rural density residential, general plan designation, to O, office on 1.39 acres west side of Starlight Drive, approximately 205 feet south of Azure Drive. Number 71, VAR 66518, a request for a variance, complete street standards to provide no off-site improvements along Starlight Drive for proposed convalescent care facility nursing home. Number 72, VAR 66519, a request for variance to allow a 10-foot residential adjacency setback where 69 feet is required for proposed convalescent care facility nursing home. Number 73, VAR 66973, a request for variance to allow 46% lot coverage where 30% is maximum allowed. Number 74, WVR 66696, a request for a waiver to allow no street lights where such are required for proposed convalescent care facility nursing home. Number 75, SUP 66520, a request for a special use permit for proposed convalescent care facility nursing home located east side of Tenaya Drive, approximately 210 feet south of Asher Drive. Number 76, SDR 66521, a request for a site development plan review for proposed 65,738 square foot convalescent care facility nursing home. The applicant owner on items 69 and 70 is FF Series Holdings LLC and Elena V. Felosi Family Trust. The applicant owner on items 71 through 78 is FF Series Holdings LLC et al. On 3.28 acres located on the east side of Tenaya Drive, approximately 210 feet south of Azure Drive. U, undeveloped zone, or rural density residential general plan designation. And O, office zone, proposed O, office. On item 69, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission failed to obtain a supermajority, which is tantamount to a recommendation of denial. On items number 70 through 76, staff recommends denial and Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. Public hearings which I declare open. And if you will reintroduce yourselves one more time since we took a recess.
Certainly, Mayor. Again, good afternoon to all of you. Forrest Fermanelli, 9992 Catalina Canyon, Las Vegas, Nevada. As we had shared with you earlier, Mayor and City Council, my brother would like to again take over this project and share with you what we're trying to do for the community, and something that I think we're bringing very unique. And really it's a passion for us to be in this project, because I think somehow if we want or we do not want, some of our members have been through this. So without taking too much of your time, I would like again my brother to please share the project's features with the council.
Tony Fermanelli, 2299 Montessori Street, Las Vegas 89117. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, good afternoon. As we go through this process again on this part of it, this is where we had the skilled nursing 24 beds. This is where the 84 bed is being built, will be built. We have provided a lot of landscaping. What we realized in our current project that, most of these people are transplants from somewhere, Southern California, wherever. They were very active people in their own homes, gardening and all different things. So what we trying to accommodate here is to make sure that we have a lot of open space and a lot of outdoor space. And especially, as the sun is an issue in summertime. Yeah. So we're providing 2 courtyards, one to the east and one to the west, depending upon what time of the day that they want to go out, and they will not be affected by extreme weather conditions. We had 3 neighborhood meetings, and with their direction, we were able to provide a lot of landscape on Starlight Drive. Also, with their recommendation, they didn't want us to improve Starlight, so we said we're okay with that. We will remain the rural standards on that one. That was one of the waivers the planning was requesting. The other thing what we did is I told them that none of these residents drive, not one. And unfortunately, when members come from other states, it's difficult for them to visit. So our parking issues is totally irrelevant in any of this stuff. The other thing is that this is not a clinical model where a lot of nursing happens. It's really a care model. So 6-to-1 ratio with the caregiving. And really, if you guys get a chance, do visit what we have right now. And you will see the feel and how this is all being laid out. It's actually, I went through with my dad on some other issues, and I see that, I think we owe this debt to the society. That as baby boomers, we have to give back to our parents and grandparents and society at large, because there's a tsunami coming not too far from now. 10,000 people are retiring every day for the next 19 years. There's 70 million people out there. And we got to start building these in residential areas with the residential feel and look, and let them live their last years, with some dignity, love, and respect.
Right, without question. Right, as our population ages, more and more need.
Yes.
So, this is a public hearing. Is anyone interested in speaking at these items 69 through 76? Hearing none, I'm going to close public hearing and go back over to Mr. Perigo on these items, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And because, again, of the variances in the waiver, staff cannot support this project. Thank you.
What was the need for the supermajority?
At Planning Commission, in order to approve an amendment to the general plan, it requires a supermajority vote. That is not the case for City Council, however.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Councilman Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move to approve agenda item 69, subject to all conditions.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 69. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 70.
Move to approve agenda item 70 as well.
Motion to approve agenda item 70. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 71.
Move to approve agenda item 71.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 71. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Agenda item 72.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve on 72. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 73.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 73. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 74.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 74. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 75, please.
Move to approve agenda item 75.
Motion to approve on 75. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. And finally, agenda item 76.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 76.
Motion to approve agenda item 76. Please post. Wonderful.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Councilman. We really appreciate your help and
No, you're doing
cooperation.
something
I
wonderful.
wanted to also thank your staff who have been incredibly helpful to us to work with the neighbors with the needs that were required by the city. It's our deepest hope and prayer that this project will bring quality service and will be one of the best services in our community. And one thing I also wanted to share with you, today is my brother's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday
So
to
you have given us, him, our family, and the community a great gift.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, all of you. God bless you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very much.
congratulations, happy birthday, happy
Thank you. Thank you very
Thanksgiving. And Maggie Plaster, it's your birthday too, happy birthday wherever you are. Thank you, we're just so excited about it. Okay, these aren't these are more of them? Moving right along. Agenda items 79 through 83. 79, GBA 66455, and a request for a general plan amendment from R rural density to L low density residential. Number 80, ZON 66456, a request for rezoning from U undeveloped R.
Your Honor?
What?
We're at 77.
I skipped?
77, 78 are next. You want to have it?
Yes, I do. Sorry. Agenda items 77 and 78. Are these yours also?
Yes.
Okay, 77, GPA 64853, and a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to L Low Density Residential. 78, ZON 64854, a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residence. The applicant owner is Double Double LLC on 4.49 acres on the south side of Centennial Parkway, 275 feet west of Fort Apache Road. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. Wonderful. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross, and are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Council members, Randy Black Jr., 10789 West Twain, here on behalf and as the applicant. This is a parcel of land that is located near a double section line corner and abutting a 120-bed convalescent care facility. It is within the realm of the RNP that's been there in the Northwest for quite some time. We have had about 4 neighborhood meetings and worked on this for about the past 9 to 12 months to come up with a zoning category that we feel is appropriate for the location and the abutting uses and sensitive to a buffer for the RNP. The current zonings that are in the area. This is the location. We're across the street from R1. The property here is owned by the Water District. I don't know if that's going to be a reservoir or recharge well facility, but it is under the ownership of the Water District. Catholic and Mormon churches own the 20 acres here. There's a new facility being built. That's a substantial church. This is the 120-bed convalescent care facility, and then there's R2 that is between Centennial and the Beltway. The plan that we came up with that seemed to be the middle ground for the applicant as well as the neighbors was to restrict the access to Centennial for the cul-de-sac. And one of the bigger concerns that we had up here was Regina being the southern boundary. The neighbors that were in the immediate vicinity that we had met with were concerned that they didn't just want a linear block wall along Regina, and how could we accommodate something that created the appropriate densities for transition and use, as well as give this feel of the RNP estate size lots going into the neighborhood. So what we came up with was a cul-de-sac that the ingress and egress is only to Centennial, and then the 2 southern lots here and here being roughly 15,000 square feet, and having access to Regina, being front-loaded to Regina so that these look like estate lots. We felt that was in the spirit with the old Lennar project that was to the west, the R1 across the street. We pretty much mirror what this map looks like to the west, with the bigger lots on the southern boundary and the smaller, more traditional sized lots accessing Centennial. And that's what we've come up with. So with that, I will open it to questions. We concur with staff and respectfully request your approval, and we'll open it up to public comment or
Great.
questions.
Mr. Perigo on these, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Amending the subject site's general plan designation and associated zoning district will allow for a logical transition from the higher density properties to the north and the assisted living use to the east to the half-acre or larger lots to the south. As such, staff is recommending approval of both applications. Please note additional letters of protest have been received after the publication.
0, none, since the, you said no?
No.
None? None.
No, none.
Thank you. It is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to comment on these, please come forward and state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Teresa Krolak Owens, 5770 North Park Street. I represent a growing number of the residents in the RNP. We're in the process right now of creating an organization to expand the notification area. I actually have 3 notification cards and a petition with 32 signatures opposing the increased density zoning on this piece. What we see, we have met with Randy on several occasions. We've had neighborhood meetings. That entire strip, what was conforming and what the compromise that was made in the past was to have RD zoning along, I don't know if that's up there, along the front half, and that kind of extended all along here. And if you look at some of these vacant parcels, it's not necessarily on his map, but they did conform to the RD zoning on the front and the RE zoning on the back. And I know that the city has a problem with split zoning, but I also know that they can accommodate that in a reasonable amount of time. But what I'd like to do briefly is just address the issue that is coming up with this particular parcel and with future parcels that are being annexed, or maybe they're not being annexed. Maybe the county is doing this as well, is that it's chipping away at our quality of life in the RNP, which we find to be like a gem in the valley. My family goes back to 1910 in this town. They were my grandfather was the county assessor from 1929 to 1945. I've come to love Las Vegas. And I have friends that have moved here and they live in the city, and I hate to say this, but they'll say, oh, I just hate Las Vegas. Oh, I can't wait to get out of here. And it actually hurts my feelings when they say that. They come out to where I live, which is in the heart of the RNP, and they're floored. They're literally floored. And these are people who have lived in Las Vegas for years, and they can't believe that this is here. It's like it is an island. Whether it's a county island or it becomes a city island, it's an island, meaning, oh, it's a relief. And what we're seeing by these kinds of upzonings, because there's another one coming up later on the agenda, it's just this slowly chipping away. Instead of 2 houses, let's ask for 3. Instead of 3 houses, let's ask for 10. And now you've got this hopscotch mishmash that doesn't serve anybody. It doesn't serve the people moving into the higher density subdivisions because they're not going to have the amenities they want because they're in the RNP. And it doesn't serve the RNP residents because now they can't ride their horses to the multi-million-dollar horse facility that was just built. So that's kind of where we're coming from. Okay. I know this is just one little 5-acre parcel along Centennial, but I'm all for let's put a memory care center there. It's right next to the nursing facility. I mean, there's other uses that I think we would be more amenable to, or put half-acre zoning or zone it all RD, but require there to be half-acre lots on the lower part, third-acre lots on the front, which was done on the 25-acre parcel. D.R. Horton did that way up on the west side. I mean, there are compromises and creativity that can come into play.
And have you had the meetings with the developers?
With D.R. Horton?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've had the meetings, the 10-acre parcel that's coming up later in this agenda. Okay. I wasn't able to attend any of those meetings, but we've had several meetings on this one. Okay. And there was very little budging. I mean, Randy did come up with the two lots facing out so that they're not infringing on these people's right to have their properties not affected. So
okay. I do thank you because there's so many of you, and you know we have a scheduled 3 o'clock. I'm the prerogative of the chair and limit everybody else to 3 minutes, but if you're repeating what Teresa so kindly said
Thank you
and
very much.
support,
I wanna keep
appreciate
loving
it.
Las
No,
Vegas.
you
My
did it
family's
very
been here a long time.
effectively. So, but I'm going to ask each of you if there's something new added, and restrict everybody to 3 minutes, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You did a good job.
Thank you. Yes, I did. All these.
Okay, and if each of you would say your name, make your comments, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Randall Kidd. I live at 6265 North Fort Apache, and then I have the adjacent property to the north, which is just south of the living facility. That's our horse property there. My wife is a mental therapist, and she uses all the horses for equine-assisted psychotherapy. And we built out there, and bought that property in, I think, 96 and built in about 98. I had the grade Fort Apache out there, but we love it out there with the original zoning that we had then and have now. And I support everything that has been said so far, and we would prefer to keep it in that formation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir?
My name is Brian Vetter. I live at 9325 West Regina Avenue. I pronounce it that way because that's how they spell it. I'd like to point out some things that were missing from the applicant's map, and it's a really important line here. Is this right side up for you? I don't know what you're seeing.
This is what they see right here.
Oh, very good. Okay. The germane line here is this one here, 330 feet south of the center line of Centennial Parkway. That's the limit of a buffer zone that is part of the county master plan. That itself is an encroachment on the RNP, because when the Beltway was put through, Centennial Parkway was the limit of the buffer zone, and all the land north of that was to go high density, and everything below was to remain RNP. So already we're encroaching on an encroachment. Now, Mr. Black seeks to move that line even farther south, which is doubling down on the encroachment idea. Also establishes a precedent that will radiate out through the entire county, I guess. Just another example. If this passes, it's just going to be cited everywhere else. While we're on this map, I'd also like to point out that other developers haven't felt the least bit hesitant to adhere to the county regulations. Here's Lennar. This is from Google Earth, and it's a recent photograph showing that they went with 1/3 acres north of the separation line and remained with 1/2 acres south of the separation line. So they're not having a problem. Also here, if I can orient this properly, here's the subject site. Just over a mile away is the Kulka project, where they saw fit to go ahead and change their plan so that they're just doing all 1/2 acres on a 5-acre piece of ground. So other developers are not having a problem with conforming. We're wondering why Mr. Black cannot. As for county, I'd like to tackle, or excuse me, the planning department, I'd like to tackle their opinion here. Sure, north of Centennial Parkway, we do have higher densities, but south of Centennial Parkway, look at all of the hash marks I have in here showing where these are all 1/2 acres. Now, are we to leap over this entire distance and refer only over here by Centennial High School for a precedent? What about everything that's come before? This whole area is... I don't hear that, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
well.
you. Appreciate that. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Erin Dustin. I live at 5780 North Park Street. I am in agreement with all my neighbors. The other problem we have with Mr. Black's proposal is that he hasn't provided an actual map of what he wants to develop or a plan. So like my neighbors have said, if he wants to jump from RE to R1, that goes, you're missing an RD in between there, which I think we would all be happy with. But again, his map, his drawing only showed those two houses at the end of the property, not any other design for that lot. And I will just iterate that Centennial, I think, should be the line for where these developments are. So north of Centennial, that would be fine. South, let's keep it RE or RD.
Okay, thank you very much for coming forward. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
Richard Galecki, 9305 West Regina. Show on the map. I live here. Okay. I used to live here. Right here on Iguazu Falls. That was R1. I worked 3 jobs, busted my butt to get over to here, to provide my family with rural living. When he puts this in here, he's taking that away. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Mike Rivney, 10325 West Regina Avenue, Las Vegas. I live in the R&P too, a little bit west of that. And I have a handout I'd like to give to everybody. This is part of the record. It's a letter from a former state senator. And I'd like to read one part of it. It's the last section of the first paragraph. This is from Bill O'Donnell. He's at 3040 Montessori Street, Las Vegas. As the owner of property on Centennial, this change in zoning would personally benefit me financially because I too have property into that could be zone R1. But it would be wrong for me and wrong for the neighborhood to rezone this property into a higher density for the benefit of the developer. This land was formerly zoned for up to 12 units for the entire 5 acres. This change would be acceptable to me since it was agreed upon several years ago by the neighbors and the council. Any additional increase in density would be an encroachment on the rural preservation area. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming forward. Appreciate it.
Just right quick, and I apologize for not doing this first time, but I also represent 24 of my neighbors out there that have given me a written notification of this. So that's,
They have given you written permission to use their 24 names?
yes, ma'am.
Could you give that to the clerk?
I will. Yes.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay. And any comments back, Mr. Black? Oh,
Go home and get it.
or scan it and fax it in?
Okay.
Anyone else from the public? I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there anyone else? Okay, Mr. Black, please.
I'll try to keep it quick. We're all very sensitive to how our town has grown around us. This RNP has been out there since before Centennial Hills, Montecito, Grand Montecito, the 215, the hospitals, the 95 interchange. So clearly it is a different animal than it has been in the past, and we are all very sensitive to the protection of the RNP. However, in my opinion, as a third-generation party in this valley who's done a substantial amount of land development, from property values and from a transition zone, you don't buffer an RNP with an RNP on double section line corners adjoining what is arguably a commercial use in the convalescent care. So while this has been claimed to be establishing a precedent, the precedent has already been set with the R1 and R2, in fact, on both sides of the street. We feel like this, if anything, is a better precedent than what is already there for the creation of these front-loaded lots on Regina, which will create the feel of an RNP versus a walled-off street section where all of the lower density residential that is over there is forced to be facing Centennial. So while nothing's perfect, we think we've done as good of a job as we can here, and we would open this up to questions from the council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. Any questions, comments before I turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mr. Black, and thank you all for coming down and voicing your concerns. Mr. Black, you're absolutely right. We fully expect both sides of Centennial, because of the width of that roadway on those section lines to be R1. And I think you have done exactly what I wanted you to do, is create that RD buffer between the R1 and the RD and the RE. And that's the goal here. We're going to protect the rural areas. We're going to protect those islands in there. But on Centennial Parkway, it's a tough animal. It's a tough one to deal with. You got a high school right up the street. I mean, there's a lot of dynamics going on, especially farther east on Centennial Parkway right there at Durango. So I think this fits in well. I want to ask Mr. Perigo. Mr. Perigo, how do we hold Mr. Black accountable for Ms. Dustin's concern about keeping those two parcels on the map that he showed us, since this is not a site plan? This is a general plan amendment and a zone change. How do we keep him honest?
Councilman, Your Honor, through you, that would be something we'd have to be on the lookout for with the tentative map. There really wouldn't be a condition we would place on the zoning, but when the tentative map comes in, that's when we would have to pay attention to that.
Okay, Mr. Black, I'm going to hold you to your word. You are a longtime native Nevadan.
Absolutely.
And I think it's important that those two parcels be the 15,000 square foot lots. RD is 10,000 square foot lots, so you're kind of meeting halfway between the RE and the RD. I couldn't ask for more of a buffer of the RE parcels to the east, or to the south of that area. So I'm very pleased with what you've come up with. I'm going to support the Planning Commission and staff on making a motion to approve agenda item 77.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 77. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
And we move to approve agenda item 78, follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation.
There's a motion on agenda item 78. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. So we will move on to, that is complete. 77 and 78 have carried. But sensitive to your neighbors, that really is important that you adhere to those larger lots, and wherever any other accommodation can be made, because you really are making a difference out there.
Absolutely.
Thank
you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda items 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83. 79, GPA 66455, and a request for a general plan amendment from R rural density residential to L lower density residential. 80, ZON 66456, and a request for rezoning from U undeveloped R rural density residential general plan designation to S-SL residential small lot. Number 81, VAR 66457, a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0 where 1.3 is required. Number 82, WVR 66636, and a request for a waiver to allow 182-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet the minimum separation required for a proposed single-family residential subdivision. Number 83, TMP 66459, a request for a tentative map for a 23-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is Summit Homes of Nevada, LLC. The owner is Roaring Fork Management, LLC, 4.78 acres on the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway and Alpine Ridge Way. U undeveloped zone, R rural density residential general plan designation, proposed R-SL residential small lot. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross, or public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon. Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard, representing the applicant Summit Homes. What we're proposing here is a residential subdivision of 22 lots of single-family homes. It's bordered by the Beltway on the north. On this side right here, this is a cell tower with, I believe, 2 or 3 cell towers sitting on it. On the other side of the property is a future planned expansion to Centennial High School. It's property controlled by the school district. So we're bounded on 3 sides by what we believe to be challenging properties. On the south side is Centennial, a 100-foot wide street. That is, with the Beltway construction that's currently going on, will be extended out over the Beltway and connect to the, I guess it's Schaumburg, and allow traffic to come down Centennial from Schaumburg eventually. South of Centennial is the 3.5 units per acre, and then further south is the RMP area. We believe that we have a subdivision that, given the constraints of the area, this fits. It's a challenge site from a elevational standpoint, from a locational standpoint, adjacencies. We believe coming in here and putting in 5,000 to 8,000 square foot lots fits the area. One of the things that we did to provide an amenity for our subdivision is create open space located adjacent to the Beltway in this area up here. We're going to have a park of about 8,500 square feet. We're proposing all public streets with sidewalks on both sides of the street. We had a neighborhood meeting as part of the general plan amendment. 12 people showed up. Their biggest concern obviously was density. We believe that we are compatible density-wise. Directly to the south of us, south of Centennial, is about 3.5 units per acre for the first 330 feet. We are then going to 4.7 units per acre roughly. On the other side of the Beltway, there's densities much greater than that. Considering our adjacency, we think this is appropriate for the area. We'd request your approval. One thing that I did want to mention at the neighborhood meeting that you'll see at your next council meeting is we applied for a waiver of street lights. Some of the neighbors out there really have a favor for the RMP to not put street lights in everywhere. So we're putting them in only on Centennial. This application is proposing to put them in everywhere, but next month we'll have a waiver that you'll be hearing to request only to put them in on Centennial. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your property immediately to the east is school district?
Correct. Here, let me show you on this. Oops, this is upside down. So here's our property right here. This is Centennial High School. This is I believe, another facility, alternative school that the school district has built on the same property. When I talked to the school district recently, they don't have any immediate plans, but they have a reservation on this property for a future school. It could be elementary or expansion of the existing facilities there.
And from into and coming out of your site, all goes east and then down to Centennial and does not go on the Beltway at all, is that correct?
Oh, or traffic, is that what you're referring to?
Your traffic going in and coming out of your property there.
Going in and coming out of our property, we're going to have 2 access points through cul-de-sacs that will go to Alpine Ridge. Alpine Ridge will then connect to Centennial here. And then on this other map, Centennial here will go over the Beltway as they build the Beltway to connect to Schaumburg that I was telling you about. Also, if you travel down Centennial, Wallapai, I believe, is the next intersection that does have an interchange with the Beltway.
Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward. State your name for the record. And we're going to limit time to 3 minutes, please.
Mike Rivney, 10325 West Regina Avenue, Las Vegas. I live just down the street, and what's happening is here is it's a challenge really to put all these homes in together, because with that, then they need the waivers. They need 3 waivers because they put the density at so high. If you do a comprehensive review around in the area,
Yeah, you can just put it right there.
Okay, so over here is Emerald Crest, and they're just building homes right now. And the smallest home is 10,000 square foot. Over here on Michelli, were 4 homes built a few years ago. The smallest size is 14,000. Over here is Hapkin Court, 14,000, and then Michelli Crest, Constellation Estates are at 16,000. And then the newest one that's being built right now, the smallest one there is 9,147 square foot. So what they're asking for, that's an increase of almost 82% on the density, going from the smallest size of 9,000 up to their lot size of 5,000. And because of that, then they've got so many things in there, and they have so many problems. They need the waivers. They need this waiver for a connectivity ratio of 1.3 to 1.0. They need the intersection offset. And on that intersection, you've got to be careful because now you have a bridge going over Centennial, and you have Alpine Ridge coming up here. Everybody's going to school. So those are factors to consider. And the last thing is that now they want waiver for streetlights and sidewalks. You know, what is this? Is that going to be a safety factor where you're going to have so many homes and there are so many people? Those are things I want to bring up, are those issues. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I'll close public hearing. Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because of the constraints of the site adjacent to the 215, the wireless communications facility, the school site, and the arterial road to the south, staff feels that the low-density residential general plan designation is appropriate. And because of the irregular shape, the hardship requires a variance and the waivers, staff recommends approval.
And the total number of houses is 23?
22.
22.
We eliminated one lot and made it open space up at the top. That was a proposed lot. So there's 22 proposed lots.
22 residential units.
Correct. 22 residential lots.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments coming before I turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem? Okay.
And I twisted his arm to get that open space tot lot in there, so thank you guys for doing that. This is a tough piece, especially with the schools right there. We just had another item on Centennial Parkway, and this isn't going to be over with. So I appreciate you guys being patient. I'm going to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 79.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 79. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 80.
Follow Planning Commission's and staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion on 80. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On 81.
Move to approve 81.
Motion on 81 to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 82.
82, I'd move to approve as well.
Motion on 82 to approve. Please vote and please post. And finally, on agenda item 83.
Would move to approve agenda item 83, and thank you for trying to keep the rural nature, keeping the lights off the streets and just on
It's
Centennial.
a very
for
tough
safety.
piece
So,
of property to
thank you.
work on.
It
And
is.
please vote on 83. And please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. And now we're on agenda items 84 through 90. 84, GPA 66467, a request for a general plan amendment from RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, to R, Rural Density Residential. 85, ZON 66468, on a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to RD, Single Family Residential Restricted. 86, VAR 66469, on a request for variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0, where 1.3 is required to allow no amenity zone where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision. Number 87, WVR 66470, on a request for a waiver to allow no interior street lights where such are required for proposed residential subdivision. Number 88, WVR 66471, on a request for a waiver to allow private streets not to be developed to public street standards behind a gate. Number 89, VAC 66473, on a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements on property located northeast corner of El Campo Grande Avenue and Alpine Ridgeway. Number 90, TMP 66472, on a request for a tentative map for a 29-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc., and the owner is Bernard and Estelle Kahn et al. On 10.36 acres located in the northwest corner of El Campo Grande and Alpine Ridge Way. RE Residence Estate Zone, proposed RD, Single Family Residential Restricted. Staff recommends denial on items 86, 87, 88, and 90, and approval on 84, 85, and 89. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 6 with Mayor Pro Tem Ross, and the public hearings, which I declare are now open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton on these several matters. If I could get your attention to the overhead, one of the first things I want to do is kind of jog your memory. A few months ago, in matter of fact, in the beginning of the year, I was representing D.R. Horton on approximately 25 acres of property, as I'm showing you on the overhead here. If you recall that issue at that point in time, we were coming in with RD zoning on approximately 10 acres, which it would be to the west of Alpine Ridge in this area. And then we were coming in with RD zoning to the east. However, we were building out as RE lots. And as we told you back in the beginning of the year, and we're still working through it right now, we're waiting for a final map to be recorded, that although this property here is currently RD zoned today, we are building it out with 20,000 square foot lots in this area. However, we'll be coming back for a zone change to turn that over to RE in the future. I did want to make that known for the record again, because we did make that statement earlier in the year. Since then, subsequent to those approvals, the property that I'm showing you here is approximately 10 acres just to the south of the property that's already approved and zoned for RD zoning in the area. So we have 10 acres, we have approximately 29 lots that we're asking to come in for construction. This is essentially going to be a continuation of the existing, or the already approved project to the north of our property. The reason why you have the variances and waivers is because we're asking for the similar things that have already been approved, what the neighbors have wanted to the north. They didn't want any streetlights interior to the site. If you're very familiar with the Northwest, that is a known thing to do. We have private streets. We're gating our community within the project itself, and those are the reasons why we have those waivers and variances. They were approved on the other project, and we're asking to do the same thing here. So that being said, we would ask you to follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission. We did have a neighborhood meeting, and we had 0 people that showed up to the neighborhood meeting. And we also had one person that showed up at the Planning Commission, I believe, that was in support of the application itself. And if you recall, in the beginning of the year, we had about 50 people out here from Clark County in expressing their concerns with respect to the project itself. So that being said, we'd ask you again to follow the Planning Commission's recommendations, and I can answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone wishing to be heard on these particular items, please come forward and state your name. Hearing none, I'm going to close public hearing, and I'm going to turn to Mr. Perigo. Could you tell us why there's opposition from staff on 86, 87, 88, 90?
Sure, Madam Mayor. First, the proposed general plan amendment and rezoning of the property allowed densities and lot sizes consistent with development west of Alpine Ridge, and staff is recommending approval of the general plan amendment and rezoning applications. The existing U.S. government patent easements are no longer needed. Staff is in support of the vacation application, recommends approval as well. However, staff is not in support of the requested waivers and variances from the various on-site and off-site improvements, and recommends denial of the remaining applications. And that is because staff, when application comes in that does not meet the requirements of your code, we recommend that you deny that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, but I will state, Mayor, through you to Mr. Perigo and our audience, that staff fully understands and recognizes those variances and those waivers from the regular street standards because of the rural nature of this area. Mr. Gunnar, you were just here for the last several items, recognizing that R1 to RD to RE buffer zone for all of those ranch estates folks in there. So I appreciate you working hard on this and making this happen. I would move to approve agenda item 84.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 84. Please vote. Please post. Councilwoman?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out here. Okay.
Motion carries. 85.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 85. Please vote and please post.
Mayor, I was just wondering, are the people who have the signs on this item, or is it another item?
There must be another item. This is all
Okay, 'cause
called
you've
public
already
hearing
had-
and nobody came.
Oh, no, not my item.
Good, okay, I just wanted to be sure, because
Today.
I thought maybe
Today, okay, today, let me clarify.
Quit
I
while
thought
you're
maybe I
ahead.
missed something, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And please post, you'll have to vote on 85. There we go. A motion carries. 86, please.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 86. Please vote and please post. That carries. 87.
Move to approve.
The same motion to approve, please, on 87. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. 88.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 88. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 89.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve on 89. Please vote and please post. And that carries. And finally, on agenda item 90,
Move to approve.
there's a motion to approve on agenda item 90. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we're on to agenda items 91 through 97. 91, MOD 66199, a request for a major modification of Cliffs Edge land use plan from M medium density residential to R-SL residential small lot, mini lot conventional Cliffs Edge land use designation. Related items 92 through 97, which are requests for variance to allow a 5-foot parcel property line setback where 10 feet is required as follows. 92 VAR 66346 on lot 21, number 93 VAR 66347 on lot 22, 94 VAR 66348 on lot 45, 95 VAR 66349 on lot 46, 96 VAR 66350 on lot 71, and 97 VAR 66351 on lot 72. All lots named are part of a 150-lot residential subdivision. The applicant owner is KB Homes Nevada, Inc. on 18.02 acres, southeast corner of Egan Crest Drive and Grand Teton Drive, M medium density residential Cliffs Edge land use designation. Proposed R-SL residential small lot, mini lot, conventional Cliffs Edge land use designation. Staff recommends approval of item 91 and denials on 92 through 97. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 6 with Mayor Pro Tem Ross. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? You are still here.
Yes, again, Your Honor, members of the council, again, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing KB Home in these matters. Quickly, this piece of property is located in Providence. This is actually this is the last developable piece of property in the Providence Master Plan community. In fact, back in 2004, about 12 years ago, I rezoned the property here for KB Home for a triplex development. There was some grading that was done on the property. However, because of the recession, KB Home did not move forward with the triplex. Just recently, we came in, as you can see on the overhead here, if I get your attention, please, thank you. You can see this is a single-family home development that was just recently approved here at the City Council. As we're getting ready to go and finalize our building permits, we were made aware of that we had to come in for a major modification to change the land use from a medium density down to a residential small lot. And because of that, we also had to come in with a couple variances that I'm showing you on the south border of our property. Those variances have similar applications within Providence, has already been approved and existing within Providence for those variances. That's the reason why the Planning Commission recommended approval. We did make some changes to the site plan per Mayor Pro Tem's comments with respect to making sure that this is a gated community, providing some open space, and so on, what the councilman asked us to do. So with that being said, I'd ask you to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and I'm here to answer any other questions that you may have.
Total number of
157 residential units.
And way over on the west, those are bigger lots?
Excuse me?
The ones on the west, what size are those?
To the west of us?
Well, no, your lots in your complex. right on the edge there. I can't see the numbers. 130?
This one here? Yeah, these are about 7,000 square foot lots, those two lots are.
Okay. Okay, this public hearing, anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward. Hearing and seeing none, we'll move this over to you, Mr. Perico.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lowenstein will make the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposed modification allows for single-family residential product and reduces the allowed density from 25 to 15 units per acre. The allowable densities and lot sizes associated with the proposed major modification are consistent with the development in the immediate area, and staff recommends approval of this request. The applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by overbuilding the site and not designing a residential development that can meet the intent of a residential small lot, mini lot conventional designation. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the associated variances. Thank you.
Thank you. And the only entry and exits are all off of Grand Teton, is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
And how about
Gated.
gated for fire and rescue?
I think, Mr. Green, our crash gate, was that required down there on the east side?
We have that located there, and then we have ingress, egress on Grand Teton.
Okay. We're good.
Okay.
Has to go through fire.
And Mayor, can I just
Yes.
ask, did you say staff recommended approval or denial?
It was a denial of the variances and approval of the modification.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
All variances are denied from staff. These poor guys feel beat up all the time.
Well, that's why Mr. Lowenstein does those.
Thank you, Mr. Groener. Pleasure to work with you. This is like you said, the final piece for Providence Master Plan. It was right on the border of the Sky Canyon Master Plan community on Grand Teton, so it's going to make a nice addition. Thank you for the amenities. We want to keep those neighborhoods to a higher standard, and you recognize that. You know I'm not fond of this residential compact or small lots at all, but this fits in this location. So with that, Your Honor, I'll move to approve agenda item 91.
Okay, there's motion to approve agenda item 91. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 92.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 92. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. 93.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 93. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. 94.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 94. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 95.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 95. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 96.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 96. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And finally, on 97.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 97. Please vote and please post. And we are back in business of
Thank you very
development.
much. Have a good afternoon, and
Thank
by the
you.
looks
Happy
of it, have a good
Thanksgiving.
night also.
Happy
And happy Thanksgiving.
So flip your signs to the back side so he has a vote of confidence, please.
If I can, Your Honor. Mr. Rono, thank you for working with Commissioner Moody as well in all of these items. You handle yourself very well with both of us, so we appreciate that. Okay?
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you. All right, agenda number 98. That's VAR 66063, public hearing, applicant owner Tobin Motor Cars, owner Carden Lindell North LLC, for possible action, request for variance to allow a proposed 55-foot tall freestanding sign where 40 feet's maximum height allowed on 4.14 acres of 5550 West Sahara Avenue, and that's 8 p.m. 16301. 404-022, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. Is representative or owner here with us?
I am. Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Brandy Paulchetti with Nevada Sign, as well as representing Tobin today, 6480 East Gate in Henderson, Nevada. Basically, there's already a 55-foot sign there on the corner of Sahara and Lindell, and they're building a new building for I think, Aston Martin there. So in the building of that new building, that sign needs to be relocated. We're simply uprooting that exact sign that's already been permitted in variance and moving it down 150 feet. So we just ask that it remain the same.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to this signage issue? I'll close public hearing. Any problems, planning?
Well, Your Honor, as this does require a variance, staff is recommending denial. But as the applicant said, the existing sign in its current configuration is simply being moved down the street.
Councilwoman, thank you, Mr. Parago.
We move to approve. I move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 98. Please vote, please post.
And good luck with the new building.
Great, thank you.
Did you post it? Did I miss it? Okay. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck. Look for the move. Agenda item 99, VAR 66461, public hearing, applicant Rabbi Harlig, owner Y&D Family Trust, for possible action or request for variance to allow a 42-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for a proposed home addition located 4211 Mountain View Boulevard, RE Residence Estates, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial, but Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Or is the applicant or representative present? Would you please state your name?
Hello, I'm Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of Rabbi Harlig and his house. While variances sound like a scary thing, this matter isn't so scary. Mountain View Boulevard is a melange of two different sizes of lots. 9 lots are RD with 20-foot setbacks, while 11 lots are RE with 50-foot setbacks. It's a neighborhood that's been developed from the 1950s through to the 1990s. It's laid out like a checkerboard in terms of zoning. Each home has its own architectural style, and this proposal brings the front facade forward 8 feet from the existing face for a proposed 42-foot setback. That's 8 feet of a variance. So there were 2 ways of approaching this matter. We could have either done a conforming zone change with more hearings and a design review, or we could have asked for this variance. So it's 6 one way, a half dozen the other. The long and short is the proposed renovation brings this home up to the standards that match the rest of the block, which have also done a lot of work on their homes within the last 10 years. And all the cards are in support.
Did you have any community meetings?
No,
Your
actually,
neighbors, his neighbors.
Rabbi Harlig knows most of his neighbors. They're all part of his congregation, as he has told me.
They daren't object. Okay, got that one. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak on this item? I'll close it and Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Parago.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because the proposed addition does not meet the front yard setback requirements of the zoning district, staff is recommending denial.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
We're looking forward to the improvement, and I recommend acceptance.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 99. Please vote and please post. That will look nice. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we are on to agenda item 100, and because I have a son who is in the marijuana business, Mayor Pro Tem, it's yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is agenda item 100, SUP 66331. The special use permit. This is a public hearing. The applicant, Nevada Wellness Center, LLC, owner, Shoshone Cattle Land and Development Company, for possible action on a request for major amendment to an approved special use permit, SUP 55180, for a waiver to allow the use of an existing freestanding sign that exceeds 30 square feet in area and 2 feet in height for an existing medical marijuana dispensary at 3200 South Valley View Boulevard. This is Zone C1 Limited Commercial. It is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. This is a public hearing. I do declare it open. Is the applicant present? Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Winston Henderson, architect, on behalf of the applicant 8689 West Sahara Avenue, Las Vegas 89117.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
I'm the applicant, Andre Rhodes, 3200 South Valley View with Nevada Wellness Center.
Good to see you, Mr. Rhodes. Please go ahead.
Yes, we accept and ask for your support on this item, consistent with the recommendation from the Planning Commission, with the exception of condition number 1, which is the use of the existing reader board. And I would just remind you that this is an existing sign, and if I may. This is the sign, the existing sign in question, and this is the existing reader board in question. And one of the challenges that the owners have had is that it's difficult for their clients to locate them, that this is the existing sign on the building now, which is very difficult to see, this little dot right there. So as we come out to this sign, his desire is to be able to use the reader board in that location along with the new signage that would be there as well. And the new signage will be very straightforward, very plain, so the use of the existing reader board would assist clients who are driving down Valley View and being able to see it sooner and be able to locate it without driving by, having to make a U-turn, come back, make another U-turn to come in. So with that, we would ask for your support and consistent with the Planning Commission and the exception of item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Appreciate that. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to be heard on this item? Hearing none. Mr. Perigo, did you need to chime in here?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Lomsey will make a brief report. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem. Staff does not support the requested waiver to utilize the existing freestanding sign, as the existing sign does not conform to Title 1912 signage standards associated with medical marijuana dispensary use. Staff has determined the use of the larger sign area and height is not compatible with the adjacent land uses. Should we know that Planning Commission add the following condition, that the freestanding sign shall be limited to what is depicted in the date stamped elevation, and that the existing reader board shall not be included as part of the waiver request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
When we discussed this, there was a problem, and Title 19 negated the ability for the entity to advertise itself on a large board. And so things have moved now so that can be done, because it didn't seem right that you couldn't advertise your own place with a billboard that was already there, whereas some other marijuana establishment could come and advertise. Your competitor could advertise on that board. So I felt that we should give the billboard, and we have worked it out through staff and everything, the use of that. But I do not, no one ever told me they wanted the reader board. This is the first I heard about the reader board part. Yes.
Well, in planning, when we discussed the reader board, they were under the impression we were going to, I think they thought it was something we could put pictures. In this old reader board, all you can put is letters, numbers, and stuff like that, so that we can say we're open, or it's not a reader board like
it's not a graphic reader board, graphic display. It's simple verbiage.
Yeah. Is that the reasoning that you had? Planning?
Well, at this point, it would be difficult to go back and replay Planning Commission and try to guess what their response would have been with that information. All I can tell you is that at that time, they had concerns over the reader board, and they did place that condition on the approval of this request that the reader board could not be used.
Since this is the first time that we're going to allow this on a billboard, advertising the entity on the land in which it is, because of a recent change within our rules, I would not want to approve the reader board until I see how that other part goes. But I don't want to deny it and leave you so that you'd have to wait a year to come back, because I don't think it would take a year. So could you withdraw that, and then I could make the motion to accept?
Mayor Pro Tem, through you, Councilwoman, the way that it's designed right now, if you approve this application, the reader, they could use the freestanding sign with a static display to advertise their business, but they could not use the reader board. And they could come back and ask for a review of that condition in the future, and then you could decide at that time if you're comfortable with them using the reader board. But as it stands right now, with that condition in place, they cannot use the reader board, but they could use a freestanding sign if it was your decision to allow this application to move forward.
Let me just ask something. The reader board would be reading all the time. It's not going to be static, right? Because it's a reader board.
The reader board could not be used to advertise their business based on this condition. It could have the date, the temperature, it could have other things, but it could not advertise the business.
Well, let's make the approval on a condition, on a review basis, okay? So in other words, make the approval of this. Yeah.
Councilman, may we get a clarification? Did I understand that the reader board could be used for items other than advertisement of the marijuana business? Was that the clarification that was just given?
It can be used, but it cannot be used for anything in conjunction with the dispensary.
So you're saying they can use it for a hotel or something, but they couldn't use it for marijuana?
They could use it for only those things that are on premise, and I'm not sure if this site has other businesses that could use it, but if they could not use it to advertise businesses that are off this site, and
Well,
they could
this
not
is-
use it to advertise the dispensary.
It's an on-premise sign, but what I'm not understanding is you say they can't use it to advertise their marijuana business, right?
That is correct.
So you'd have to have some other business inside site. What other business do you have? It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense to me. What other businesses do you have inside, and please don't sell any of those lollipops?
There are none at this time, but there is a second floor that will be a tenant space, leasable tenant space. So there may be another tenant in the same building.
Well, why don't you just come back when that other tenant is? Does it cost you extra money to come back? This is the first time we've done this with a big billboard sign, and you can't advertise what you've got there. You don't know what else you're going to have there yet. I would rather say, come back and then request whatever it is the business is, rather than my making approval on a business that I don't know what it's going to be yet.
Okay, if I can.
You certainly may.
Councilwoman, okay, if you make a motion to approve what the Planning Commission approved, they'll be able to use the static board, and they'll be able to put the time and temperature on the reader board. You can't advertise the medical marijuana business. You're asking them to come back if they want to do that? Because I watched this item at the Planning Commission.
Oh, I did not see it on the planning committee. So are you telling me they can't advertise anything off? So they could just have temperature and everything on there now?
Correct.
But if another business comes in there, then they could move it in?
Yes, because it's on premise. They couldn't advertise a hotel because that would be considered off premise.
Right, I understand that.
As long as it's non-medical marijuana.
As long as it's non-medical
Correct.
marijuana. Yeah. So, and it would cost money for them to make another application, and then I'd have to ask Mr. Perigo what that cost would be, but I'm not sure.
All right, then, I guess Mr. Barlow, who is always thinking well up here, is correct, and I should move for approval with a condition of requiring us to look at it again in 6 months.
Does that approval include use of the reader board for non-marijuana advertisement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, if we could have that into the approval so that it's clear, I think we would be comfortable with that, and then we would
That
come
it's
back at a future
non-marijuana.
time.
If I can do this,
Writing it
Councilman.
out.
Mr. Henderson, and maybe Mr. Rhodes can answer this question, what would you put on the reader board if you're not advertising medical marijuana?
Well, and that was what I was asking.
Well, it would have the business name. If you note, we have a very simple sign, so the reader board would simply say Nevada Wellness Center.
But what is your billboard going to say then?
It has NWC.
Mr. Perigo?
The way the condition is written right now, they would not be able to do that.
Okay. So you guys understand that. The way the Planning Commission approved this, and for Councilwoman's benefit, you can advertise static on the billboard. You can't put your name on the reader board. I think what Councilwoman is doing is making a motion to approve you at this point. You want a 6-month review of condition?
That's exactly right.
And maybe make it, and then probably come before you to talk about it, instead of having an administrative review.
Yeah, really, I've been there, you know, and discussed things with you, but this was never brought up before. We were always working on the billboard.
We think that's a reasonable route to go. Again, that if you can approve it for allowing the reader board for non-marijuana advertisement and then revisit it in 6 months, that's a workable.
Mr. Rhodes? Mayor Pro Tem? Hang on, Councilman Barlow, please, before Mr. Rhodes. Councilman Barlow, go ahead.
If I may, Councilwoman, just jump in real quick. Moving forward, we're going to see a number of these type of applications come before us, specifically being that there's on-premise signs that are not allowed today to advertise their business. In the beginning, it made sense. Today, it doesn't. So this, to me, is a cleanup language. So what are we going to do moving forward to allow these businesses within the city of Las Vegas boundaries to advertise appropriately, as being that we've licensed them? So how can we continue to...
Mr. Barlow,
let me just finish my thought, Councilwoman. How can we continue to hold these businesses accountable for non-signage when, in fact, other businesses in the county in North Las Vegas and Henderson, there are no restrictions? I mean, I don't get that. If, in fact, we have the on-premise signage at these locations and they're licensed by the city of Las Vegas, then the way I see it is that we should allow them to continue to operate just as any other business on-premise signages that we've approved in the past. And so I don't necessarily agree, Councilwoman, with all due respect, with the direction of this particular item, because we're going to see more. This is just one of many more to come in regards to the business operators trying to advertise a business that has gone from medical marijuana to now recreational. We're going to see this coming, so we might as well straighten it out now while we have an opportunity to do so. I don't see this sign no different than I see a 7-Eleven or a Chevron sign allowing them to advertise, whether it be static or otherwise. And so I just wanted to at least put that on the record to at least cause some formal conversation and thought process in relation to allowing these on-premise on-premise signage to move forward, just as other businesses have moved forward that we've approved prior to this.
My understanding, Mr. Barlow, is that this is the only sign of this billboard size on any marijuana establishment within Clark County. And that's why we've had the difficulty to get this approved, because if we change the on-premise sign here, we change it for everything. Is that not correct?
That's correct, Councilman.
And that's why I'm concerned. It's not just for you, it's for a big building that's selling something else anyplace else. We will be changing the entire on-premise, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that for every other business.
What I was going to indicate on the record is that once the state promulgates its rule with regard to recreational, once we get our rules in place, then we can take that into consideration, Councilman, when we go forward and look at the advertising of these recreational marijuana uses. We can then look at our code going forward as to how we'd handle them on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
Does that make sense, Councilwoman?
It makes sense. That's why, but I don't want to give the approval now. I want
on the reader board only.
On the reader board only, because I think you're very fortunate that you're getting it, and it took a lot of work, I believe, on staff's part with you to get that large billboard-sized sign where no one else has it. And so anyway, that's my motion.
We understand we're headed into uncharted territory here, and we know that this is a work in progress on your part. So we think it's a reasonable proposal that you made to accept it with the reader board for non-marijuana advertisement to be revisited in 6 months. And
you're good with those conditions?
Backing, huh?
And you're good with those conditions? Councilman Coffin, did you have something to say?
Well, yes, but I think it has to do with, first of all, the applicant is agreeing
that is a reasonable condition, and I do too, for this reason. We're operating on old rules here.
Oh, my God.
It seems like a century since 2013 and 14 when we set up the rules for medical. And in those days, of course, not so long ago, we established a policy where it would be medical model, dispensary model, essentially a pharmacy. And so therefore, with some discretion in signage and some control, major control, over the size of the signs and what they looked like and how much light they showed. And we modified that as we went along, but now that was medical and this is now. So I think I think we should be aware, and I think we should warn everybody that we're going to have to undergo a massive change in all of that, the signage and the other things. That's coming, and we should start working on it now before we have any rules from the state. So I think this is a good move, Councilwoman, but then I think we might be ready to make a change before 6 months are out.
Well, let me tell you, I'm someone who has always thought we move too quickly on that. We have Colorado telling us, don't do this, we got all these problems, we got all that sort of stuff, that every time I talk to anybody, oh no, that's not true, oh no, that's not true, and yet it is true, because I know people who are living there. So, you know, I think we've moved too fast, and I think that all those rules that Karen Duddleston worked so hard on to protect the public have been sliced. Is Karen Duddleston present here? And I'm not talking about medical marijuana. I'm talking about moving into recreational, because this will be part of it. Is Karen Duddleston here? I just want to know, is this vote going to set a precedent for other types of signs on other types of businesses? Does this cause a problem with on-premise signs?
Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Duddleston has other appointments and wasn't able to be here this afternoon. The code was changed to allow an owner of a dispensary or medical marijuana establishment to ask for a waiver from the requirements in the code for signage. This applicant is simply asking for a waiver, and that is all it is. If it's approved, it does not set a precedent.
Okay, and so it's just for marijuana. You said it's approved for a marijuana establishment? Because when I talked with Karen before, she said we would set a precedent on other on-premise signs, which I thought Mr. Bryan down there agreed with me.
In terms of the fact that I think when you were talking about the fact of whether or not an on-premise billboard sign of this size, that we might be setting a precedent for others coming forward that would ask for the exact same size in the future.
Okay, and we're not just talking about marijuana businesses, we're talking about all businesses.
Yeah, on-premise signs advertising anything on their premises, they would want the exact same size sign as this applicant would like to have.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate what Mr. Scott is saying. Each sign is evaluated individually and independent of any other sign because of its particular circumstance where it may or may not be appropriate. On the one hand, he's correct. It does say that we find in this situation this size sign to be appropriate. Doesn't necessarily mean it would always be appropriate in every situation.
But of course, we also know once you do it, then the others come in, and they come in with heavy lobbyists, and that's how that goes. We all know that. Everybody up here knows that. So you have to be so careful. I'll make the motion. Okay. I'll leave it the way it was. But I do want to, when Karen comes back in, talk.
Okay, the motion would be then to approve what the Planning Commission approved, and then have a 6-month review on the reader board.
Yes, thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might clarify that condition, please.
All full of baloney.
Just to be clear, a required review shall be heard before the City Council 6 months from the date of final approval.
And that's for the use of the reader board.
Yes.
Right, and just one more clarification also, the reader board can only advertise on-premise, non-medical marijuana products.
So until you get somebody else in there, all you can put is the weather, or something else.
We understand.
All right, and you guys agree with the condition? There's a motion. Mr. Henderson, yes? There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. No post? Motion passes, and the mayor abstains. And I do apologize to our audience that's here today. Gentlemen, good luck
Thank you.
We need to take a 10-minute break to reset our technology, so please bear with us. This meeting is recessed for 10 minutes. All right, 1 minute warning when we get back to work here.
He can keep coming. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so sorry. Are we up? Is everything? Are we running? Okay. Wow. It's good to live in Las Vegas, folks. And happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Okay, so our plans moving forward with these items, agenda items 101 through 107. As mentioned earlier in the meeting, we've received a request to withdraw without prejudice items 101 through 104 of related items 101 through 107. These items were noticed as not to be heard before 3 p.m., and sorry, folks, it's 5 after 4. The applicant on items 101 through 104 is 180 Land Company, LLC, and the owner is 70 Acres, LLC, et al. I'm going to read right through these. 101, MOD 63600 on a request for a major modification of the 1990 Pecole Ranch Master Plan on 1,569.90 acres generally located east of Wallaby Way between Alta Drive and Sahara Avenue. Number 102, isn't it between, and it's Charleston. Mm-hmm. But it says here, wait a minute.
Did the same 102?
No, but I have it down as Alta Avenue and Sahara. Isn't it Alta and Charleston?
It's Alta and Charleston.
Okay, there's a correction.
I would read off this one if you can.
Okay. So not to be heard before 1. Okay. Where am I leading off of? Okay, for possible action, a request for major modification of the 1990 Pecole Ranch Master Plan to amend the number of allowable units, to change the land use designation of parcels comprising the current Badlands Golf Course, to provide standards for redevelopment of such parcels, and to reflect as-built condition of the remaining properties on 1569.60 acres, generally located east of Wallaby Way between Alta Avenue and Sahara Avenue, APN's multiple Ward 2 Councilman Beers. That's the same. I thought it was Charleston, so sorry. 102, GPA 63599, a request for a general plan amendment from PR-OS to DR and HPM 250.92 acres at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard. Number 103, ZON 63601, on a request for rezoning from R-PD7 to R-E and R4, from PD to R4 on 2.13 acres at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard. Number 104, DIR 63602, on a request for a development agreement between 180 Land Co., LLC et al. On the city and the City of Las Vegas regarding 250.92 acres southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard. On items 105 through 107, the applicant owner is 70 Acres, LLC. On agenda item 105, GPA 62387, on a request for a general plan amendment from PR-OS Parks Recreation Open Space to H High Density Residential on 106, and related item ZON 62392 on a request for a rezoning from R-PD7 residential plan development 7 units per acre to R-4 high-density residential on the 17.49 acres at the southwest corner of Alta and Rampart Boulevard, and agenda item 107, related item SDR 62393 on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 720-unit multifamily residential condominium development consisting of 4 four-story buildings on 17.49 acres at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard, R-PD7 residential plan development 7 units per acre zone and proposed R4 high-density residential. On items 101 through 104, the Planning Commission recommends denial and staff recommends approval. On agenda items 105 through 107, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 2 with Councilman Beers and are public hearings, which I now declare open. My question is, are you in possession, Mr. Perigo, of a letter of withdrawal?
Yes, Your Honor. There's a letter dated November 1st requesting withdrawal of items 101 through 104.
Thank you. And that has been given to the clerk?
Yes, Your Honor. That was submitted to the clerk's office and has been properly posted as part of this agenda item and is online and a part of your backup.
Okay. So at this point, yes, ma'am?
Mayor Goodman, member of the council, my name is Shauna Hughes. I represent the Queensridge HOA, and my comments are limited entirely to the withdrawal that you're now talking about. So my question is, would this be the time for me to proceed, or will you come back to this?
Yes. No, I think this would be an appropriate time. If there is a change to this?
No, not a change to the request that they're making. We would ask you to make a change to their request.
Please make your comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Mayor, member of the council, Mayor and members of the council, my name is Shauna Hughes. My remarks are on behalf of my client, the Queensridge Homeowners Association. I am asking that you grant the developer's request to withdraw 4 items, but that the items, all of which received a recommendation for denial at the Planning Commission, be withdrawn with prejudice. This requested action would ensure that the developer has adequate time to create a development plan for the entire property with adequate neighborhood input before proceeding through the public process yet again. I would also urge you to deny the remaining application on today's agenda so that the 17 acres can be re-examined in connection with the remaining acreage. To this point, the process has been going on for close to a year. Madam Clerk, may I hand this out? There are exhibits that could be passed out. Thank you. In 2003, the state legislature adopted AB 291, which was enrolled as NRS 278050. This law was enacted to address the concerns of local residents who became worn down going to multiple public hearings by applicants who would request repeated continuances. Testimony by the bill's sponsor, then Assemblywoman June Kiliani, indicated that she was concerned about the inconvenience and hardship to the residents, especially the senior citizens, of having to prepare for and attend multiple meetings on the same application. The solution they reached limits the number of continuances on any one item to 2. Additional continuances may be sought for good cause shown, which is defined in the statute. If the Planning Commission grants additional continuances for good cause shown, the person on whose behalf the continuance was granted must make a good faith effort to resolve the issues concerning which the continuance is granted in the first place. Unfortunately, as you can see from the information that is being passed out to you, there have been 6 abeyances on this case before the final Planning Commission meeting was held on October 18th, wherein again the 4 items in front of you were recommended for denial. The first 2 meetings were held in January and March of 2016. 2 continuances were granted without a need for the good cause showing at that time. Thereafter, a meeting was held in April, which added additional applications to the mix. Another continuance was granted in May. On that date, another continuance was granted, as it was noted on the record by staff that critical studies were not yet complete, and those studies are still not complete. On July, yet another continuance was granted. The good cause finding was to give the neighbors and the city sufficient time to review new and revised documents which were being submitted by the developer even to that date. On August 9th, a final continuance was granted, and a special planning commission meeting was set for October 18th. There is no good cause finding in the record for that granted continuance. As you can see from this tortured history, neither the spirit or the language of 278050 has been followed, and the result has been that the neighbors have in fact been worn down, inconvenienced, and very frustrated. None of this was necessary and could have all been avoided if the developer had submitted all of his applications in a complete form from the outset. By submitting applications for the 720 units in January and submitting separate but related applications for the high density and rural density in April, the developer ended up with 2 additional free bites of the continuance apple. And because incomplete applications were accepted by the city for processing, even more continuances were sought and obtained. I am simply asking you to grant the requested request for withdrawal with prejudice. This will stop the piecemeal development process, which is not in anybody's best interest. It will send a clear message from you that cohesive, complete applications are required at the City of Las Vegas. It will give both the developer and the existing homeowners adequate time to regroup and maybe even work together. It will give adequate time for critical studies such as flood control and traffic to be finally completed. I think it at this point would be an understatement to say that no one is happy with the way these development applications have been handled to date. I believe you have the authority and perhaps the obligation to vote in a way that will make a positive statement going forward in this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Because I have asked and given permission there, is there anybody else that wishes to make comment to the letter of withdrawal?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Chris Kemper here on behalf of the applicant. The reason that the withdrawal is without prejudice as to those 4 items is so that we can continue to meet to address some of the issues that have been raised that we said we're more than happy to address. I don't want anybody to get the idea that there haven't been meetings on this. We were talking today, we are 2 meetings short of 50 different meetings that we have had through the courts. Not with everybody, but we've had numerous meetings that everyone was invited to. Some of the continuances that you're talking about were asked for by staff. It's not a question of not being ready to go. We're ready to go. And if the issue is you don't want to accept the withdrawal without prejudice, then you can obey those 4 items if you want for a period of time. I don't care, 4 months, 5 months, and we'll continue to meet. But to withdraw this with prejudice sends this message that you are not accepting anything that we're doing that is close to the particular plan that we submitted, and that as a consequence of that, you are discouraging us from wanting to meet on anything that even could resemble something like this. So I just don't see where we possibly benefit with a withdrawal with prejudice. It's as if you're saying we're done. The only time, candidly, that I've seen a city or a county withdraw something and make it with prejudice is where the particular councilman or commissioner in whose district the property or ward the property is located says, I hate this, I hate the whole idea, I don't want to see it again. If you bring this same thing back, I'm going to deny it again, so your withdrawal is going to be with prejudice because I don't want to see it again. I don't think anybody on this council feels that there's flaw, maybe no flaws at all, but if there are flaws, they're worth just saying go away and don't come back. Denial with prejudice doesn't put us back at the table. Denial with prejudice says, go do it under your existing zoning. We have no interest in talking to you about anything that might be as creative as the plan that we have before you now, which, as you know, on 183 acres was a total of 75 homes. So obviously it's up to you. We've respectfully asked for a withdrawal without prejudice, which is standard, and we'd respectfully ask that be granted. And alternatively, we then would not want it withdrawn with prejudice, but rather obey it, and on those 4 items only, we move forward with the other 3, obey it, and we'll have the meetings that we were going to have when the withdrawal was without prejudice. The difference for them with obeying it is it's still out there. The withdrawal with prejudice, without prejudice, takes it off the table. We have to refile and come back and do the whole thing. So we thought that that was a fair compromise. We thought without prejudice was fair to everybody involved.
Okay, you can stay there, Mr. Kemper. I want to ask our attorney, if the withdrawal without prejudice, is the council allowed to put stipulations on it, or does that automatically, let's say asking the parties for a list of times that they continue to meet or certain specifications to that, or does that automatically fall that it has to be a withdrawal with prejudice?
Typically, if you do a withdrawal without prejudice, it comes back at the pleasure of the applicant when they think they want to have it reheard. You could certainly, as part of the record, make your intent known that you wouldn't be interested in hearing it if there weren't certain things accomplished in the meantime. Those messages are typically sent when you make a lot of motions. So you would have a motion to withdraw with prejudice, a motion to withdraw without prejudice, or a motion to withdraw without prejudice with comments.
But it's only comments. They do not have to be adhered to in order to come back to this body for approval. So it's sort of like a generalized recommendation.
Correct. The way you would make them binding and you would make them adhere is if you didn't see those things when the applicant came back, you would just simply take a vote to deny. Okay. That's how you'd make them adhere.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I might,
and we do, if I could, I just want to get a question out of Councilman Anthony, and then we'll go back on to, we're strictly on the letter of withdrawal.
So I just want to clarify something, Brad, because there might be some misconception about withdrawing with prejudice. What that means is they can't bring these applications back for a year, correct? But what that also means is they could bring other applications that are different from this for the same land at any time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if you're asking for withdrawal with prejudice, that doesn't mean they can't bring anything back for a year. They could bring a higher density, it could bring a lower density application. They could file something tomorrow on that same piece of property, right?
Correct. And let me put a fine point on that. If there were a material change to this application, it could come back. A denial with prejudice denies an applicant from coming back with the same or very similar proposal. If this proposal were substantially modified, and that's a little bit in the eyes of the beholder, it could come back within the year. Or if there were an individual project, let's say the developer came in with another individual discrete project, like they're coming in with the 720, which are the final three items on the agenda today, that you could not stop them from filing that application or having that being heard either. It would not affect those.
Right. So I want everybody to understand that withdrawal with prejudice still means they can bring applications back tomorrow for the city council to review that are different, right?
Okay.
They could do
Now
that.
let me add in another question, and sorry, because we need this to be a legal issue here, and none of us, to my knowledge, are lawyers except for Brad, asking you or Chris, if in fact this were accepted with prejudice, would there be a movement, dependent upon conditions, that could be brought back and this same council remove the with prejudice at a later date?
That could happen on any motion that you make. Any member who votes in the majority can always call for a recall or rescinding of that vote. Somebody who votes in the minority can't, to avoid somebody in the minority constantly bringing an issue back that they didn't succeed on. But somebody who voted in the majority could do that, which I would like to ask a question with your permission, Your Honor.
Please finish.
Mr. Kempfer, there was some discussion before the meeting that there could be a modified motion to withdraw with prejudice, and I shared it with two members of your negotiating team, Mr. Pankratz and Mr. Davis. And I'd like to ask you too, and if you need a moment to consult with them, that's perfectly fine. But the idea would be, would you be acceptable to have a motion to withdraw with prejudice with the caveat that if there were negotiations that either succeeded in a development agreement acceptable to the HOA and to the developer, it would come back earlier in less than a year, or if there were a good faith effort to attempt to do that and it failed, there'd be no penalty to the developer and it could come back in less than a year. I was informed before the meeting that that probably would not be acceptable. Do you have an opinion?
Yeah, my concern is what you started off by saying, it has to be somebody who voted in the, on the majority motion. In other words, if the motion is to withdraw this item with prejudice, somebody who voted in favor of that motion would then have to agree that it could come back. If they didn't agree with that, if we couldn't get that motion to be then approved later on, then you couldn't come back. And I think that's the concern. The other concern we have is what's a material or a significant modification? You said it's in the eyes, was that you who said, sir, that it's in the eyes of the beholder? So if we come back with something that switches some density around and moves something this and lowers something here and removes something here, but it's not significant, if it's withdrawn with prejudice and a determination is made that that's not significant enough, we have to wait a year. And the other thing that you almost force us to do, and I think the city attorney will acknowledge that, I'd like him to do that, is then nothing limits us and in a way candidly encourages us to bring something back that conforms to the existing zoning. So in other words, if we come in now, instead of spending 3 months working together and trying to do something, if we come in 2 weeks from now or a month from now with something that has comparable zoning or utilizes the RPD 7, that's not something that's prohibited. Well, that's not. Our idea is to work and try to come up with something that's best for everybody. I just don't understand how people are hurt with withdrawal without prejudice. I am not going to stand up here, withdraw it without prejudice, and then not meet with people and then come back 2 months, 3 months, 4 months from now, and you say, well, how many meetings did you have? Well, we met once. If there's not good faith on our part, I would not expect you, when we did refile something, for you to approve it. But remember, the withdrawal without prejudice, it goes away. It's not hanging out there. It has to be refiled again. You have to go through the whole process again. And I just think that's enough of a burden without saying that we have to worry about the prejudice part of it. So that's why I'm just respectfully asking that we be given the same courtesy that most of your applicants are when they withdraw, and that's without prejudice, so that they can continue to work within the same framework of something they started. So.
Are we then at a point, because I shouldn't speak for others, but I was under the impression that today, with the letter of withdrawal on the first 4 items, that we were in a position to move to vote on the subject items at Alta and Rampart. Does that, with Mr. Kempfer's comments, one way or the other, does that preclude us from doing that?
It doesn't, but
It does not, or it does?
It does not prevent you from voting on the last 3, but let me again put a fine point on this too. There's 2 ways to look at this.
I'm speaking to the letter of withdrawal. I'm still on that.
There's 2 ways to look at this project. One is to look at the way it was originally teed up, which is a development agreement that includes a number of components. The most specific of those components is the 720. It's the most detailed. It's got site development review. It's got a zone change. It's got a GPA. And then it's followed by other interlinking components, a phase 2 and a phase 3 and a phase 4. Those components deal with density based on what you start with. If the idea of the development agreement was to allow higher density in the northeast quadrant, and in exchange for that get extremely low density and a greener preserve of the former golf course, then the development agreement provides that. Now, there's a lot of detail people could disagree with, but that's the gist of it. If you pull out that 720 piece of it and vote on it today, which you are absolutely entitled to do, it's a standalone project, you can consider it alone. If the development agreement comes back in the future, you will have voted on a component of it without looking at the entire picture. And Tom's recommendation and other things that go with that project could be affected by looking at this in discrete pieces. It gets more complicated if, in the meantime, the 720, which is contemplated in the development agreement, is followed by another application for something that's not contemplated in the development agreement. The more you begin to pull on fibers, the more the fabric begins to unravel. So that is the tension here. If you look at this a project at a time, which the developer's absolutely entitled to do, they can abandon a development agreement, come in one at a time. They can reserve the right to do a development agreement and hold the 720 until they integrate that in the development agreement as it's currently integrated. Or they can do what's maybe being suggested today, do the 720, maybe another project, and then at some point in time come back with a development agreement that somehow takes into account those things which may have already been approved. And that becomes more difficult and suggests, at least in my opinion, it could be a very different development agreement if different things are approved that are not consistent with the current development agreement. I'm going to look at planning to see if they agree. I think that I will get agreement.
Yes, absolutely. I would agree with Mr. Jerbick. I think he stated it quite eloquently.
My biggest concern is that if you look at it, what happened to Mr. Jerbick? Oh, he's talking. I have to wait. Okay. This is, I mean, obviously this is of great concern to all of us in the total picture, and I think what we want to see is it work out both sides where everybody is 80% comfortable with what the resolve is ultimately. And I have a question that only Mr. Jerbick. Brad, I need you. Sorry. And trying to get an arm around this and where we are looking at the withdrawal without prejudice, with prejudice, or the totality of the property. If in fact today we can get to the point, do we have to first address voting on this withdrawal with or without prejudice, which makes the difference to you? And you're saying if we vote with prejudice, if we allow the withdrawal with prejudice, if I'm hearing this correctly, you're taking it back.
Or what?
Withdrawing the letter? Is that what you're doing? I don't understand exactly. If
What I'm
this
saying-
body here,
What I'm saying is, if you want to withdraw it with prejudice, I would ask you rather that you obey it, so it's not completely off the table.
okay, that's perfect. If you just stop there for 1 second, because I know we're all trying to get to the same point. Does that, in fact, in that abeyance on this particular issue, does that preclude us from moving ahead with the 720 area if those first four are obeyed, and we vote to obey those first four items, that issue, can we still vote on the 720?
Yes, you can.
Now, I have to add one more thing to that. Let's assume we vote on the 720 in the affirmative. We agree the project's down to its details. It's a beautiful piece. We've looked at it. We've seen the plans. And the developer then, moving forward for whatever reason, decides, can the developer then decide to sell off the rest of the property
Yes,
to anybody?
yes. Any property owner in this country who has property can sell it to anybody anytime they want.
Okay,
That's
so
pretty
the
much a rule.
main thing here is, as we proceed forward, we can obey 4 items. We can vote on 3 items because of this withdrawal letter, and separate, discuss whether it's going to be with or without prejudice in 2 weeks or a month, and continue on with the agenda.
That's correct.
And, Your Honor, if I might, for the neighbors, if they walked out of here knowing that the items were withdrawn, even without prejudice, they at least know they're withdrawn, and in order for them to come back, you have to file whole new applications. If they're obeyed, you're going to get the argument that Ms. Hughes just made, which is, oh, here's another abeyance, whether it's the city that did it or whether it's we that did it, it's another abeyance. We're so sick of this, we can barely stand it. You don't have that argument when you let the withdrawal go forward. I'm just asking that it be without prejudice so that during this period of time, everything is still on the table. We can still talk about everything.
Where's
Instead-
Ms. Hughes?
Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to be heard on this item. My name is Todd Bice. I represent several of the homeowners that have commenced litigation on this matter already. The notion that a withdrawal without prejudice should just be automatically granted in this case omits one fundamental fact. This is a denial from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission reviewed this, and if you look at the transcript from the Planning Commissioner, each and every one of them talked about the fact that they had spent more time studying this proposal than they had any other. and they denied it. And they denied it because they went into great detail about all of the problems, all of the delays, all of the abeyances, all of the lack of planning, this disastrous development agreement, which, as Ms. Hughes had laid out at that Planning Commission meeting, how it didn't conform with virtually any of the requirements that have historically applied to planning to development agreements. And that's why it was denied. The attempt to now withdraw without prejudice is an attempt to just simply wipe out that denial. That's what this is. This is an attempt to just piecemeal this project so that they can come back in with the same prospects, but without the denial from the Planning Commission. That is completely inappropriate, and you've just heard it. Well, then just give us an abeyance, yet another abeyance, which state law doesn't allow. The legislature adopted this statute for a reason, because what happens is these developers do exactly what this developer has done. They grind the homeowners down by getting continuances, abeyances, modifying this,
Okay,
tweaking
Mr. Bice, if I could ask you.
Yes.
If in fact the abeyance, and Brad, if you will pop into this and stop me where I'm going if it's the wrong direction, but asking Mr. Bice, if in fact this withdrawal without prejudice is granted, and those 4 items are obeyed, they still have to come back to council, regardless, for approval of whatever the whole project has to be, correct?
No, because here's what they're going to do. This is so...
No. I mean, if you would just answer my question for me.
No, this is so transparent. They want you to approve the 720, so then they can withdraw this part without prejudice, and then they will come back and they're going to tell you, well, you've already approved this 720 density over here, so now this is in conformity. This is why they are trying to break this process up, so that they can, whether you call it spot zoning, spot applications, that's what they're doing. And there is no legal basis for an abeyance, and there is no legal basis for a denial without prejudice. It was already denied by the Planning Commission, resoundingly denied by the Planning Commission. And I can understand legally why they want to wipe that out. Anybody in their shoes would want to wipe out that denial. And that's all that this attempt is an attempt to just wipe it off the plate by getting it withdrawn without prejudice.
Let me stop you for a moment and ask Mr. Parago. As we proceeded through this with the denial by planning but the approval by staff, where is that rub?
Well, Your Honor, so I guess in order to have that conversation, I think those items should be open for discussion, and we would deliver a full staff report. We really did not prepare for that, given that there was a request for withdrawal. So I guess, given that the conversation here, you have asked to be focused on the request for withdrawal, I'm not sure that going into detail as to why staff recommended approval.
I think you're right.
Planning Commission
You don't have
recommended
to go
not.
any
Maybe
further. You're absolutely
not at this
right.
time.
No, you're not prepared for that because we were prepared based on the letter for withdrawal, period, to move on to the 720 in that discussion.
Your Honor, just so the record's clear, resounding works if 4-3 is resounding. That was a vote of the Planning Commission, 4-3. And that was their recommendation to you. So we might disagree on what a resounding statement from the Planning Commission, but one vote the other way, and we win 4-3. So there was a lot of consternation in the decision on that. And that's, I appreciate what Mr. Bice is saying. He's an excellent lawyer. I'm just saying that's not our motivation. We have one project standalone. Just it makes a lot of sense, and we'd like to move forward with it. We'd like this to be denied or withdrawn without prejudice.
You might stay, Mr. Bice. I've got a question here, and I don't know whether it's to you or it's a statement. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Kemper, I just want to ask you a question. So withdrawal with prejudice means you couldn't bring back the application for a year, correct?
This application, we could not, or anything substantially similar to this application. That's the rub for me.
Right. I guess my question is, since this is a pretty contentious issue, do you think it would take about a year to bring this project back? Do you think it would take about a year to actually go through the process of talking to the neighbors and looking at this? Do you think that would take a month or 6 months? Or realistically, may it take a year to actually go through the process of trying to get everybody together? Because if the answer is it's going to take about a year, then withdrawal with prejudice doesn't really matter at that point, if I'm seeing this correctly.
Candidly, it would take 30 days if the other side said you can develop the property with something on it that's it's clearly developable. We recognize the RPD7. We don't think you can get RPD7 in the 183 acres, but we understand that you can develop that property. That's not been the position that's been taken. The position that was taken initially and has carried through for the most part is that they believe, and they've been told, and their research shows them, which we disagree, that we cannot develop that property with anything. And if that's the attitude they have, when you come in asking for something and you believe on the other side that you're entitled to nothing, those are not very productive discussions. Now, if there's a recognition that it can be developed, it will be developed. If there's a recognition that developing it under existing zoning is not to anybody's benefit, including and especially people like me, who live on the golf course near Charleston, who've been told that there will be substantial densities, or could be, between my house and Charleston. Those of us who live in that kind of precarious situation are especially interested in some kind of low-density, large lot development. So the answer to your question is it would take some time. I don't think it would take a year. That's why a withdrawal without prejudice, but you don't want to see anything, you put the period of time on. 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, whatever. You don't want to see anything, fine, and we'll use that time to try to make it work. But a withdrawal with prejudice to us just sends the message that we have to come up with something entirely different. And candidly, I won't, as a neighbor there, I won't like that. And I don't think most of the people in the audience will like that.
Ms. Mayor, so you would be okay with a withdrawal without prejudice and then making it a certain period of time that it would take? Oh, what about 8 months? I mean, 10 months? What is it that you would be, just so I can hear it from you, if you're looking for a time frame, what are you looking at?
And I'd like to ask you, Councilman Anthony, with what purpose is the purpose not to bring us back to the same point where we've been kicking this down the road for a year? Just saying more time with what caveats to it, that during this time frame, and this is just me, during this time frame we expect this, this, and this to be achieved, whatever that's going to be, rather than just carte blanche, come back here in 2 months, 5 months, 8 months. I don't see any changes happening with that, because we know the loggerheads that we're into right now, that's not going to change even with all the abeyance we've had. And what I remember from day one was that when the developers first came in with the property and the finite drawings and everything on the property at Alton Rampart, it was a blowaway. It looked fabulous. And it looked like something standalone right there. But knowing what we're saying and what we've heard from Mr. Bice, if you grant a certain zoning on that, what can we say to that issue, Mr. Jerbick, that would not, or is there something we can put in that you start fresh on the rest of the property in order to protect the rest of the property and the homeowners? Is there something we could do in saying we're going to take the other items and we say, okay, there, but bringing up Mr. Bice's point that we have now set precedent because we've granted this, is there any way in moving forward that we can assure each piece stands on its own?
Your Honor, if it helps, they're separate owners.
Without a development agreement, each piece will stand on its own. Without a development agreement, this will be a piece-by-piece development, just like Queensridge was from 1990 until the current date. The applicant can always proceed without a development agreement, in our opinion, and bring in one project at a time, big or small, one house or 100, anytime they want. And that would be individually considered by the council as it was processed by the planning department and the planning commission before it came to you. They would look at the zoning, they'd look at the GPA if necessary, and they would look at an SDR. And that's the way it would proceed if you did not have a development agreement.
And therefore, going further with that concept, looking at it piece by piece as it comes through, and knowing that the developer possibly could sell the rest of the property, going back to what we're discussing now, this letter of withdrawal, based on with or without prejudice, where does it fit? Where do both fit? Without prejudice or with prejudice?
Well, let's break it down.
With that statement.
Without prejudice is obvious. The developer can come back at the developer's convenience or leisure or whenever they feel it's appropriate and ask that the applications be heard on their merit. Now, there is a political reality to it, and the political reality is if you have expectations that things will change or improve or there'll be good faith discussions, you always have the discretion to approve it or deny it. That's the ultimate whip hand here, is you can make a decision. But a withdrawal without prejudice allows them to come back at their leisure and ask that you consider it on their merits. A withdrawal with prejudice would not give them that opportunity. They would have to, for that mandatory period of time, not be able to have their application considered on the merits, and in this case, it's 1 year.
Your Honor, somewhat addressing
Yeah, I
the
guess
councilman's comment.
it comes back to, if I'm gonna support withdraw without prejudice, I would at least want some time frame that is sufficient where everybody can work together, and 30 days is not gonna happen, Chris.
No, I understand.
So it's gotta be, I don't know what the number is, but it's 6 months, 8 months, so all these folks know out here that that's when it's going to come back. So they don't wake up one day and all of a sudden the application is filed at the city and they don't know about it. So that would be the only way I would support withdrawal with prejudice, so everybody's on notice. At least we're going to talk during this period. We may not agree, or you may not agree, but at least we have a certain time period where everybody knows what's going to happen.
Mr. Pancras Your Honor, Mr. Pancras just informed me that he believes that he and Shauna Hughes, sitting down, can get something done in 3 or 4 months, and if they can't, then we'll report back to you. Nothing stops an item from being a status report item, so that we can report back to you as to where everybody stands.
How about 6 months? Split the baby on the 1 year, 6 months. That's a lot of time. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
I'd like to ask first, Councilman Barlow had a question, and then Councilman Beers. Then Councilman Coffin. Okay, we'll start with you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I understand what my colleague is saying, but I see that no different as far as putting a timetable on withdrawal with prejudice for 6 months. I don't see that being any different unless planning or legal can tell me otherwise in relation.
Actually, it was withdrawal without prejudice and setting like we normally do on the abeyance side, we set a date. So I'm thinking it's withdrawal without prejudice, and the date would be 6 months from now.
I thought you said with prejudice.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's without?
That's what I'm thinking right now, and we set a date where at least there's a long enough time period for everybody to get together and talk.
Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilman Anthony and I sat in on a meeting yesterday with a couple of the homeowners, and Councilman Anthony asked them straight up, is it your belief that the developer has no right to develop anything ever? And the two homeowners and their lobbyist almost instantly said yes. And that has been the biggest impediment to any kind of negotiation, in my opinion, is that there's a perception that there's no right to develop. So I guess I would be thinking along Councilman Anthony's line, but I'd be more specific. I would say, I think the HOA needs to schedule these meetings. If there's not some reasonable movement in 30 days, then I would like the city to appoint an independent observer. I spoke this morning with Ron Portaro, who the city has hired often in the past to front road construction projects in neighborhood meetings with residents. And he would be, he believes he's independent. He lives in Ward 6 and has a JD and an MBA and some land use background, and he'd be able to, I think, report back to all of us in a manner that we would find compelling and trustworthy as to where we can get some movement and where we can't. And then I would expect that process to at least be able to determine if there's a chance of an accord within 3 months even. So I would be leaning toward granting the withdrawal with prejudice, but with the stern warning that we need to see some pretty quick action. The city is pretty clear, and I think I've read it and been through this with Brad. They do have a right to develop, and that position that they have no right at all to develop anything ever is just simply wrong. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Okay. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor. And
I'm sorry, I meant with, I meant
Bill,
withdraw
Bob is
without.
finished.
Excuse me 1 second, Councilman.
Go ahead.
Councilman Anthony informs me that I slipped up. I meant withdraw without prejudice, but with that caveat on there.
Okay.
And that would translate to, if you bring this back short of some resolution here, I don't think the council's going to smile much on that.
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. A lot of this is about courtesy. We have, on the council, we lean very heavily on the opinions of the person who represents a particular ward. So if a contentious issue comes in that ward, we tend to weigh heavily on the opinion of the member. In this particular case, I think we all agree we're cut free from that common custom, and Councilman Beers has never insinuated or even asserted that he should make this decision. So that's one thing. Another courtesy that could be tossed aside is an old courtesy and a custom, which I am used to in my many years in the legislature, which is to not deny something forthwith without having heard all there is to hear and say, in essence, the equivalent of don't come back, which is what verbally denying with prejudice sounds like. It doesn't sound good to me. I don't really like it. And I've done it once, I think, when an egregious violator of the rules in my ward, was just not going to change. And so I moved and the council supported me. So that's an old custom. Now there's another custom here, and it is the custom of compromise. There has been no compromise, really, that I can see from the letters that I'm getting. I'm getting an awful lot of good letters from people. And by the way, those who want to correspond with me, you better use my email address that I read and not the city email address, because I can't respond to them because they come through a server, and I don't use a server here. So I want to say that I'll be happy to give everybody my lvcouncilman@hotmail.com address. Now the thing is here's the point. When I first heard about this a year and a half ago at a cup of coffee at Starbucks at Rancho in Charleston with Johan, I'm not sure if Frank was there, but Johan was there, and also one of their representatives was there, a well-known lobbyist who has always been a man who told the truth to us, because that's his way of living. He must do that. I liked the appearance of what I saw. It was a broad stroke appearance of this whole 250 acres as green, green, green. Yes, there would be houses. Some of these lots would be huge. There would be something called a forest, and maybe that was thrown in there on the western half or the western two-thirds to serve as a buffer to some residential that's going to be going on. And then I've had meetings, a few more with the proponents and half a dozen or so with the opponents. I've only had one meeting. Clyde Turner is here. I had a meeting with Clyde and maybe 6 or 8 of his neighbors who were vehemently opposed. but I have never been in a meeting where both sides were present, where both sides looked like they could give an inch, because they're not really giving. Nobody's giving. The only people that can give and take are the council members here. This is the group that you have to appeal to. And I don't particularly like it when there is no compromising, but sometimes I've seen it in the past, there can't be. On the other hand, sometimes the people with the votes can force compromise. They have to. Somebody's going to lose all or none, and there has to be some recognition of that these 7 votes up here have that power. And I'm thinking that from the very beginning, a year and a half ago, I wondered why isn't any thought being given to preserving that golf course. I was an early player being a golfer. Well, there's 3 9-holes. I've played them all. I played it when it was just 18 in the 90s, and I really enjoyed it. And I was stunned by what was developed there. What was developed
Councilman,
was
I just want to keep you on case here. We're on the letter of withdrawal.
Well, yes, and I'm going to get where...
Please, no,
Your
stay
Honor,
on it. Don't
Your
go
Honor,
somewhere else.
I won't vote unless I have a feeling that I've been able to express this in general terms. This will probably be the last time I do that, but we have time to do this.
Yes, we do, but the issue that
And we
I've
have time to
admonished
listen.
everyone is that we're on the letter of withdrawal with or without prejudice.
Yes, and I'm discussing
so
that.
stay with
I'm
it,
speaking
please.
to there is no motion, so I'm not speaking to a motion. We've all been speaking, so that's what I'm speaking about. No one, proponents or opponents, have satisfied me, to Your Honor, with the issue of a third way, which is preserve some of the golf course. I didn't say all of it, so, don't applaud, because I'm an old veteran at golf courses and playing them, and I like this one. It's a remarkable one because it uses very little water in a desert. It is made for us. 10 or 12 years ago, I voted in the Senate on a bill in the affirmative to reduce the property taxes on golf courses, because if they were low water consumptive, they really should not be taxed at a highest and best use, because the highest and best use might be full development as been proposed here. I couldn't see that, so therefore I voted for that, recognizing that this land is being set aside as open space, as all golf courses are, to benefit the public in many ways, and it also provides flood control. To this date, I have not received an answer from the opponents or the proponents about the possibility of a redesign of this golf course or a modification in any way that could keep this golfing community alive, at the same time developing homes. For example, I like very much the idea that some of this development could happen down there in that area in and around that 720 where the proposal is. I can see living with that. I can see that they gave a lot of thought to the aesthetics of that, but there is still no answer to me, and I will not vote for a proposal if I don't have some sort of assurance that there's a real compromise coming. How can we force that, colleagues? By we can say, withdraw the whole damn thing and come back and see us later, which in essence, withdrawal with prejudice does kind of say that. And you could do it, frankly, on all 7 if you wanted. But I want to know that you all are coming together, and you are not compromising on my basic issue. That's my vote. That's how I stand. No one has come forth with that. And maybe I am pie in the sky guy. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I know something about how this works. So give me the courtesy, which is how I started this little spiel, give me the courtesy of listening to me and seeing if you can't find a way that preserves the habitat, the environment, the riparian life that's going on in those gullies and has for thousands of years. And let's see if some of that can be preserved. Show me. That's all I ask, Mayor. Show me.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments here. First, going back to Councilman Beers, you had said you did not have anyone, that everyone who has come to you opposed to the project was saying they did not have a right to develop it. Is that what you said?
No, ma'am. Several people have, and most likely that occurred yesterday in Councilman Anthony's office. Mr. Turner, who's stepping up to the microphone now, answered Councilman Anthony's question. Do you think they have any right to develop anything anytime? With no, we do not.
Well, I just wanted to add that I've had over 100 contacts, and I have not had one yet that said that the applicant did not have a right to develop. Not one has said that. They disagreed with parts of the development, but not one said that they did not have a right to develop, and I think that's important. I've been a little disappointed in that we couldn't all work together to preserve enough of that so that we could please more people. And I also just wanted to have Shauna Hughes, if she could come back up here again and respond to some of this. She seems very calm. I don't know if she covers it well or what. But, yeah. This is such a critical thing, and we have many good people who live there. We have many high-profile people. We also have a lot of not very high-profile people. We have many people who contribute so much to our community, and we have many who have a lot of money, and we have over there a lot of people who don't have a lot of money. And I think we have to look at everything, and there should be a way we can work out a win-win situation. And I just have seen there's some bitterness that's been there, and there's got to be a way we can work through that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, thank you for calling me calm, because that's not normally anything I ever hear, so I appreciate that. I think you've hit a very important point, Councilman Tarkanian. There have been strong feelings on either side, which in my not
Could you
entirely,
speak a little closer
yes,
to the
certainly.
mic?
I'm not obviously entirely objective here, but I think there have been some hard feelings that really have created an inability to reach any type of a compromise on even the most simple and basic of issues that would normally not be a problem at all. I don't know how to get past that, but I feel strongly that if there was a way past it and there was a genuine and sincere attempt for compromise, that there's a way to come to a reasonable resolution in this case. But I don't know how to get there, and I have tried.
And you know, what I have found is that it's very difficult for me working on part of a piece, because I can see what the other pieces are going to add. And it's just a shame that we're doing this piecemeal, because it isn't piecemeal out there. It's a whole area living a certain way right now, and it's disappointing to me that we have to do it in pieces. And that's all I want to say, Mayor.
I would add to this, I think what happened initially is we were approached individually with the first development, the one that's at Rampart, and with the design and everything else. It was spectacular, much like everything else that we've seen with the Supreme Court building and everything. The issue was that then it was asked that the entire project be developed with something, and that's where everything got stuck. Because the detail that had been worked on at the corner of Rampart and Alta was finite. I'm sure there's some changes, but overall it was finite. And then the demand was made, no, until you do the whole thing. And I don't know how long that one corner took, but I would imagine it took some time. And then thrown into, you have to show us the whole project in order to move forward with anything. That is where it fell apart. So trying to move pieces around the table, around the board there, it was trial and error. And then as it got started, that's when the resistance came. And so I am in echo with what I'm hearing. This can happen. This can happen. But think of the alternative, because the developer could just say, I'm out of here, and we'll bring in somebody else who develops terribly. And we need to know it needs to go back to negotiation. It needs to be calm and maybe start small and simplistically to work out those pieces. I know that corner, and maybe the zoning may be off. I mean, I'm a big one on, hate to throw this one out there because we're on the withdrawal notice. But, you know, I know the corner's protected with the zoning of R4. I'd love to see it at R3. It still preserves every right of the density, and they're going to be fine. And then to go ahead, and perhaps it's through trying to mediate both sides here, let it withdraw with a timeline, without prejudice, but with a demand from this body that meetings have to continue in earnest, that they would then, the sides come together and start to look at it overall or perhaps piece by piece and work through that way. Because where we are, this can go on forever and ever and ever, and it gets to the point where the developer says, look, I'm losing money here, I'm just going to sell it to somebody else who's going to put in much more density, pull out the golf course altogether, because I gather they have a right to do that. And so I think we can get through this, and it needs to say, all right, I'm not going to get 100% here. It's not going to be 100% my way. But that is an asking for withdrawal without prejudice, which I would assume on the withdrawal, it is up to us right now to someone make a motion one way or the other, and then go on as we planned with the other 3 items, or no? Yes? And then, but if it's withdrawn without prejudice, I want an affirmation that, in fact, we can put strong requests, demands, or something, so when the developers come back, they have shown 100% effort to make this work with the homeowners. And I don't know if it works that way, because then I would be amenable to withdrawal without prejudice, but only in the condition that what we put on and ask the developers and the homeowners, fix this. We can't fix it. You have to come to a compromise, or else you're going to end up with another developer coming in, and it's much worse.
Madam Mayor, on behalf of the applicant, my name is
A
Jim
new voice.
Jimerson, and we would be willing to accept that proposal.
Because I love the green. And if I bought a home there or had a home here, I mean, I think with Councilman Coffin, even though I am so sick of listening to his golf acumen, he is quite a talent, but the reality is the people bought there for that reason. And so there has to be work towards that to keep the green, but how long will it take, and I know you've been working towards that, but how long will it take to come to the same detail that you did on the corner of Rampart and Alta? How long did Rampart and Alta take in the details of that development? How many years' effort was that?
It was a few months in 2015. We have spent $4.5 million between the 3 applicants who own the property, 3 different applicants, 2 of which would be affected by the motion to withdraw without prejudice, one of which is the next 3 items, 105, 6, and 7. And so they're really dedicated to this. I will say, if I may be allowed, we have provided for you a demonstration of 48 different meetings, multiple letters, 17 letters, 15 meetings, all here, after we had the Planning Commission meeting in July, which you all may have observed
Did you
by watching
announce
television.
yourself, Mr. Jimerson?
I did.
Sorry, I missed it.
No, thank you. Jim Jimerson on behalf of the applicant. I am the opposite number to Mr. Bice. We are the litigants on behalf of the the privilege representing
May
the
I ask you a
applicant. Mr.
question?
Bice represents certain
Okay.
homeowners.
I know you could bring us floor-to-ceiling meetings and minutes of things that have occurred. We're nowhere.
All I'm trying to say to you is that we certainly have made the effort, and we'll make the effort
Okay,
again.
but wait.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you in a position to accept the mandate that you will work mandate, and that you will accept the mandate, the homeowners, to move this mountain? If it doesn't start with you, it's not going anywhere.
Yes, Your Honor,
And
we
that
are.
makes a very big difference to me where I'm going to vote.
Yes, Your
And
Honor, we
I
are.
need to know that both sides of this are going to continue to work together. We don't want to see the papers. We want to see resolution. We want to see that this works and that there's a preservation of the lifestyle of those. And I know I've heard that that's what we're trying to do, but it's not being done to a point of acceptance, and so almost to the point of signing off item by item. Do you feel, what happened to Mr. Bice? Lawyers always
Am I going to be
prevail.
able to add to Mr. Beers' recollection? Because I was the person he's commenting about, and trying to quote.
And you are?
I'm Clyde Turner,
We thank you for all that
9511
you've done
Orange
for our
Press
city.
Court. And in discussing with Mr. Stravos, Mr. Beers said on our on our meeting, and he's now selected one statement out of the whole meeting to use as his battering ram for this. But the truth was, the whole subject matter had to do with the project itself, and I think Mr. Stravas would tell you, or Mr. Anthony would tell you, and Mr. Beers should remember that what we said basically was that we're not against the project, we're just against this project. So we really want the thing to be dealt with in a way that it goes away and they can come back with something that really is responsive to our community.
Good.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I may, can we get Mr. Pankratz and Ms. Hughes to agree to meet in the next 2 weeks?
She's going on vacation.
3, 4?
Where's Mr. Pancras?
He's willing to go on vacation with us.
And I would take him.
Now, that's good faith.
Mr. Pankratz and I actually first met working on Anthem, and were able to come up with a terrific development agreement.
Yes, it is.
And so it's not a question of not having the capacity to come up with the documents. It's a question of having the ability to make concessions that are important. And I'm not going to belabor this because it's not my style, and I hate when people do what I'm about to do, but I really have to just make one point quickly, and that is, I need to stop hearing about how many meetings there have been, because you can have as many meetings as you want. If one side or another is wholly unwilling to make a compromise, it wasn't a meeting, it was an expose. And that's really what we've had. We've not had give and take negotiation meetings. We've had rollout meetings where this is it, and we've gotten nowhere. I made a comment at the Planning Commission that this was the first time in my, and I'm old now, so long history as a development attorney, where a developer was not comfortable with, in fact, refuses to put development standards into an agreement. That's a first for me. And I pull that out as an example just because it is ridiculous. But I'm making the point that compromise is a two-way street.
Are you
here.
willing, with Mr. Pancras and anybody that you see can work together to move this forward, knowing that Anthem, there was nobody living there? You are
It was
dealing
much
with a
different.
residential property of people who, in some instances, according to Councilwoman, have put their life savings
Correct.
and don't want to move ever and want to preserve a semblance of what they bought into. Are you in a position, knowing that you're dealing with a very different complex situation with many, many residents, to work towards this so that we can move this?
I am certainly willing to do anything that would advance the case here and create, in the end, hopefully, an environment that is enhancing rather
I'm
than
going to act like
detracting.
I'm marrying the two of you. Do you believe that Mr. Pancras is a man of his word?
I totally do, yes.
Yes. And Mr. Pancras, do you believe Ms. Hughes is a woman of her word in representing the interests of her people?
No pressure.
Fine, I now present
Your
you.
Honor, Frank
So-
Pankratz, yes, I do. One of the things that's very difficult on this is operating under the guise of the litigation that the city has been named as a defendant on as well. That needs to go away. The other thing is, there's been so many mistruths that have been told that a lot of these good people here have become to believe. And so the first thing that has to happen is list all the misstatements, and somehow, as Mr. Kempfer has said, it's been hard to have a productive dialogue with the other side when they have repeatedly said and been told nothing can happen here.
Okay.
And so
You
that's
know,
the
I-
tough
Your Honor, the
part.
answer is yes.
Wait 1 second. I have 4 children, 38 months apart. I feel like I'm back at their youth. Nobody wins 100%. It's time to stop with what's gone before. It's time to fix it. No more offers of anything. Nobody cares how many hours. It's gone. It's finished. We start living today. Can you make this work?
We're committed
Will
to...
you make your best effort
we're
to make
committed
it
to do
work
that,
with the
yes.
team from homeowners
Yes, you're
and from the developers, sir? Mr. Pancras?
We're
Yes.
committed to do it.
And Your Honor, as somebody who lives in Queens Ridge, I'm committed to do something that protects our...
Okay. All right, no, we're going to get there, folks. Remember my 4 children, please.
Judas.
We're going to make a motion here. It may not pass, but we're going to make a motion. Here we go.
First, a disclosure, Your Honor.
You live in Greensridge.
I do not, but I ran for my first elected office in 1998. It's almost 20 years now. And probably have received $1.5 million in campaign contributions. In this case, I've received contributions from people on both sides of this issue. It's not uncommon for that to be the case for us. But I do feel obligated to make that disclosure.
Excuse me 1 second for interrupting. If there's anybody on the dais who's not received from both sides, please raise your hand. That is not received from both sides. Well, shame on you and your accountants, then. I'd fire them immediately. Okay.
And so,
no.
Your Honor, with
Please.
that, I would move for make a motion to accept the application to withdraw these 4 items, number 101, 102, 103, 104, without prejudice. Don't come back before 3 months is up, or I don't think the board's going to be very happy.
Okay, there's a motion. There's a motion. 3 months? Okay. Okay. Excuse me 1 second, please. Yes?
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm okay with the withdrawal without prejudice, but I just don't, from talking to everybody, I don't think 3 months is enough time. So
Would you take your amendment?
I'm not going to support the motion unless there's a lot more time involved in it, because I just don't think 3 months is enough. Thank you.
Mayor?
But would you make, I'll be right with you, Councilman Anthony, would you make a suggestion of what you would think would be an appropriate timeline, and maybe Councilman Beers would take that as an amendment?
I would say at least 6 months.
So, Your Honor, how about if instead of pegging it to a period of time, we peg it to some progress being made or a realization that we're not going to make progress? Say by the first of the year, if it doesn't seem like any progress. If Your Honor.
Please, everybody, we're trying to help resolve this. It doesn't help if you're, I mean, it does. It sounds like my 4 children. There were 2 that were always complaining, and no matter what we were trying to do. So this is a time, really, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to you. For heaven's sakes, you've been sitting here for hours, and you've been dealing with this for months and months. And this is very important. But it really is important that we're trying to do the right thing. And so if, in fact, Councilman Anthony has suggested 6 months, I think what Councilman Beers is trying to address at this point, that we want some credible effort made on both sides, and the meetings, which would mean, I'm going back to my wedded couple, Mr. Pancras and Ms. Hughes.
Your Honor.
Please.
And so at the end of the year, or by the end of the year, in deference to vacation schedules and such, if there's still a feeling that there's not progress being made, I would like the city to send in Ron Portaro, or someone of his caliber and competence to observe these meetings and report back to the entire member, or the entire body, what they think as far as how things can move forward. This might take 6 months. It might, if everyone starts talking, which happened, I think, for the first productive time last week, then perhaps they can come to a resolution faster than that. And so maybe the answer isn't a particular time frame as much as it is progress.
Okay, and I don't know how that's
all
going
of
to be
that is
measured.
advisory only, given that the basic motion here is to withdraw without prejudice.
Okay, in consideration of your motion, I want to be very clear. I don't know how we're going to judge progress over a time period. I do sense that there is a camaraderie and an understanding between you, Mr. Pancras, and you, Mrs. Hughes, that you can work together as the responsible twosome that understands we're trying to make this work. We want to see it work. We want the homeowner satisfied. We want the developer satisfied. And so I don't know how you can possibly measure and whether the time is right. And I don't know, let me get from Brad Jerbick, if I can, is there anything you can come up with as a way of measurement that progress has been made? And if we use as the point guards on this, Mrs. Hughes and Mr. Pancras, to work together to move this mountain, what would you say?
I would suggest working it backwards, and that is if at some point in time the parties reach a choke point where they can't agree, I would expect that Ms. Hughes or Mr. Pancras or both would tell us that. If that happens, we'll bring it to your attention immediately. So failure of the negotiations is an easy way to measure it because they'll just stop talking, and we'll know that fairly quickly. If they continue, I think that you need to just be flexible because these things have a rhythm of their own. I can tell you that I have seen Mr. Pancras and Ms. Hughes together in the room. I have seen the rapport that they have. I believe them both to be honorable people, and I believe they're both going to bring good faith to this negotiation. Whether at the end of the day, the next step is possible, that is to sell it to their clients and to their partners, is another challenge. But let's start with the first part. I think that they have to get off to the start. They have to have an ability to meet, and I think as long as they are, we will know that. And I can tell you for a fact, I will personally be in contact with Mr. Pancras and Ms. Hughes, as I have been all along, and if I hear from either one of them that they have reached an obstacle, we'll let you know.
And notify and make it public comment so everybody can notify. And I have to assure you all that really, I don't know other people who are elected officials, how they operate, but I am sure each one of them can tell you, I've not met with any of them individually except yesterday and this morning to talk about these issues. So I love the open meeting laws where we can get all of our information out and have both sides come here to try to fix. And Councilwoman wanted to add something.
Well, who's paying for this consultant? Is he donating his time? Well, didn't you say somebody?
No. We
I did. I had somebody, I mentioned somebody, but
You mentioned somebody.
But
Have
not-
we eliminated the consultant?
that's
Just
not part of the motion, it's just a discussion.
It's not part of
The motion,
Okay, all right, so originally who was paying for the consultant when you did mention it?
historically, the city has hired him to conduct
You did say that,
meetings
Sister.
about street.
I just feel we don't need to hire a consultant. I think that we have people here on our own
Yes,
staff that have worked out win-win situations, and I know we have 3 people here that would be willing to donate their time, extra time, and perhaps on the other side of the mayor. I'm just telling you that I don't believe.
Okay. I'm going to call for the question then, as we have it, and are you, where you ended up with it, are you going to take the timeline off that apropos of the recommendation of our attorney, or you want to leave your 3 months? Or
Your Honor, I'd be happy to change my motion to move for withdrawal, to grant the request to withdraw without prejudice, with the condition that if it comes back before 6 months, the body might frown on it.
Are we then considering all the others today, and we're just voting on the
No,
beginning
this is
ones?
just on the
Or would
floor.
that mean the whole thing?
This is on number 101, 102, 103, 104.
How can you speak for us?
He can't.
Your Honor, point
And
of
Ron
clarification.
Portaro can't.
point of clarification asked by Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, ma'am. No one can substitute for us their observations and their judgments. So I'm sure any person that is considered to be a third party, there really is no unbiased third party now, unfortunately. And it is because there are thoughts that maybe even our staff has put the thumb on the scale, which I know to be untrue, but nevertheless, there is the thought. The appearance would be, I would prefer to be involved in those meetings, and any 3 members at any one time
Okay, you have to
can
be
be
on the
observed.
motion. There's a motion on the floor.
And I am speaking to the motion.
Okay, I can't
And
find it.
If it's a motion to withdraw, frankly, without prejudice, I would oppose it.
No.
And the reason is, again, because it doesn't include the element of the members of the council. We are the one. We can't delegate this any longer. We have to be allowed to be participating in these and observing these meetings, and I can tell you my own opinion as to whether or not somebody's cooperating or not.
May I get a comment on record, please, as a homeowner?
Mayor,
We have a motion, but we need to vote on that.
Can I get one comment on record, please?
Your Honor, we have to do this first. We need
Right.
clarity on the motion from Councilman Beers and Mr. Jervik. I think the clerk needs to chime
Maybe I
in.
can summarize. The motion is to allow the withdrawal without prejudice. Everything else is dicta. The comments are, the councilman feels that if it comes back in less than 6 months, the council would frown on it. The comments from Councilman Confident, he may wish to sit in on meetings. I think the reality is this. There is an expectation in this motion that there will be negotiations. I think everybody in this audience can agree that if they reach an accord that you all like, you wouldn't care if it came back in 30 days. So I think that leaving it the way it is probably the best you're going to get right now, since there doesn't seem to be any agreement on with or without prejudice, and the parties will demonstrate good faith or not fairly quickly.
And as for my request to have Mr. Pancras, Ms. Hughes as the leads on that, representing both sides, is that another motion?
That's another motion.
Would that be another motion?
I think it's understood what will happen if you make this motion. I think everybody's in agreement.
Okay.
So, point of clarification.
Okay, there's a motion,
Your Honor,
pardon?
please, point. If in fact an agreement is reached in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, whatever it might be, the motion from the councilman is not that we have to wait 6 months to bring it back, I assume.
That would be
right?
correct. That would be correct.
Right, that is correct.
Okay, so there is a motion.
And by the way, trust me, nothing would make the 7 of us happier than that accord being reached.
I just have a question. Mayor.
Yes.
So what happens if you don't come to an agreement? Then what?
They'll notify
You just-
Mr. Jervik that they have not, they can't, they're at total loggerheads, it's not going anywhere.
Which
and then-
means you would never bring an application back to the city
No,
for
no,
that?
no, they would bring an application back that would doesn't have to be, but would either be the same thing or something substantially different.
That's correct. You'd vote up or down on what's before you today if there are no changes to it.
Okay. All right, so I am going to, I am ready. I'm calling for the motion. I'm going to ask you to repeat it clearly one more time so everybody on council, in fact, Mr. Jervik, repeat the motion. So
The
there's
motion is to
absolute-
allow withdrawal without prejudice
Wait,
with the
excuse me,
comments
we're
on the
having a
record.
conversation. Listen, this is the final.
We are listening.
Okay, go.
The motion to withdraw, the binding part on this is the motion is withdraw without prejudice. There are comments on the record that are common to every motion that are made that are not binding, but they are certainly indicate the intent of this council today, and that is for Ms. Hughes and Mr. Pancras to get together and in good faith try and negotiate a resolution that can be brought before this council. If it can't be brought back, the expectation is that we'll be notified immediately, and the expectation is everybody will work in good faith from this point forward. That, I believe, is the motion. Everything else,
Thank you. I think
102,
that's,
yes, correct. 101, 102, 103, and 104 is the director's business, which is included in these 4 motions.
I just wanted to say, I'm going to vote against that, but I do believe in a large part of it. It's just there's part of it I don't agree with.
okay. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. The motion passes. So now we will move on. Is it appropriate? And Ms. Hughes and Mr. Pancras, thank you very much. You have mountains to climb and things to do. And Ms. Hughes, Mrs. Hughes? We all wish that this can come to a great resolve, that both sides are very 85% happy. 85% would be a win-win.
Thank you.
Might even go to 80. Thank you very much. Okay, now is it appropriate for us then to
Yes, it's
talk
appropriate right
about-
now. Call 105, 106, 107 altogether.
Okay, and so this is public hearing part? Didn't I read them all? I thought I did, so sorry. Okay, I'm going to read 105, 106, 107, GPA 62387, on a request for a general plan amendment from PR-OS Parks Recreation Open Space to H High Density Residential 106, and related item ZON 62392 on a request for rezoning from R-PD7 Residential Plan Development 7 units per acre to R4 High Density Residential on 17.49 acres at the southwest corner of Alta and Rampart Boulevard, and 107 and related item SDR 62393 on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 720-unit multifamily residential condominium development consisting of four-story buildings on 17.49 acres at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard. R PD7 residential plan development, 7 units per acre, zone proposed R4 high density residential. And we already did the rest of it. So at this point, okay. So let's hear from staff first, if I may, on these items. Also, at the appropriate time, I do want to have a discussion about the R4 or R3, and so comments back from the developer on that, assuming from my research that that does not put constraints if it were rezoned to R3, that he would still be okay with this development. So please, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The applications before you were originally submitted to be heard by the Planning Commission on January 12, 2016. These items were held in abeyance as staff requested the applicant to submit additional applications to encompass the full 250 acres known as the Badlands Golf Course. As such, staff required the modification of the Pecola Ranch Master Plan and a development agreement as it significantly departed from the allowable number of units and overall density prescribed in that document. With the withdrawal of those applications, staff has evaluated the proposed project on its own merits, and per the land use element of the 2020 master plan, a major modification is not required for these items. The proposed development is located at the intersection of two primary arterial roadways and is adjacent to multifamily residential to the west, a hotel casino to the north, general commercial development to the northeast, and limited commercial to the east. The project is designed to provide increased density while minimizing impacts to neighboring properties through the use of a podium wrap construction method, thereby increasing the amount of open space and amenities offered on the property. This is in contrast to the traditional multifamily development construction method that precipitates large areas of surface parking. The building elevations are compatible with the Parisian architectural style employed on the One Queensridge Place buildings to the west of the site. Furthermore, the buildings would be situated at a lower grade than the surrounding area, thereby preserving the existing views from the adjacent residential areas. The development as proposed would be consistent with goals, objectives, and policies of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan that call for walkable communities, access to recreational opportunities, and urban hubs at the intersection of primary roads. Staff finds the proposed development to be compatible with surrounding development and is in substantial conformance with Title 19. However, given the conversation that we just heard, given that there's continued work on the overall development plan, and this is a significant component of the overall development plan, staff reserves its opinion at this time, and we have no recommendation on these applications.
I've been asked about exit from this parcel. Exit and entry and exit. What is staff's recommendation? Does it pass all code, all numbers, everything else as adequate to bring the numbers of people and the residences in and out?
With this particular application, unlike other applications where it's a GPA, a rezone, and a site plan, typically a traffic study and a drainage study is not required. It's a condition of approval that prior to pulling building permits, those studies have to be completed. However, in this case, because of the overall development plan, we did require drainage and traffic studies. Those have been conditionally approved by the Public Works Department, and they would be required to have final approval still prior to pulling building permits. So I'll let Mr. Anderson respond to that question.
And I would like to ask Mr. Anderson, as you do that, will we know, in fact, will you come back to us if, in fact, going through planning and permitting, that there are issues?
Yes, we will. We'll let you know. I would like to amend just a little bit what Mr. Paragos said, and we have an approved traffic study. The drainage study has been submitted, not approved. We have done first comments back to it. It is provided much more information than, as he says, than we would normally get at this stage. But with regard to your specific question on the access issues, because we do have a traffic study, we know that based on the numbers provided in the traffic study, which is approved, the right-in, right-out driveway can support the number of units that they are proposing. It will involve some mitigation, a couple of things. We're asking for an additional lane on Rampart so that people who are going into the site will pull out of the travel lanes and not block traffic as they're going into the site. And we're requiring them to widen the existing left turn down at Prince William, which currently is a left turn and a U-turn and would be the only way that the people who wanted to go north could do so coming out of this site. We're requiring them to expand that to a dual left so that the U-turns can be a free movement and not impede people trying to go into Boca Park, for example. So with those mitigations, we believe that the project as proposed can work. It will increase the traffic, any project would, but we believe that it can work.
And so as you move forward and it comes to this body, as this body is voting on these items, they are subject to those conditions that you have said while you've received a submittal, they aren't yet through everything.
Right, those are conditions of the approved study. But when they come in with actual construction drawings, if anything changes, and that's another thing, as they're coming in with more development and it gets more clear, we can require that they update that traffic study and address any issues that come up.
And is that, as it comes in, I would assume it's a matter of public record?
It is.
And this is, so any condition, anything that we would vote on at this point is subject to the approval by the developers of those conditions. Those conditions have to be met, period.
Correct, or they won't be allowed.
By the developers.
Or they won't be allowed to actually get the permit to build.
Okay. Yes, Councilwoman?
Madam Mayor, the concern I have is Rampart, and the concern I have is right at Charleston and Rampart, which is not very far from here, and where they'd have to be going right and then making their U-turn. We have had, since 6 months previous to June of this year, 87 traffic accidents. 87, just at that area, according to a news article that appeared in the Review-Journal. That's an awful lot of accidents, and that's before any of this comes in. That's before any of this 41 units per acre. And that's my concern. And I just want to voice it. I mean, maybe the traffic study says everything's fine, and yes, it's 82% full, or 87% full, or complete, percentage-wise, but still, we're having those accidents there, and we're going to have more. We're going to have more with just that right turnout. There's no doubt in my mind from what we have now.
I had not heard that number for accidents before I spoke with you earlier today, and that I would agree that's a large number of accidents.
And I'll give you a copy of the article.
I would appreciate that so that I can look into that further and then get back to you.
Yes, Councilman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the document here, which I got a couple of weeks ago from you, Chris, and EHB, your client. I'm looking in here for the drainage plan. I saw a paragraph devoted to drainage. But is there a map and a plan in here, by the way? I know it hasn't been submitted yet.
No, drainage has been submitted.
Oh, submitted but not approved.
It's in the process of being reviewed. They've given comments, and those comments have been considered, and we need to comment back. So it's in that process.
Well, I need to see the status of that, maps of it and all that, so that I can determine how I feel about that. I'm not predisposed against this program, by the way. but part of my concerns had to do with the drainage. So I need a map as submitted apparently to us.
Well, if I may, through you, Mayor, the drainage study has been submitted. It was an overall drainage study for, it mainly concentrated on the area of the 720 that you're looking at now, but it did kind of address the entire area. Typically, when we have these developments that are not associated with a development agreement, the drainage study does not come in before they get entitlements. Usually it's a condition of approval. So we wouldn't normally have a drainage study to look at prior to you guys acting on it. So it's kind of unusual that we do in this case, and that's because it was associated with a development agreement. We can certainly bring what has been submitted to your office and sit down with you and show you what they've proposed. But because it isn't an approved study, it could change between now and then. And in fact, I expect that it will, because
Am I expected to vote on this without seeing a full drainage study?
that is the normal course of events.
Well, this is not a normal
If you would prefer
event.
that they have an approved drainage study before you vote on it, then you need to direct that and perhaps obey this until that happens, because staff doesn't have the ability to